Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault. And you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
They got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case.
Dati mihi Anglican boys, verbal.
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Is that correct?
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Whoops. I just restarted everything. Apparently you can't push that button. It's one of those warnings. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion.
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible. I apologize.
I had tie-ins, keys tied, downstream keyers tied, tongue tied, everything this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict.
How does he do that?
Well, I can show you how I do that. It's just called screwing up. But here we go. Now.
Squirrel.
There we go. Big shout out to 80s Music Man, first in chat this morning, who says, I want to dedicate my internet win today to the Recovery Addict and Brandy, two awesome creators. This is the first time anyone's dedicated their win to me and, or Brandy, either one. I think this is first for either of us. Thank you, 80s. This is win number 12. I was checking through the record, and yes, you have 12. This is your 12th win or loss, depending on how you view this. So congratulations. We're going to just trust that the internet is in capable hands today, as we're sentencing you to internet ownership because of your being first in chat. But congratulations.
Have them send someone with more experience.
Somebody said something earlier as well. Let's see. Greeners. Recovery Addict butt dialed me 7 times last night. That's funny. That's really funny. Oh, man. Let's see. Did I sleep? I remember waking up, but I don't feel like I slept. It was a rough night. Lots of stuff. I know I was supposed to get stuff done that I didn't, and I brought my laptop to bed with me. Some people bring their phone to bed. We learned about that in this trial. But I brought my laptop to bed, and I had every intent of connecting to the NAS server, downloading some images and doing some video and doing a little audio tweaking. And I connected to the server, and then I said, I'm just going to lay down for a minute. And I don't remember what happened after that. But I think I slept. All right. What is on the schedule for today? And then I deleted my call history. Yes. Kim, have you kept track of your wins? No, we declared you a, what was that? A habitual offender. And at that point, we stopped counting, which I think, honestly, we might have to put 80s in the same category. Once you're a habitual offender, it's no longer worth the court's time to track that, to see if you know where you're trending. We just know you're a lost cause as far as being law abiding in chat. Let's see what is up today. Fun things. Here's what's going on in the Chad Daybell case today, which is still we're still waiting to go live. It's got a little while. I think about an hour before it starts. In the Chad Daybell case, we have possibly the defense resting today. Is that what I heard? I haven't followed it super close, but we might have the defense rest today, which means we could get into closing arguments today or tomorrow. Depends on how things go. Which will be interesting. Probably jury won't deliberate over the weekend. Most judges don't like to start them deliberating like on a Friday night. But so Daybell's going on. We've got lots of great people over there already having a great time in chat. So thank you. I'll bring that live. I'll leave the thumbnail up for a little while because you guys have done such good work on the thumbnail. But we'll leave that. Oh, defense rests and some rebuttal witnesses are coming in. Emma lied. Okay, good. So good stuff over there. Rebuttal coming up for Chad. Anyway, we've got a lot happening over there. Some great people if you want to hang over there and watch what's going on. Some great mods as well. Thank you for your great work over there. Today, if I've read my notes right, Karen Reed trial is not proceeding today. They have the day off. Is that did I read that correctly, or am I completely wrong about that? I'm thinking I was correct on that. We do have a possible hearing this evening with Brian Koberger, and by evening I mean 5:30 in the evening. Brian Koberger tonight. Not sure if it's going to be open or closed. We have a birthday as well. Wonderful. Not sure if it's going to be open or closed. If it's a closed hearing, obviously there's nothing.
Is that correct?
We'll be able to see. Brian Enton is up there. I'm sort of using him as my little canary in the coal mine. I guess we could use. If something goes on, he's probably going to let us know on Twitter, and we'll be able to take that feed live if it is live. But we've got to sort of play it by ear, so we'll be watching that this evening as well. So today is probably going to be a slower day, unless you guys really want the butt trial. I don't know what else to call this. It's a murder trial out of Georgia. Same judge. The audio is overmodulated, and I can't do anything about it. Once it's overmodulated, you can't fix that. You can't get back to good from there unless you fix it on the source end. But it's the same judge that we watched the Airbnb trial with. It's the same courtroom. We can pick that up, but we'll be watching it during the breaks of the Karen Reed trial. So we're going to have, we could have day one today, and then we could move forward that way. So we're too brutish for a butt trial. I don't know how to handle the butt. The butt. I know in the Karen Reed trial, they know all about how to handle the butt. There was a lot of grabbing going on in that trial, but you had me at butts, the digital string theory. Here's what I need to do. Give me just a second. I need a blur overlay. That makes sense. So quickly go to Canva here. See if I can make I need a blur overlay. It's going to be full screen. Create a design, because it's, tell you when I tell you this image just takes up the screen, it does, and then they keep it up there forever. Okay. Elements, we're going to do a box. It's probably going to be like so. Make it full size. Oh, here we go. I've got a blur. There we go. Blur. You're seeing the TV magic happen live right here is what you're seeing. Give me just 1 second. We have to sing happy birthday still. So I'm not forgetting. We'll sing happy birthday. Actually, we should probably do that first, because I will forget. I take that back. Well, we're going to sing happy birthday to Veronica. It's podcast Thursday as well, by the way. So we have a couple things to look forward to tonight. But we'll sing happy birthday to Veronica. Does anyone know if the Turtle Boy hearing today is being streamed, since that's why KR isn't happening today? I don't think it is being streamed. If it is, it's going to be on Zoom, and I don't think that court's given permission to broadcast that out. But they've been a little picky to deal with. Let's go ahead and sing together. Join with me. Raise your voice with my own as we sing to Veronica, celebrate her birthday today. Deep breath. Everybody warm up with me. La, 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 la. Good job. Here we go. Stretch as well. Dancers at the ready. You've been in your costumes all morning. I can see it. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Veronica. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Veronica. This is your special day, and you got to celebrate it not by yourself. You were the only person who had a birthday that we're celebrating, but we're all here with you, so you're definitely not alone today. Happy birthday, Veronica. Hopefully you have a wonderful day. Help yourself to free pancakes at Denny's. And thank you very much for choosing to celebrate with us out of all the people available to you. We somehow made it to the top of the list, or the bottom if everyone else wasn't available. I'm not sure which one. I like to think we were at the top. But have a happy birthday. Thank you very much. And there's your pancakes. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Happy birthday, Veronica. Have a wonderful one. Sharon says buffer. Des, my partner, has a birthday today. We've just received the best birthday present anyone could wish for. We've just been given the news he's cancer-free this morning. Sharon, that is wonderful. Oh my goodness, we have to keep the birthday song going here. Des, happy birthday! What a beautiful present. That brings a tear to the eye. That is wonderful. What a wonderful thing. Des, happy birthday, Sharon. Happy Des's birthday. I realize that's a gift that belongs to the both of you. Thank you so much for sharing that. And hope you enjoy a wonderful birthday party today for that. Happy birthday. Thank you so much. That is so cool. That is so cool. Good news for Des. That's awesome. All right. I'm not crying. You're crying. Yeah. Beautiful. We're gonna even throw a party. Wait, we're gonna throw there we go. We'll throw a couple of the party things in there as well. Birthday song's still going in the background. All right. Good job, dancers, everybody, singers. You did great. Now where do we go? We've got. You guys said you wanted to watch this trial. Let's see. Come in on two. It's not this one. Not that one. Hang on, I'm trying to find it here. I think this is it. Let's do a quick check. I know nothing about this case, like next to nothing. My mods know some things about it, but I know next to nothing. Let me work on my blur here for just a minute. Transparency, make it a little bit transparent, maybe 10%. See, it's a downstream keyer. Oh, man. It's going to blur my face as well. Give me just a second. Let me do a quick test on this and see if I need a transparent background. Okay. Quick test on the blur. All right, what do I not need here anymore? The boat picture. Boat picture can go. Can my son write up some AI to blur butts? He actually is working with image recognition, so he probably could, but I don't think I want him doing that. Downloads, sort by date, and where'd it go? Did it not work? Did I do something wrong, people? Okay. Download. Transparent background. PNG form. Compress the file. Download. Download failed. Oh, I see. I see what I did. I see what I did. Now we're gonna do it. Okay, now we're cooking with fire. Sorry, guys. We're gonna get this going here, but I need this to work before we're gonna start this trial. Now it's downloading. Canva won't let you download a premium asset. I said asset, unless there is more than one asset in the picture. So when you have a blur feature that's a premium blur, you can't just download the blur feature. They don't want you to just use their stuff, which is weird because I have license to just use their stuff. But okay, so we put this on right here, and then said downstream keyer on air. Nope, downstream keyer 2. Wow, that's quite the blur. That's really blurry. How's that look for you guys? That's a safe option, but I was hoping for a little less. I'm hoping for a little less blur than that. Okay, let's take this and shrink this down to like next to nothing. Make it completely transparent because I don't care if it's on there or not. It's a way to work around their system. Turn the blur down to about 70%. Download again. That was so bad. That was so blurry. Why are we blurring? We have a court case where the victim, the decedent, the gentleman who died, got shot 5 times in the back. And this guy, he may be in the rap music world, and he wears his pants lower than most. And so at the time he got shot, he could no longer hold his pants up because he was dead. And the pants dropped. Well, he did have some, I don't know, Tommy Hilfigers or something on underneath, which got shot as well twice. He got shot twice in the butt. But when the ME came to document the scene, they dropped trow yet again. And so this is beyond plumber's crack. It's fall on butt, and it's shot butt. And then they put that up on the screen, that image, for, 10 minutes. And that's not what we want to have on our screen here. So we're trying to find a way around that. If we can get that fixed, we'll be good. But let's see, users, downloads. There it is. Drag that here. Boom. Okay, so let's see if that's any better. It's not going transparent. That's the problem. Like, you can't see me behind it at all. Just no. Yeah, we're going to skip that part. If anything else, we'll cut to this screen, and you might be able to see it in a little window over there, but that's it. So how about just a giant peach emoji? It's a lot. It's a lot, and it's you can see the wounds. I think the shot itself is beneficial for the jury, at least briefly. I said briefly. See how these jokes just happen. Second here. I think we might need to do some court hopping while I get ready, because this is not working the way I was hoping it would. See, now it's on air, but now it's just not working at all. Switcher, downstream keyer 2 is on air.
Have them send someone with more experience.
It switched inputs on me. That's what happened. DSK, there it is. Switch to camera 3. Why would it do that when I clearly want it to be media player 2?
This is not Burger King. People do not get to have it their way.
Okay, it's not working. It's not working. Let's do some court hopping because we've waited long enough. I'll stall on this new case for just a little bit. See who's live today. It's a little early for Judge Boyd. Let's see if Judge Cedric Simpson is up. Judge Cedric Simpson. He is not.
Bring the jury.
Let's see.
The zombie apocalypse may be upon us.
Who's this guy? I don't think we've seen Ronald Schaefer before.
All right. Mr. Buchler, do you want the court to accept your plea?
Yes, sir.
I will accept your plea. You did offer it freely, accurately, and voluntarily. Sir, I'm going to need a pre-sentence report before sentencing, and that means somebody from probation will contact you to begin the process of completing this. Once it's completed, Mr. Norton will have a copy. He's going to get it to you and then have an opportunity to go over it with you just to check it for accuracy. And then that whole process will take about 4 weeks. We'll get you back here for sentencing, okay?
Okay.
All right, we're going to sign off on our end. If you got an officer there with you, you're free to sign off on your end, and I'll see you in about 4 weeks.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right, next case is People versus Christopher Parker Glover, 24S31181. Mr. Parker Glover, do you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, Ms. Shearer is standing in for Ms. Cooper. Well, I guess there's some issue though.
Yes, Your Honor, I am standing in this morning for Michelle Cooper. I obviously, as the court knows, I'm not sure if Mr. Parker Glover knows, I am her law partner. It's my understanding that Ms. Cooper received an email from the prison that indicated that Mr. Glover is struggling with hearing. So to ensure that he is able to fully participate in the proceedings, Ms. Cooper asked me to request an adjournment to June 6th, and a writ, we will prepare a writ to bring him up personally.
Any objection? All right, then we'll see you all on the 6th, and then Mr. Parker Glover, you can sign off on your end. I'll see you in a couple of weeks.
All right, excuse me, can I have a moment with the lady, because we didn't even get to discuss anything. And I wanted to talk to, can I have a moment to talk to Ms.
Ms. Cooper's indicated she will schedule a phone conference on Tuesday the 28th.
All right, so where your attorney's going to call you and do a phone conference before you come back for court. All right?
All right, sir.
Thank you.
That is frustrating. He's got all his paperwork. He's got his docs. He's got his court date. His lawyer didn't talk to him. His lawyer's not there. Someone else is filling in, and he can't even talk to somebody. So he comes to court, makes an appearance. He's going to wait for almost another week before he gets to hear anything.
The case of People State of Michigan versus Cecil McKinley, 23S30698. He appears with his attorney in the courtroom for sentencing.
All right, Ms. Reed, have you had an adequate opportunity to review the pre-sentence report and the sentencing information with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
All right, additions, corrections, or deletions.
A couple of corrections.
First, it is on page 1 of the CFJ 145 under physical handicap. We would like it noted that my client has a hearing impairment. It is documented through the MDOC. He's completely deaf in his left ear and has
we're gonna bail on this so we can get to
right
Judge Simpson.
And under the evaluation and plan section of the report,
we're bailing. Judge Cedric Simpson, I think he just went live, so it might be just a minute before. Lynn, I'm not seeing him. He's not live now. I thought he was live, but no, now he's live. You're right. Here we go. Ooh, somebody's in a hospital bed. That's interesting. I wonder if the arrest wasn't as smooth as they expected. Yeah, it's pretty bad when you're in a hospital bed. Well, busy court today. It's always super noisy first thing in the morning in this courtroom. It'll quiet down.
All right. The 14th District Court, County, Washington, State of Michigan, is now session. All those having business before the court draw near, the Honorable Judge Dave Cedric Simpson presiding.
You may be seated.
Hey, Judge. Good morning.
I'll wait for them to finish. Mr. Ganacha.
About traveling.
No, you were talking
vicariously through this like
I saw you two talking and I said, far be it for me to interrupt.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, all right.
This has been prosecuted on behalf of the people. Now it's just time that people move to waive any conflict between some, of course, called the defender's office. Prosecutor's office does not believe a conflict exists, but if there's one present, we waive that for all the cases today between our office and public defender's office before this on the court.
Thank you. Mr. Brown.
Good morning, Your Honor. And for the record, Mr. Childers is my travel spirit animal.
Is it? Okay.
Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender. Your Honor, likewise, we do not believe that there's any conflict that's honorable in this matter. If a conflict were to arise, we'd waive that conflict so that this honorable court could move on these matters.
Thank you. The court also, for its part, also does not believe that a conflict exists either under Michigan court rules or the cases decided thereunder. To the extent there is a conflict, given the waivers, the court will consent to hear the matter. The court does call the case, People, State of Michigan versus Andre Williams.
Mr. Ganacha for the people.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joy Gaines, Senior Assistant Public representing Mr. Williams.
And Mr. Williams, can you state your name, please?
Andre Williams.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I've had a chance to discuss this case with Mr. Ganacha, but not with Mr. Williams. Since the last time we were here, he has been moved to a different facility. He is at the Cooper Street facility at this time. I'm scheduled to meet with him Saturday, this coming Saturday, May 25th at 9:00 a.m. I'm asking for a week or two to discuss this with him.
All right. Well, we're going to need at least 2 weeks for the video read. So why don't I set it for June 13th? Probable cause conference, June 13th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond in this matter will continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Williams. Court calls case, People versus Adelia Lesley.
Mr. Ganacha for the people.
Really? Where's Odetella?
That's all who's in holding.
Did he get locked up? Okay.
Are we
I
missing
can
an
see that
adjournment?
happening.
This one's probably going to be.
Oh, it's Miss Hamoud. I told you she's here. Senator Lauren Brown, Deputy Chief Public Defender, appearing with and on behalf of Leslie. Could you state your name, please?
Adelia Lesley.
Thank you. Your Honor, today's the date and time set for the probable cause conference. I believe that there are still negotiations that need to take place in this matter. And those need to be communicated to Ms. Lesley. We're asking for a 2-week adjournment so that those conversations can take place. All right. Probable cause in this matter will be adjourned to June 13th, 2024. 9 a.m. Bond continued. Thank you, Ms. Lesley.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have a good day.
You too. Good job, Othello. Nice to see you. Good morning. Court calls the cases of the people versus Joshua Perkovich.
He's public defender appointed Mr. File. Good morning, Your Honor.
I had to feel it here.
The sunshine?
No, it wasn't that one.
It felt like sunshine.
It wasn't that one. She was hiding back there. Good morning, Ms. Anders.
Good morning, Your Honor. Mr. Perkovich, would you please state your name?
Joshua Perkovich.
Thank you, sir. What are we doing?
Your Honor, in this matter, I've had a chance to speak with my client, review both files. We're requesting preliminary exams in each file.
Okay, and where is he located? Is he
He's at the U of M hospital, Your Honor.
at the U of M? Oh, so he's here.
But he is in custody.
Pardon?
He's our hospital dude.
Preliminary examination in person. Is he going to be released from the hospital anytime soon? I mean, scheduling
We
wise.
don't know, Your Honor. He needs to have some surgery. He's in custody. There's a sheriff there at the hospital with him.
Got it. I can set it for the 4th or the 11th.
Okay, Your Honor, we'd ask for the 4th.
4th. All right. Preliminary examination. June 4th, 2024, 9 a.m. before Judge Perry?
Yes.
Before Judge Perry.
Senator,
Yes.
can I make one statement with regard to the larceny retail fraud case.
Yes, sir.
I just want to put counsel on notice that if we run the preliminary examination, I'm going to move to add a count of larceny in the building, not attempted larceny in the building.
Okay.
All right.
Mr. Perkovich, I'll call you and we can talk about that further, okay?
Okay. Is it possible to discuss? The sheriff here said to discuss because I'll be having surgery, more than likely. And as far as recovery goes, like I can't get the proper care at the jail facility. So he thought it'd be proper to discuss some sort of bond, the bond conditions. I mean, as far as like post-surgery goes.
May we approach, Your Honor? Very briefly. I won't.
Fine, come on.
Okay, so I'm reviewing YouTube's policies to make sure that the video does not violate YouTube's standards. Particularly in this case, even though it's a court case and a trial exhibit, it falls under a YouTube policy of nudity and sexual content, which we would not be running afoul of for showing this. But I still would want to limit any butt on the screen. So we might be able to start this trial anyway. I do need a picture I could just lay over it. Just
what do you say it was?
So a big peach might be in order. think a photo would probably be best.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Bond continued. Thank you. Court does call the case, People versus Jason Allen. All 6 cases.
6. What did Jason Allen do?
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate, Mr. Allen, who stands to my right. Mr. Allen, please state your name for the record, sir.
Jason Allen.
I was appointed yesterday.
Okay. I have you on case ending in 693.
And
I have you
4.
704. The other 4, I have the public.
Columbia. Judge, I met with him last night. I don't have any discovery. I talked to Mr. Allen about that. He agreed with it. I'm asking for a 2-week adjournment on my 2 cases. I know there is a ton of cases that hopefully there'll be a global resolution, but at this time I'm asking for a 2-week adjournment.
That is correct, Your Honor. We are, as Your Honor is aware, Mr. Allen does have several cases. We are respectfully requesting an adjournment. I have for Ms. Gaines 4 weeks, possibly in order for mitigation letter to be done and for potential research to see if he is eligible for Veterans Treatment Court.
For Veterans Court?
Yes, yes, Your Honor.
So you're asking for 4 weeks, you're asking for 2.
4 weeks would be fine, Judge.
No, that's what we'll go with. 20th. Probable cause conference, June 20th, 2024, 9 a.m. Bond will continue. Thank you, sir.
Your Honor.
I'm looking at all these pictures of peaches, and now I'm
Court calls case
hungry for
versus Larry Warren.
Morning, Your Honor. Sam Bernstein with on behalf of Mr. Warren.
Your name? Larry Warren. All right. I have a plea form. Is that what we're doing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Written by Mr. Childers?
That's correct.
Yes, it is. Okay. I have on, yeah, no, it's better than usual, but still. I have a form that indicates the defendant will be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of operating while intoxicated, second offense, a 1-year charge. Upon a successful plea to that charge, count 1 would be dismissed. That's the court's full understanding of the agreement.
Correct, Your Honor.
May I have him sworn?
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give, the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yes. State your name.
Larry Warren. Mr. Warren, it is this court's understanding you're going to plead guilty to the charge of operating while intoxicated, second offense. That is a misdemeanor punishable by up to 1 year incarceration, a $1,000 fine plus court costs. The court could order community service and any rehabilitative programs the court deems necessary. The court could order your vehicle immobilized, could order you to pay the cost of the prosecution as well as the cost of any emergency governmental services. You understand that, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. In understanding all of that, you still wish to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
I also have to advise you that while I'm taking your plea, I would not be your sentencing judge, and you would be sentenced before Judge Barr in the 14A2 District Court. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Still want to plead guilty?
Yes, sir.
And to that charge, how do you plead?
Guilty.
Now you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll not have a trial of any kind.
Yes, sir.
You signed an advice of rights form today, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Any question regarding any of those rights?
No, sir.
You'll see a copy on the podium. Look at paragraph. Part of the trial, you understand that by pleading guilty, you'll be giving up those rights as well as all the rights on that form. You understand you're giving up your right to appeal of right?
Yes, sir.
Are you on probation or parole?
No, sir.
Has anybody promised you anything other than what's been stated here today on the record to get you to plead?
No, sir.
Anybody threaten you or coerce you?
No, sir.
You're doing this voluntarily?
Yes, sir.
Of your own free will?
Yes, sir.
And because you believe that you're guilty of this offense?
Yes, sir.
September 25th, 2023, at the location of Huron Street near Harriet, City of Ypsilanti, Washtenaw County, State of Michigan, were you operating a motor vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Prior to operating that motor vehicle, did you consume intoxicating liquor?
Yes, sir.
What'd you have and how much?
Probably roughly about a pint of liquor.
Okay. Were you stopped by the police or was there an accident?
I was stopped by the police.
Why'd they stop you?
I believe the light was yellow, but they never gave me no citation. So I don't know exactly why, but the light was yellow and they said I went on through the light.
All right.
Stop me because it was yellow.
Are you disputing the right of the police to stop you in this case?
No, sir.
All right. Were you ultimately arrested?
Yes, sir.
And were you taken to the station?
Yes, sir.
Were you ultimately taken to the hospital?
Yes,
or
sir.
was there a blood draw? And what were the results of that blood draw?
I can't recall, Your Honor, but I know I was over the limit for sure.
0.152, Your Honor.
Double the limit.
0.152?
Yes.
And you would stipulate to that on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any reason to dispute those blood test results, sir?
No, sir.
Were you previously convicted of operating while impaired on or about November 4th, 2009 in Highland Park District Court, as well as or operating while impaired on or about August 21st, 2013 in Monroe?
Yes, sir.
All right. Counsel, have I complied with the court rule and would it be proper to accept this defendant's plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court will accept the defendant's plea of guilty to count 2. Count 1 is dismissed. Pre-sentence investigation and report is ordered at 14A2 probation. Sentencing in this matter will be July 10, 2024, 10 a.m. Judge Barr. Bond continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Just making sure the peach will overlay properly.
Calls case, People versus Mary Barney.
Assistant Public Defender Jay Bellinger on behalf of Ms. Barney. Ms. Barney, can you please state your name for the record?
Mary Barney?
Thank you. What are we doing? Oh, we're having a quarrel. Hold on. Are you guys done? I don't know what they're doing.
Okay. I apologize, Your Honor. She did. I'm still asking. Okay, Your Honor, we were just asking for a 1-week adjournment in this matter.
Any objection from the people?
No objection.
Probable cause conference will be adjourned 1 week out as well. Really? May 30th, 2024.
Thank you.
9 a.m. Esteban, yes.
Thank you. This is a bit unique. Mr. Greenlee is president of the courtroom. He is the protected person. He's requesting for being modified. I'm not making this request, however, I'm noting it on the record. There is an ongoing NA case where DHHS has been ordered to facilitate 2 times a week parenting time for Ms. Barney through jail communication. I don't know for certain, but I believe that Mr. Greenlee is the person that is supposed to be facilitating that. He can't because of the no contact order. So I'm noting that for the record that his request is to be able to facilitate that parenting time.
And Your Honor, we would ask that the court grant that permission in order to do so. I don't have any of the paperwork in front of me just to support what the prosecutor is saying, certainly. However, I take her at her word and that is what's happened thus far. Would ask for the ability to communicate for that purpose.
I guess I'm not going to have much of a problem with it. I'm reluctant to order it at this point in time until I'm clear that's the way it's supposed to happen.
Understood.
Okay. So it's not that I'm saying no.
Okay.
I'm just not gonna change anything at this particular point in time because I just don't know.
Certainly, Your Honor.
But if you get that paperwork, if there's no objection then from the people, or if there's an objection, then I'll deal with it.
Okay. Thank you.
And just to be specific, the NA paperwork that I had the opportunity to review says that DHHS is ordered to facilitate it. What we would then need is just whatever happens from there with CPS and DHHS, putting the burden on Mr. Greenlee because I don't have that.
You don't have, right. I just need to know is he supposed to be involved in that process?
Understood.
In order, all right?
Thank you.
Okay. Bond in this matter will continue. We'll see you next week. He's ahead of me, but okay.
Oh, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can we recall that case?
Recall.
There's a child in this case pending. I don't know why the children would be brought to the jail to see her. I just wanted
Yeah,
to.
I don't think that's, okay, that's why I didn't order anything.
Okay, you didn't.
No,
Okay.
no, I didn't do anything because I don't have any information about what's supposed to happen. I don't know whether Mr. Greenlee's supposed to be involved. I don't.
Got it. Okay, thank you. I was just making sure the child abuse case was still open.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Court calls the case of the People versus Jeremy Anderson.
Sam Bernstein for Mr. Anderson. I don't think he's here, Your Honor.
You don't think he's here?
Bench warrant.
You don't know where he is?
I have no information for the
All right.
asking for adjournment, please, of 2 weeks.
Bench, well, what was my, he actually has not complied with, there's already a bench warrant outstanding, so we'll just leave the bench warrant out from community corrections. And the defendant had failed to appear.
Okay, Peach is ready. Peach is ready. We're good. We can start this other trial now. Where are we going to put the Peach?
Court calls the case People versus William. Is it Bastable?
William Vegetable.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate for Ms. who appears to my right. Please state your name for the record, sir.
William Lucas Bastable.
Thank you, Your Honor. As to the PCC, this is going to be a waiver. Mr. Bastable is signing the waiver form as such. And when appropriate, I'd like to briefly address bond.
This,
for sure.
Just so you know, this is going to be our Peach right here.
Sir, you're waiving your right to have a preliminary
And that's
examination.
about the size of the Peach that we're going to be
You
looking
understand that a preliminary examination is a proceeding where the people would have to show by probable cause that the offense alleged was committed and that you committed it.
Right.
You understand you'll not have that hearing. You'll proceed to circuit court for further resolution.
Yes, sir.
People also waive the right.
That's right.
Preliminary examination having been waived, defendant is bound over to circuit court on count 1 with 2 following.
Thank you, Your Honor. We acknowledge receipt of the information, waive for further reading, and stand mute.
Defendant having waived former reading, standing mute, court will enter a not guilty plea as to both counts. Pre-trial at this point will be set
June 3rd at 1:30 before Judge Slade Monday.
June 3rd, 2024, 1:30, Slay Monday.
Let me get a couple things set up for Top Mark Media, and then we're going to go live with the new trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is my understanding that this is the only matter holding Mr. Bastable within the Washtenaw County Jail. I do acknowledge he has a Livingston hold. Bond, I believe, for a violation of probation from Livingston. Mr. Bastable does not believe that if he is picked up on that he would be in their custody very long. He reports to me that he was sentenced to probation in Livingston about a year ago. And at one point he was on non-reporting probation due to the fact that he was doing well on probation. He completed detox at Spera in April. He currently attends AA almost every day at the Eleno Club. He's been attending off and on there for 2 years. He does have a sponsor. He's lived continuously in Michigan the past 4 to 5 years. He is not at all a flight risk and will return to court. He usually takes the bus as his main transportation. The address provided to the court is his mother's address where he receives mail. However, he does reside locally. We are asking the court to consider releasing setting bond as a PR on this file. Mr. Bastable will be in attendance for future court proceedings as well as comply with all the bond conditions as previously
When
met.
this occurred, he was on bond or he was under sentence?
He was on probation, Your Honor.
He was on probation. I don't need a response. Motion for bond reduction is denied. Bond needs to continue.
Denied. No response
Your Honor.
needed. Judge has heard everything he needs to hear about that. I see the
Court
Peach
calls
proposal.
case People versus James Johnson.
I need to sort of match the size and orientation and location and everything. It's a little picky on how we do that. So I'm gonna go with the Peach instead of the zebra, but that was funny.
What?
Solo at the podium.
Not here.
He wanted to see, Your Honor. But other than that,
Yeah, sure. Bench warrant will issue for defendant's failure to appear, bond 10,000, cash surety. That warrant will issue immediately.
you're gonna.
Okay. While they do that, stop for just a minute. Stop for a minute, okay? We talked about Corey Richens last week about her attorneys, how they withdrew suddenly after asking to have the walk the dog letter thrown out and asking to have the prosecutor thrown out. The judge granted them to withdraw and assigned new attorneys. In the interim, in that process, in that brief little window where her attorney says, we can't cover, we can't do anything for her, we were conflicted, and the new attorneys being put in place, the media reached out to her and did a quick interview because she wants to talk to the media, and her lawyer is basically saying no, and not facilitating this, okay? So she did an interview in the brief interim without, and this is awful. This is awful. You don't want, as a lawyer, you don't want your client talking to the press. I'm sorry. It's rarely a good idea. But she did an interview, and she shared a little bit of stuff. It was with, I believe it was with NBC. And it was right in the middle. Oh man, you got to love lawyers, or you got to love media that knows how the system works and how to get in there. This, by the way, is the butt picture. That's with the peach overlaid. And there's a little blood. There's a little blood above the peach, but it covers up most of the blood. All right, give me just a second. Let me get set up with where we're going. Okay. Okay, I think we're ready. Let's see if we have some audio here. We do have some audio. Let me make sure we're up to the moment on when everything starts.
You all are entitled to be here.
Do you want to skip jury instructions? Is there anyone who wants to skip jury instructions? Okay, we're going to start just with the opening statements.
Influences come only from inside the courtroom while we are all present.
We're all present.
That's it.
That's it.
Thank you for listening to my introductory comments. And I'm going to turn to Mr. Abate to see if he is ready for his opening.
Okay, so we're going to watch this.
Is the top monitor not on?
Look like? Okay. Yeah, our peach
I don't
is
think
ready.
it's broken. I think it's just not on.
I'm not sure if we can do a counter because I need the counter space. Well, I could. Actually, we could. I can do a counter as well. So we need a couple things for this courtroom. First of all, everything you know about this court, you'll hear as you listen to these opening statements, including the name of the defendant. I have nothing for you other than he was shot 5 times, twice in the butt. That's as far as we're going. This is a trial that's ongoing right now. It started a day and a half ago. And so we're going to watch this during the breaks because the Karen Read trial does have some breaks coming up. We have some holidays. We are not catching up live to Karen Read. Because of that, we're waiting right now, and we'll be watching as soon as they start going again. We'll start going again, so we'll be a day behind. So in the meantime, when we're not watching the court, we're going to watch this one, which is the State of Georgia versus Marquez Williams, case number 23SC186449, and I'm going to make a link really quickly for the Canva because we need a Canva space where y'all can be creative. if you so choose.
Are we already letting you down?
Let's see.
It's either you or me.
We're going to call this See No More Butts program. Is that I don't know, what do we call this trial? I don't know. We'll figure out a name. No butts trial, which means we can't have any butts on the picture as well. So anyone with the link can share, can edit. Let's do a public link. All right, here we go.
Thank you for the time you spent yesterday with us. I know it was a long day talking about all we call it voir dire questions, getting to know each and every one of you, making sure that you were the right jurors to hear this case this week. And ladies and gentlemen, what you're going to hear, that Tyrone Hardesty on December 22nd of 2022 was shot 5 times in the back. And what you're going to hear is that this was an ambush, and there's no justification for what occurred that night, just 3 days short of Christmas, when Mr. Hardesty was ambushed as he was getting some things out of the back of his car, shot 5 times. Once in the back of the head, once in the back, twice in the butt, and in the back of his arm. Surprise. Just trying to get stuff out of his car, you just gotten home. That's what the evidence is going to show. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, what you're going to learn, ladies and gentlemen, is that
technology is hard for lawyers to use?
What you are going to experience with us over the next couple of days is that technology, it's a little slow. So it works sometimes, it doesn't work all the time. But what the evidence is going to show is that on December 22nd of 2022, at 2423 Martin Luther King Drive, which is the Peaks at MLK apartment complex, is where Tyrone Hardesty lived with his significant other, Ms. Robin Cook. And that they had been out during the day. You're going to hear from Ms. Cook. She'll testify here. We're going to stand. You're going to observe her credibility, her emotions. She tells you what she heard and what she remembered from the last time, the last days, just days before celebrating Christmas with Mr. Hardesty, in the last moments that she spent with him before he was murdered. And she'll tell you that they, around 6 o'clock, met up at a local Dollar General where they dropped her vehicle off at her grandmother's house and they went to do some Christmas shopping. They went to the Dollar General, got a few things. They went to the local Walmart off of MLK, bought some presents. And Ms. Cook will tell you she needed to go home. They're very close by. She can use the restroom. And they were going to wrap some presents and unload them, the presents from their vehicle. And that's exactly what they did. They got home from the Walmart around 8:45, went up to their apartment, which is on the 2nd floor. And what you see behind the writing, this is building 1 of the very first building as you come in through the apartment complex at the Peaks of MLK. What Ms. Cook will tell you is that because they weren't going to stay long, Mr. Hardesty parked his 2006 blue Ford Explorer kind of on the sidewalk or right next to the sidewalk of the building so they could unload the presents and take them upstairs. And they did just that. Nothing unusual about that night. They were getting ready for Christmas and to enjoy it and celebrate with their families like everybody else. They did begin to wrap presents. Ms. Cook will tell you she wrapped a few, and Mr. Hardesty wrapped a few, and then he told her he had to go get something out of his vehicle. And she'll tell you that he was involved with the entertainment industry or the music industry, and he had some flyers in the back of his car that they had just printed. And he wanted to get them so he could put them in the presents that he was wrapping. And so what Ms. Cook will tell you is that after they had finished wrapping some presents, Mr. Hardesty exited their second floor apartment, walked down the stairs. Both, she would tell you that there's nothing unusual about what he was about to do. She'll tell you that a minute later, she hears a bunch of gunshots. She'll tell you she heard shot after shot after shot. And she grabbed a gun that they had in their apartment and she rushed to the door and immediately screamed Tyrone's name. And she screamed it again, but she heard nothing. What she did hear, though, is above her on the third floor, some running. And she will tell you that if you come out of their apartment door, if you go to the right, that takes you to the back entrance of the apartment building where Tyrone had parked his vehicle on the side of the sidewalk area leading up to the apartment. But she heard running in the opposite direction to the left of her door. And she heard that, and her instincts told her to immediately run the same way. So she ran towards the other set of stairs that would lead out another door of the apartment building and then out the apartment complex. And she'll tell you when she got to the stairs, she got very scared. She got spooked because she saw someone in all black, a black male, coming down the stairs. And she'll tell you her instincts immediately told her to turn around and run back. And that's what she did. She ran back towards her apartment and down the stairs to where she found Tyrone. And she'll tell you that as she got to the bottom of the stairs, she saw Tyrone leaned into the back rear passenger door, slumped over, shot 5 times in the back, lifeless. She'll tell you she didn't know what to do. She was scared. She was hysterical. She didn't want to touch him because of how she found him. And she'll tell you she immediately called 911. And you'll hear from several officers with the Atlanta Police Department, and you'll hear about that phone call. And you'll hear that Miss Cook called 911 at 9:06 p.m. right after the shooting. And you'll hear on that recorded phone call with 911. She's hysterical. She doesn't understand. She will tell you, and you will hear that they were just wrapping presents. How did this happen? She's in shock. The evidence will show that after this 911 call was made, the Atlanta Police Department immediately responded. You'll hear from a first responding officer who will tell you about how the scene was secured once they arrived minutes after the 911 call. What they will tell you and talk about is the state of being, state of Miss Cook's emotions, how emotional she was, how hysterical she was, just finding her loved one, who she had just been wrapping presents, getting ready to celebrate Christmas, dead in his car, not knowing why, how this happened. What you learn is that because Mr. Hardesty was dead on scene, the Atlanta Police Department homicide detectives are called and arrived. And what you will learn is that there's a rotation for all of the homicide detectives. And when you're first out on the rotation, you're assigned the case. And in this instance, Detective Randall McClure was first out. He was number 1 on the rotation, and the case was assigned to him. He, along with some of his assisting APD homicide detectives, arrived on scene, and they began to work the scene with the first responders, getting the information that they had received as they first responded. In conjunction with the Atlanta Police Department homicide detectives arriving, also crime scene techs arrived. And they, along with Detective McClure, processed the scene, kind of canvassed the scene for any evidence, any witnesses. And what Detective McClure and several of the crime scene techs, crime scene tech Parker and crime scene tech Chavez will tell you, is that as they processed the scene, they found shell casings in the immediate area of where Tyrone Hardesty's vehicle was found, like in the sidewalk area, just adjacent to where the car was parked. And they began to try to locate ring video surveillance that evening, which they were unsuccessful in getting in contact with some of the residents because of the hour of night, as well as the detectives will say it's not uncommon for them to knock on the doors and no one answered because they're the police. Now, what Detective McClure then began to do is canvass the surrounding area, the apartment complex, for other video surveillance cameras. And he was successful in locating several video surveillance cameras on the property, the MLKP apartment complex. And he will tell you that he was able to capture or get video surveillance from the front entrance of Building 1, where Miss Robin met the man all dressed in black on the stairs. And she retreated back where her apartment was and to where Tyrone was. The man in black, the video surveillance will show, came down the stairs and out the gate that led to the front entrance of Building 1, and then down the entryway and exitway of the physical apartment complex to H.E. Holmes Drive and Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, that intersection. And so, because Detective McClure was able to find this video surveillance, and what's important about that video surveillance is the timestamp. The male dressed in all black, who Detective McClure was able to determine was the defendant, leaves that entrance of Building 1 at 9:06, the exact same time that Robin Cook called 911. Now, Detective McClure continues to canvass the surrounding area for any type of video surveillance from businesses, from other apartment complexes. You'll learn that the Atlanta Police Department has video surveillance cameras around the city, and he was able to locate video surveillance from what they call the APD FUSIS video surveillance system. And what he's able to find is he can find the same person that is seen leaving the MLK Pete's apartment in the area or crossing the street of H.E. Holmes and MLK Jr. Drive. And then he continues to look for video surveillance, and he finds some video surveillance from the Holmes Plaza right there at the intersection of MLK Jr. Drive and H.E. Holmes, where the defendant is seen going behind an alleyway, which is behind a business called the Milk and Beauty Store, and towards the MLK Food Mart. You can see the defendant from behind the alley towards the MLK Food Mart and go west on MLK Jr. Drive towards the Columbia Commons apartment complex, which is right down the street. And so Detective McClure doesn't stop there. He continues to look for video surveillance, and he finds more. He finds more video surveillance, and this is of the intersection of the APD FUSIS camera of where H.E. Holmes and Martin Luther King, the intersection, and this is the plaza where the defendant is seen walking behind the alley and across the street. And what he is able to get or find when he requests some video surveillance from the Columbia Commons apartment complex is the same male, in all black, just like the same male who left the MLK Peaks apartment complex, enter into the Columbia Commons entryway, into the complex, through the complex, and literally the video camera surveillance footage shows the male dressed in all black, the defendant, walk into apartment 4104. Apartment 4104. So with that information and seeing the male in all black go into apartment 4104, Detective McClure then makes a request with the leasing office for the lease information, the lease holder of apartment 4104. And when he does that, and this is a picture, same male, the small black, going into apartment 4104. Gets leasing information, he receives this. And it shows Paula Lewis, Sedarius Williams, Marquez Williams, Isaiah Williams, Jeremiah Nellis, who lived in that apartment. Now, Detective McClure takes that information that he received from the leasing information, and he continues to canvass for additional video surveillance. And he goes back to the MLK Food Mart, which is right there also, on the corner of MLK, Junior Drive, and HE Home. That little intersection is kind of home for, that's what we'll call it, this investigation, because it is the center between the MLK Peaks apartment and the Columbia Commons apartment, where the defendant leaves and comes back to. And when he goes back to the MLK Food Mart, he's able to get footage from, additional footage from outside the food mart, the business, as well as inside. And what he is able to find is that the man dressed in all black, the defendant, around 8:30, shortly before the shooting, comes into the food mart. He actually purchases a water. You can see him on the video surveillance in the same clothes and outfit, purchasing that water and then leaving the food mart and walking towards the MLK Peaks apartment. Now, he takes screenshots from that video surveillance footage, and you're going to hear from the store clerk, Mr. Sengupta. And Mr. Sengupta is going to tell you about the number of years he's worked at this food mart on MLK, and how he has become familiar with the regulars, of the people who come and go from the convenience store often. And what he's going to tell you is the man in all black is someone he has seen come and go from the food mart for a number of years, and that he recognizes him, and that he can actually say he lives in Columbia Commons, that he comes here all the time, but he doesn't know his birthday or the name that was given to him by his parents. He just knows his face, his stature, and things of that nature. So what Detective McClure does is, based on his information, his description, he shows him a photo of the defendant, the driver's license photo of the defendant, Marquez Williams. And Mr. Sengupta is able to positively identify the person in all black is the defendant, Marquez Williams. The person that is seen leaving at 9:06 after Mr. Hardesty is shot 5 times for that, and then walking through HE Homes and MLK Junior Drive intersection to his apartment in Columbia Commons at 4104. Now, Detective McClure, as the investigation continues, we're into January 3rd, continues to request video surveillance, continues to search for it, canvass it. He goes back because he knows he had seen Ring video surveillance doorbells throughout the 3rd floor. And he's able to go back to the 3rd floor, speak to several of the residents, one of them being Miss Beyonce Smith, who lived at apartment 1317, which is on the far end, which is the back end closest to where Mr. Hardesty is parked on the 3rd floor. And in speaking with her, she begins to explain to him that on December 22nd, that evening, she heard shooting right outside her apartment, right outside her 3rd floor apartment, and points the detectives to shell casings that were found on the balcony. And they remain there, and they're collected for testing to be compared with the ballistics evidence that was found on the floor or the sidewalk of building 1, right adjacent to or next to Mr. Hardesty's vehicle. And what Detective McClure will also tell you is that the resident in apartment 1316, just down the hall, had some Ring video surveillance of the same male dressed in all black, the defendant, running across the breezeway with a handgun and dropping the same water bottle you can be seen buying at the MLK Food Mart. Based on all of that,
So we've got the whole thing on video almost.
He then swore out, went to the magistrate court judge, warrant for the defendant Marquez Williams' arrest for murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and criminal damage to property in the first degree. The defendant is then arrested several days later on January 11th of 2023. Now, as a part of the investigation and a part of the evidence that you're going to hear about in this case, you're going to hear about some of the science. You're going to hear from Dr. Karen Sullivan, who is the chief medical examiner here in Fulton County. And she's going to tell you that it was determined that Mr. Hardesty, the cause of death was a gunshot wound to his head and his torso. And they were all from the back. All of the shots were from the back. The defendant ambushed Mr. Hardesty as he was just trying to get some items from his vehicle. I'm going to tell you that the manner of death that was determined was homicide. And then you're going to hear from a firearms examiner, a firearms expert. His name is Brian Weber. What he's going to tell you is he received the ballistics evidence from autopsies of the projectiles that were removed from the body of Mr. Hardesty, as well as all of the shell casings, the ones that were found near the vehicle, on the sidewalk, and the ones that were found on the third floor balcony. And what he's going to tell you is that upon testing that evidence, he's going to be able to tell you that all of the ballistics evidence came from the same firearm, one firearm. Now, what he's not going to be able to tell you is that it came from the firearm that the defendant had, because the defendant fled the scene. That's what the evidence is going to show. And because he fled the scene on December 22nd of 2022, that firearm was never located. Get rid of it. Now, during the trial in this case, I want you to remember some important things. That the victims, the witnesses, they're not on trial. The person on trial is the defendant, Marquez Williams. And I tell you that because there will be times that the witnesses and the victims, Ms. Cook, will have to use a transcript or report to help refresh their recollection of what they remember. And that's important because we want you, ladies and gentlemen, to receive the best evidence of what they remembered and what they did back when this murder occurred. What the evidence is going to show is that there's no excuse, there's absolutely no justification for the defendant's actions. The 5 shots in the back to Tyrone Hardesty, that he had no regard for human life, and he was only concerned with escaping responsibility for his actions on December 22nd of 2022. And like the judge told you, you're not going to be able to go back into the deliberation room with the transcript. Madam Court Reporter is great at her job and takes everything down, no matter what we say, whether it makes sense or not. But she takes it down and it's not readily available during the time that y'all are deliberating. So your transcript, ladies and gentlemen, is your notes. It's important for you to pay careful attention and to take notes as the testimony and the evidence unfolds during the courtroom. Take notes on the what you see and how you see the witnesses interacting with the questions and how they're able to answer the questions and their demeanor. All of that is very, very important to pay attention to and take notes about. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, the evidence is going to show that this defendant made conscious decisions on December 22nd of 2022 that ended the life of Tyrone Hardesty just 3 days before Christmas with 5 shots to the back. 5 shots to the back. The evidence will be clear about all of that. It'll be clear that the defendant ambushed Mr. Hardesty when he shot him 5 times in the back. There's a word to describe shooting somebody 5 times in the back here in the state of Georgia, and that's murder. That's murder. Nothing more, nothing less. After the evidence is presented, at the close of all of the evidence, I'll have an opportunity to stand before you again. And at that time, I will ask, and I have the privilege of asking you to find the defendant guilty on all counts, because the evidence will have shown the truth of what happened on December 22nd, 2022. And that only truth is that the defendant is guilty of each and every count in the indictment. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abate. Ms. Feely, are you ready?
Yeah, sure. So I'm just going to talk to you. This was not a murder. This was a tragic shooting day, but this was not a murder. There was no malice. There was no one happy about the outcome, but this was not a murder. The state and I agree. Please pay attention as the evidence comes out in the trials. But pay attention to the events that led up to this incident. It is your job to evaluate the credibility of the witnesses in this case. Who said what to whom and why, and what they tell you here today during this trial. You're going to hear about the flaws in the investigation. This is a murder case. You're going to hear about the lack of investigation here that's led to Mr. Williams being where he is. And you're also going to notice that many of the state's witnesses didn't actually witness anything relevant to what you're here to determine, or maybe it's tangentially related. And listen to them for sure, take it all in. But do not lose focus on what really happened on December 22nd of 2022. Now, I may not even have questions for some of the witnesses, and that's not because I'm trying to not do my job. Just they don't have anything that relates to what you're here to decide. There's going to be a medical examiner, as you heard Dr. Stark. She's wonderful. But we're not contesting that Mr. Hardesty died of gunshot wounds. So when you're seeing picture after picture, please remember, we aren't contesting that. We are disputing that the circumstances under which those wounds took place were murder, because they were not. You heard about 5 shots. There was a 6th shot in front. And you're going to hear from Dr. Sullivan that she's going to be able to testify to what she can testify to about the wounds, but she can't testify to anything about movement of the body, what was going on, whether the person was armed, or anything like that. And it's already started, but as you can already tell, this is going to be a difficult and emotional trial.
It's a hard case
To feel those emotions.
She's saying it's not murder and he's shot 5 times in the back. She says there's a 6th
But
shot.
you cannot get wrapped up in that. You took an oath to do it. You can't use your justifiable sympathy for what happened here to jump to conclusions that are not supported by evidence that's presented. We ask, just like the state, that you listen and you watch carefully and with an open mind, because there is a lot more going on here. At the end of this trial, we will see what the evidence was and what it was not. This was not murder. This was not felony murder. This was not aggravated assault. This wasn't criminal damage to property. This was not a murder. And we will ask that you return a verdict that reflects that and finds Marquez Williams not guilty. Thank you.
So she's saying this is not a murder. We've got a
Thank you,
body
Ms. Feely.
shot 5 times in the back. And she says it's not a murder. So she's got
Abate, if you call your first witness, please.
She's got an uphill battle here.
Or Mr. Rao.
State calls Officer Suarez.
Okay, I peeked at this guy's testimony a little bit. This guy is still squeaky green. He's brand new.
You swear to affirm that the testimony will be in the whole truth, nothing but the truth. You know,
He needs more things on his vest. He's only got 3 pens.
Can you say this lady name for the record?
I'm Officer Gabriel Escadero, GABRIEL from Atlanta Police Department, Zone 1.
Thank you for being here.
Cool.
Good morning, officer. Would you mind, as if it's not already apparent, telling where the jury's, where you're currently employed?
I'm employed with the city of Atlanta. Like I said, Zone 1.
And how long have you been employed with the Atlanta Police Department?
About 2.5 years now.
Okay. And what is, can you explain to the jury what you do in Zone 1?
We patrolling, answering 911.
And so on patrol, what are sort of the things that you respond to on patrol?
I mean, it varies. It goes all the way from auto accidents up to shootings, robberies, larcenies, all kinds of stuff like that.
And as a patrol officer, when you respond to a scene where there's a shooting and a deceased individual, what are sort of the job responsibilities that you would have as one of the first responding officers?
Well, when we get to those scenes, it really varies from case to case. Majority of the time, we go straight to the victim. We get whatever, if the suspect might still be on scene or close by, we get a description of them. If it's not, we render aid to whoever is shot.
Render aid is second.
Wait for Grady, fire, whoever's going to come to assist. And then after that, secure the scene and start the processing, either call the detectives if they need to come out, or the crime scene people so they can take pictures, recover whatever.
And so when you say securing the scene, what all does that entail?
So, I don't know, let's say they got shot in an intersection.
Mm-hmm.
We would either locate shell casings, if it was a shooting, shell casings, the weapon that was used during the whole thing, tape off the scene, make sure that nobody goes through the scene or anything like that, so contaminate or anything like that. And like I said, just wait until they can collect all the, if it's a gun, take pictures of the blood where the person was laying, and if it's a vehicle involved, take pictures of everything that was in that scene that might be involved with the whole incident.
Gotcha. So I'd like to draw your attention to December 22nd, 2022. Did you respond to 2423 MLK Jr. Drive at approximately 9:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And is that incident location within the jurisdiction of Fulton County?
Yes.
And what is that incident location?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay. Would it be the Peaks at MLK?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason you responded to that scene at that time of night?
We got a call saying that somebody was shot.
And to your knowledge, how many officers responded with you?
I don't know, a few, more than 3, but I can't remember exactly how many.
Were you amongst the first group of officers that responded to the scene?
Yes.
Were you patrolling alone, or did you have someone with you so that if you showed up, that meant that 2 people showed up?
No, I was by myself.
And so I'm going to show you what has been pre-marked for identification purposes. The state's exhibits 2 and 4. Had a chance to show you these outside.
Yeah.
Do you recognize state's exhibits 2 and 4?
Yeah.
How do you recognize state's exhibits 2 and 4?
I was on the other side of the scene. Once we first got there, we were doing a walk around of the whole thing before we put the tape up and all that stuff.
Before you get into all that, just insofar as those specific pictures, are those pictures of the crime scene that you responded to at the location I previously mentioned?
Yeah.
Do they fairly and accurately depict the crime scene that you responded to?
Yeah.
Your Honor, this time states you to admit states 2 and 4 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, do you have all the pictures? So when they're talking about 2 or 4 or 9, you know which ones they're referring to, or do they need to show you on their way up?
He showed me on the way up.
Great. Any objection to states 2 and 4?
No.
They're both admitted.
And so while they're being pulled up, you indicated that you responded to the scene. So with respect to State's Exhibit 2, when you responded to the scene, did you attempt to secure the scene?
Yes. So we responded to the scene. We saw that the male inside of the car was obviously not alive anymore. We were looking to see if anybody saw anything. Like I said, it's an apartment complex, so people are already looking outside. So we're asking people what's going on and if they saw anything. I believe we talked to like the building manager. Some lady came outside. She said that she had contact with the people that.
Some lady. Love this officer.
Like the management at the apartment complex.
The management, yeah.
And then we did a walk around, and then they sent me to secure the scene. So I just, started taping on the other side where the patrol car behind it. There was another line of tape, taping that whole thing on.
I'm going to show you.
It's just chilling.
4.
Yes, we will see.
So in relation to State's Exhibit 4, where were you primarily focused?
I was on the, in front of the car, on the right. If you're looking at the picture on the right, there was another, because there's a Y right there. So we taped off that whole thing so nobody could come in.
And during the time that you responded to the scene, was this primarily the area that you stayed in insofar as your response in securing the scene?
Yes.
Did you observe any items of evidence outside of the vehicle that you took note of?
Honestly, I can't recall right now.
Would that be the job duty of the crime scene tech that responded to on the scene?
I don't remember.
Yeah, especially in this kind of scenes where it's like somebody that's deceased, usually if we do find something, we just leave it. Yeah. Unless it's something that we know that might be dangerous to leave on the ground, like a loaded gun or something like that is just out. We usually just leave it for a crime scene to come in process.
And did you find anything such as a loaded gun on scene?
Not on this scene, but I have before. So that's
okay.
But not in connection with this investigation.
He's like, I found guns
not
before.
On this one.
Just
I didn't.
So, with respect to your time at the scene, when you first responded to the location, and once you left the location, did anyone outside of law enforcement or the medical examiner's office break entry into the specific area that was taped off?
No. We always have people that are, especially if it's a loved one, they're always trying to come into the scene and try to, see them or do something. But no, not that I remember. Nobody came into the scene. I had to talk to a couple people that they were trying to see what was going on and if it was the person that they thought it was, but nobody came in.
Okay. Thank you, Officer Suarez. I appreciate your time.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Officer Escudero?
Yes, Good morning, sir.
Morning.
You mentioned that it would not be in your purview necessarily to collect the evidence at the scene, right?
Yeah.
Because there's crime scene technicians to do that,
Yeah.
right? And so when you said that you did not find a gun on this scene, that doesn't mean that other people through their investigation might not have found a gun on this scene, right?
Yes. So because I'm not the only, like I said, once we get to the scene and let's say our sergeant gets on scene, they start assigning where you need to go in order to keep the scene safe. So we all got spread out. Some people go, if there's an apartment that we need to go into or something that we need to canvass for, it gets assigned to one of the officers and they do that. In my case, I was just holding the crime scene, making sure that nobody went in.
And that was the extent of your involvement, right? Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
Any questions from the jurors? Yes, Deputy Gordon?
Let the jurors get questions.
Thank you, sir. These are okay. I'm gonna go ahead and ask them, so you know. Officer Escudero, did the apartment complex have a gate that you had to be admitted through to get to the area that we saw in states 2 and 4?
Yes, but it's been broken since I got to Southern, so it never works. It's just open.
Okay, so at the time in December, I'm sorry.
Yeah, there is the gate, but it wasn't working at that time.
Okay, so in December of 2022, you or I could drive right onto the property.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it raining that night?
Not that I remember.
Okay. This just in.
New question.
Did you interact in any way with the body that was in the open door of the SUV? Did you go up and check pulse or do anything like that?
I didn't.
That's all I'm wondering is whether you did. Okay, you don't have anything to do with the condition in which that body was shown in the photo? No. Okay. All right. Do you have any follow-up based on those questions, Mr. Rao?
No, Judge.
Ms. Feely?
No, Your Honor.
All right, officer, thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next witness.
They will call Miss Robin Cook.
Should we maybe take the morning break? Robin Cook will be a longer witness based on your opening. You all want to take your morning break? You've been out here for a little bit. Let's do that. 2 things. One, as promised, no outside research. When you get back in there, don't look on your phone for anything. This is the way you ask your questions if you've got questions. And don't talk about the case. You've heard precious little about it. So don't start your deliberations yet. We'll get you back in here. The morning and afternoon breaks are usually about 10 minutes. You're the boss when it comes to that. If I send Deputy Gordon in to corral you all and you're just not ready yet, tell them we want more time. There's a long hallway right outside that you walk down. You're free to fan out down that hallway. If you want to see sunlight, you can go down to the end or over where the elevators are. If you are outside the jury room, just make sure you're quiet. A couple other judges down there, and they'll come yell at me if my jurors are making a racket for them. So sort of library voices down the hallway. In the jury room, it's your space. All right? Thank you.
All right, sir.
And yes, we get to see the jurors as they file out. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm running out of fingers. 8, 9, 10. Someone needs to cover 11, 12. 11, 12, 13, 14. Holy cow, 14. So 12 and 2 alternates, I think. Or
Mr. Abate, anything from, or Mr. Rao from the state before we break?
There you go.
Ms. Feely, on behalf of Mr. Williams?
There you
Okay. Mr. Abate and Mr. Rao, if you could engage with the victim witness advocate as well. Family members of Mr. Hardesty are welcome to be here the entire time. Been pretty quiet. There are going to be some witnesses that are more difficult to listen to. Hey, I need you all to not focus on him, focus on me for a minute. There are going to be some witnesses that are going to be real difficult for you all to listen to. And I need you to be thinking through that because it doesn't work well for someone to bust out of the courtroom in tears in the middle of the testimony. Ms. Feely's already alluded to it, and that gets the jurors worried and what's going on. So, for example, if you know that hearing Ms. Cook is going to be hard to process, I'm going to ask you to be outside for that. Obviously, when the autopsy happens, you're going to need to think long and hard about whether you want to be in here to see all the photographs of Mr. Hardesty sitting on the table as the medical examiner investigates the fatal injuries he sustained. So I'm not ordering anyone out of the courtroom, but if there's too much getting up in the middle of witnesses because it's difficult, we're going to need to structure it a different way. All right? Thank you.
There you go. So Judge gives us a little bit of a break. We're going to go ahead and skip through this. Erica, welcome to the gallery. Let's see. Also, Arvan Life or Arvan Life? Welcome as well. Thank you very much. And we have Nikki Bachmeyer says, love being part of this channel and community. Thank you very much. Appreciate all of you. Before that, RX Girl, welcome to the gallery. Good to have you here as well. Krista Johnson, member for 4 months, says, don't forget the Not Relevant podcast tonight. I think I spelled everything correctly. Close enough. Close enough for us. That was wonderful. All right, we're going to do a quick skip. Quick skip. He said 10 minutes, right? Let's see. 10 minutes right here. They're still whispering. They whispered the whole 10 minutes long.
That changes things for the better. Oh, you guys are waiting on me. I don't know. Hey, when are we going to get started? Are you ready, Ms. Rivers? Great. Let's get back on the record in State versus Williams. Mr. Abate, you ready for the jurors to come back in?
Yes, I have one quick question, just for the timing purposes. I know today is voting day, so I was wondering if the court was going to, inquire if anybody needed to vote, just so I could plan on witness.
If anybody needs to vote, everybody better be voting.
No, it's a good question. Polls are open till 8 and we're going till 5-ish. So I don't feel like we've got an issue there. Ms. Feely, anything on behalf of Mr. Williams? No. Let's bring the jurors in, please. You got Ms. Cook right in the doorway.
Here come our jurors. We'll get to count them, make sure they're all here. Yeah, this judge, his mic is overmodulated, and I can't fix that. So it just sounds like he's right on top of it, and he probably is. He likes to tell people to just practically eat the microphone to talk. It's bad form for audio. It means the audio system's not configured correctly, and he's trying to make it work. This prosecutor has like the little curl in the middle of his forehead. I haven't seen that look in quite a while. I'm not sure if that's intentional. Jury's coming in. You'll see their heads right here as they walk by. Judge also likes to have the jurors shift things around.
Can you grab that pencil right there?
Like not sit in the same place.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone else can be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You did a pretty good job of mixing it up. Other than Run DMC, only move one chair over. Otherwise, it's all good. We remain in the early part of the state's presentation, and I believe Ms. Cook is the next witness. Is that correct?
That is correct, Judge.
All right.
Same judge. Up comes Ms. Cook. For those that are like 3 days ahead of, or on the third date, on today, because we're 2 days behind. How graphic? How graphic are the photos?
Robin Cook.
Ms. Cook, good morning.
I think he did call a juror Run DMC.
There you go. Great. Good morning. I just want to make sure you speak into the microphone. You are soft-spoken, which is fine, but we're going to need to make sure everyone can hear you, okay?
Okay.
And if you need a break at any point, let me know.
Jackie, is it worse than the bare butt picture with the bullet holes?
Good morning.
You please turn and introduce yourself to the jury, telling them how old you are and what you do for a living.
Yes, my name is Robin Cook. I'm 37 years old. I work for a company called One Digital. I do IT operations. I'm fulfillment specialist.
Shout out to One
How
Digital.
long have you been doing that?
About 3 years now.
Okay. And did you work there back in December of 2022?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors where did you live back in December of 2022?
I lived at the Peaks on Martin Luther King.
Okay. And how long at that time had you lived there?
A little over 2 years.
Okay. And who did you live there with?
My fiance, Tyrone.
Okay. And how long had you and Tyrone been dating or together?
Little over 2 years.
Okay. And do you remember, can you tell the jurors, in the Peaks apartment complex, which building, if you can recall, did you live in?
100.
Okay. And do you remember what floor you lived on?
The second floor.
Okay, your apartment complex, or excuse me, your apartment number on the second floor?
It's 11. I don't remember. 11. I'm not sure.
All right, I'm going to show you some photographs. I'm going to approach you with State's Exhibit 1, 2, 57, 59, 151. If you'll just look through those.
The state thinks this is the murder trial. The defense says it's not. We do have a body with 5 bullet holes in the back of the body.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize State's Exhibit 1?
This is a picture of Tyrone.
Okay. And is that photograph picture a fair and accurate depiction of how Mr. Tyrone looked back in December of 2022?
Yes.
And then State's Exhibit 59 and 151. Can you tell the jurors how you recognize those?
Yes, this is the front of my apartment complex. This is the entrance and where the rent office is to the building.
And the State's Exhibits 59 and 151 fairly and accurately depict how Building 1 and the front of the MLK Peaks apartment complex looked back in December of 2022.
Yes.
This Honor, the State Attender with remarks to State's Exhibits 159 and 151. I said 2, but 2 has previously been omitted through the past witness.
Ms. Feely, any objection to those 3 exhibits?
No.
159 and 151 are all admitted.
Judge, keep talking just like that. Don't get any closer to the microphone. That sounded beautiful. That was perfect. So there's a there's a possibility that they claim self-defense.
So this was Tyrone. How did you and Tyrone, when did y'all meet?
We met.
Nice tissue shot.
We met in June of 2019.
And when did you guys move into the Peaks apartment complex?
It was in 2019. A couple of months after I met him, a few months of me meeting him.
You please press the button that says stay muted. Thank you.
Okay, so Ms. Cook, on the screen is State's Exhibit 59. And I want to have you walk the jury through kind of where in the complex we are as it relates to Building 1 and where you lived on the second floor.
This is the front of the apartment complex. And if you go into this front gate here, you can go up to the second floor where our floor was, to our door 1219, this front here.
Now, you can go on the screen, where you're talking about, so the jurors can see it on State's Exhibit 59 with me.
Right here, if you go inside of that front door, you can go up to the second floor, and our apartment was on the second floor.
Okay. And would this be considered the front of building one?
This is the front of the building, the front of where the rent office is.
Okay. And is the rent office we're looking at the photograph to the left here?
To the left.
All the windows and the doors are.
Correct.
Okay. And if you keep going left from the leasing office, does that take you out to AG Homes Drive and Martin Luther King Drive?
It does.
Okay. And as you enter in the apartment complex, can you tell the jurors, is there a gate into the actual apartment complex that you have to drive through?
Yes, there is.
And was that gate locked always, or was it open?
It was broken.
Okay.
But sometimes it's locked, but it had been broken for some time.
Okay. And because it was broken, were people able to come and kind of go as they please?
Yes.
Through those gates?
Yes.
Now, in States Exhibit 59, where you circled that black gate that leads into, where does it lead?
The gate that I circled?
Yes.
It leads to our doors to our apartments.
Okay. And that, I guess, the floor that the gate is located, is that the first floor?
Yes.
Okay. And when you enter into that gate, can you kind of describe to the jurors what you see and where you can go from entering?
Yes, when you enter that gate to the left, there is a door to the actual rent office. There's a washer and dryer facility at that lower level. Once you go through that gate, you walk straight ahead. Going through the gate, there's tenant doors. You go up on the second floor, there's other doors. There's a 3-story apartment, so the third floor as well.
Okay. So this sounds like a silly question, but when you go through that gate and then you see above where you have circled in the middle of the States 59, where the gate is, above it you see archways with kind of bathroom type situations.
Yes.
If you were to go through that door, do you see stairs that would take you up from floor 1 to floor 2 to floor 3?
Yes.
Okay. And in those buildings, specifically building 1, is this the only set of stairs that would lead you to the apartments inside of the breezeways on all 3 floors?
No, there's other set of stairs in the parking lot, in the parking area.
Okay.
Which is on the other end of that.
Building?
Yes.
So let me ask you this question. So if you were to go through that gate in States Exhibit 59 and just walk straight across, and you go all the way to the end,
it leads to the parking lot where we park our cars.
Okay. And does it lead to a similar gate on the other side?
No, there's just an open entrance.
And before you get to the parking lot, around that open entrance, is there another set of stairs that lead you up from floor 1 to 2 to 3?
There are.
And does it almost look identical without the gate as it relates to the openings, archways, and the balconies that you see in States Exhibit 59?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you describe to the jurors, y'all's apartment, was it on this side of the building or the back side of the building?
It was on the back, more so of the back side where the parking lot is.
I'm going to update the description of this video to include the trial name.
So in States Exhibit 2, do you recognize or can you describe to the jury what we're looking at in States Exhibit 2?
Can you repeat that question?
Can you will you orient the jury in this picture and photograph or States Exhibit 2? What are we looking at? Where in the building are we?
Where's my apartment? Well, if you
where would your apartment be if you can find it?
If you go through those brown, the brick area, you go straight through there and go up those set of stairs. We were directly on that in the middle where the middle balcony is. That is considered the second floor.
Okay. And if you see where the middle balcony is, there's a window to the left that It kind of describes where each apartment
Correct.
will be located, and there's a building, a window to the right. Are either one of these your apartments?
No, we're actually the very next door.
Okay, and are you the very next door on the left-hand side or the right-hand side?
On the left.
Okay. And so to get to your apartment, you can go through looks like the archway with the bricks.
Yes, we would go up the stairs, and there is the second floor. You would kind of come around, and then where you kind of see the opening where the light is, we're like the second door on the left.
Okay. And in State Exhibit 2, do you see the blue Ford Explorer, blue SUV in the picture?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors whose car is that?
It was Tyrone.
Okay. And is that a car that you traveled in many times, including on December 22nd, 2022?
Correct.
And yes, I did not admit this. But do you recognize State Exhibit 57?
Yes.
And how do you recognize State Exhibit 57?
That's the door number to our apartment.
Okay, and what is that, the door number, photograph of the door number to the apartment that you and Tyrone shared on December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, it is.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as State Exhibit 57 as evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Ms. Cook, was the apartment 1218 in your name or Mr. Hardesty's or someone else or both?
It was both.
I'm sorry, you said
both.
Thank you. It's okay.
So you were, y'all were living in apartment, building 1, but apartment 218.
Yes, 1218.
Said that was you went up the stairs, it was the second door on your left-hand side?
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors, we kind of talked about how you and Tyrone met and how long you've been living at that apartment. On December 22nd, 2022, did you work that day?
I did.
And do you remember your hours of work that day?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors a little bit about how long you worked on that day close to Christmas?
Yes, I could remember it was Christmas holiday. So we actually left early that day. I had to be to work at 8 o'clock and we got out at 1.
Okay. And did you have your own car?
I did.
And did you drive to work that day?
I did.
Can you tell the jurors, you said you started your day and got off at 1. What was, if you can remember, the next thing that you did when you got off of work?
I can remember I got off at 1 o'clock. I went to pick my grandmother up from her house. She wanted to do a little Christmas shopping and get some Christmas wrapping paper. I can remember I picked her up, took her to the store, and around, I'm gonna say, we were out for a couple of hours. I'm gonna say around about 6 or 7 o'clock, we had gotten to the last store where she wanted to get some Christmas wrapping paper. And that is when I sat in front of the store. I let her go into this Dollar Tree. And that is when Tyrone pulled up next to me in his truck.
Okay. And you can remember about what time of the day was that? We got off at 1 and you met your grandmother. How long had you guys been together? What time did you do this?
Me and my grandmother.
When you get to the store, you said the Dollar General, the Dollar Tree, and when Tyrone.
It had to be about maybe 6:30-ish, 7 o'clock, maybe.
Okay. And prior to seeing Tyrone or him coming to the dollar store, can you tell the jurors, did you talk to him before you left for work?
No, I did not.
Okay. Do you know if he had to work that day?
He did not have to work that day.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, were you able to converse with him throughout the day?
No, I was not. He didn't have a phone.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors why?
He had broken his phone like a week prior to. So I actually was getting him a phone for Christmas, and he just was waiting, but he didn't have a phone for like a week or so.
Had you already purchased that gift and was ready to give it to him for Christmas?
No, I did not.
And was it something you planned to purchase?
Correct.
And can you tell the jurors, you said he pulled up to where you and your grandmother were?
Yes.
Where was the Dollar General?
The Dollar Tree.
That you were at?
At the Dollar Tree. And when he pulled up, we kind of greeted each other and was kind of excited to see each other. And at that time, I had actually told him that my grandmother's was in the store. And when she come back out, I was going to hop in the truck with him so that we can go look at some Christmas lights. And I asked him to meet me at my grandmother's house, which he pulled off, and he did. When me and my grandmother got there, he was there. We parked the car. I actually left my car at my grandmother's house that night, and I got in the truck with him.
I don't need to know your grandmother's specific address. What area of town does she live in the state?
Not too far from Martin Luther King.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors if was it coincidental that you and Tyrone kind of met at the Dollar Tree, or was it planned?
It was coincidence.
Okay. And you said that once he came up, was he alone?
He was.
Okay. And when you got to your grandmother's house, what did you and Tyrone do next?
I got in the truck with him, made sure my grandmother was in her house. And once I got in the truck with him, we actually rode to Walmart. I asked him to take me to Walmart. I can remember I ended up getting him T-shirts, just a few things for Christmas that day at Walmart. I actually had planned to get a couple of things, and then after that we pulled off. And after we pulled off, I asked him if we can take the stuff to the apartment because I didn't want to ride around with it. We actually we had stopped at, where did we stop at? The Walmart and then the Chick-fil-A after. We went back to the house, and that's when we didn't park on the in a parking spot. We parked on the side of our apartment.
Is that what we saw on State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Where his car was parked. Was that where he parked the car that evening when you got back to the house?
Correct, because we was coming right back out.
Where we all gonna go?
We just normally ride around. We was actually going to look at Christmas lights that night to some people's houses just to try to get out.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. Can you describe for the jurors, you said you went to Walmart and Chick-fil-A. What area of town were you in? How far is that in relation to where you lived at Peaks?
We went to the Walmart on Ashby. Ashby, that's kind of like maybe 10, 15 minutes from actual Martin Luther King.
Okay. And Chick-fil-A, is it close to both locations?
It's directly next door to the Walmart.
Okay. Now, you said when you guys got back to your apartment at the Peaks at MLK, he parked kind of close to the curb. Why was he parked close to the curb?
We parked next to the curb because we was running. Our plan was to just go in, drop the bags off, run back out. So we did not park in a parking spot. We kind of just pulled on the side. He helped me get the bags out the car, and we took the bags in the house.
Once you got back to your apartment, in 12, 18, how long do you think that you were there before Tyrone left the apartment?
Maybe 10, not even 15 minutes.
Okay. Let me ask you this question. When you and Mr. Tyrone pulled into
the parked
the apartment complex, the Peaks, and parked on the curb area, was it a normal night? Did you notice anything unusual?
No, it was very cold that night. I do remember. It was around Christmas. Nobody was really outside around that time. So we just kind of pulled to the side and went on in the house.
And when you guys parked the car, got the bags and the gifts, and were taking them up the stairs, do you remember, did you ever encounter anyone other than Tyrone?
No.
Okay. Did you guys just go straight up the stairs to your apartment?
Yes.
Okay. And once you got into your apartment, can you tell the jurors kind of what's the first things that you and Tyrone did?
I can remember I walked in and I was a little bit excited because before I left that morning, we had actually put up a Christmas tree and nothing was under it. And I noticed when I got there, Tyrone had been shopping. There were like maybe 10, 11 gifts under the tree. Most of them had my name on it. A few had family members' names on it. So I was kind of shocked about that. We didn't go in the room. We didn't go in the bathroom. We stayed right there in the living room. And as I was just looking at the gifts, before Ty walked out the door, he had wanted to wrap this gift he had got for somebody's mom, which we both sat on the floor in the living room in front of the tree.
You guys were sitting in front of the tree. Did you wrap any of the presents that you had gotten from Walmart?
I did. Yeah.
Also wrapped some presents?
He had wrapped the one gift that he had for someone's mom that didn't take maybe took maybe a couple minutes. And after he wrapped his gift, I had bought him some shoes like a couple days before that I didn't get to wrap, and I felt kind of bad because he had all those presents under the tree for me. So after he wrapped his gift, I had asked him, "Can I wrap the gift before we leave out?" And he was like, "Sure." And before I could know it, he just said, "I'll be back. I'm about to run to the car." And I got the shoes, and when I set the wrapping paper on the floor, and before I could put the shoes to get ready to wrap them, like a minute, not even a minute, like he said that he was going to the car, he'll be right back, and he walked out the door in a couple seconds, like maybe 10 seconds or so. I heard like two or three, couple gunshots. And before I could wrap the gift, I jumped up and there was our gun sitting on the ottoman. I can remember I grabbed it and I ran out the door and I yelled his name. And when I walked out the door, he didn't say anything. All I could hear is foot running on the third floor. Like they were confused, running back and forth. I don't know if it was, to me, I felt like I heard couple feet just running above our apartment complex.
Third floor?
Correct.
Let me ask you this question. You tell the jurors, did Tyrone, was he interested or involved in the music industry in any way?
He was.
Okay, can you tell the jurors a little bit about that?
He did do music. He had been doing music before he met me. While we were together, he did music videos. He's done a few shows. I know he loved what he did. He would go perform at different functions.
He also had a job outside of the music industry where
he did. He worked at a few places. He's worked at the Coca-Cola company. He's worked at MSI. He's worked for, he basically drove the forklifts or he drove machines at different jobs.
And at your, where you worked, what was the name of where you worked again?
One Digital.
And at One Digital, did Tyrone, or did you or Tyrone print flyers or things of that nature for upcoming shows?
I did, and I've made booklets for him. I've done flyers. I've done posters, business cards. And that's pretty much what I would do with him.
Have you recently done that, printed some flyers that were in the back of?
I did those maybe a couple of weeks prior to that.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, did Tyrone when he rapped this, did he ever include flyers?
He did. I noticed when he would give gifts to people, he would put a flyer or a poster in it so people could start following him and he get his music out there.
Gifts with a little bit of marketing strategy.
Correct.
Now, were the flyers that you can recall, were they on that night in December on the 22nd? Were they in the back of his car?
They were.
And
because the day before we actually were riding around and he were putting them in stores and putting them on people's building and on trees just to put out.
You told the jurors that he had just finished wrapping a gift that he had gotten from somebody's mom. Was he going to get some flyers for those gifts when he went to the car?
That's what I figured because there was nothing in the car for him to get. That was the only thing that was in the car on the back seat was the box of flyers. And like I said, he had just wrapped the gift and put it in a bag. And all he said, he was going to the car and he'd be back. So I felt like he was going to grab one. He had a few of them in a couple of his gifts.
You told the jurors that you heard, you said 2 or 3 gunshots. Do you remember telling the detective as well as the officers on scene that you had heard 4 or 5 gunshots after Tyrone left your apartment?
Correct. It was maybe 3 that I could remember.
Okay. Now, you described to the jurors once you heard those shots, you grabbed a firearm?
I did.
Okay. Whose gun was it?
Ours. We kept it in the house.
Okay. So where in the house was it?
It was on our ottoman.
Okay. Can you describe to the jurors what kind of gun it was?
It was a all black. It was a big gun.
Okay.
It was an AR pistol.
Out of fear, usually we keep it in the house for protection, and out of fear, I jumped up, and that's the first thing that I grabbed and ran out the door.
And I'm just put in front of you States Exhibit 58. Do you recognize States Exhibit 58?
I do.
And can you tell the jurors how you recognize it and what it is?
Tell me if you guys think there's more to this story.
That was in our home.
When you see this gun.
That States Exhibit 58 is a fairly accurately depict the firearm that was in your home that you picked up after you heard the shots outside.
Correct.
Tender was remarked as States Exhibit 58.
Is Feely any objection to States 58?
No.
It's admitted.
Reverend Beasley got hidden. What happened?
If you
check out this
describe
picture.
to the jurors
That's the gun.
the kind of layout of your apartment. So you walk in.
That's an AR pistol.
It was a 1-bedroom. You walk in.
That's the gun that was allegedly
there's
used in the Airbnb.
You walk through. There's
invasion.
through the kitchen. There's the living room. If you turn left down the hall, there is the bathroom and our bedroom.
And I guess that when you walk in the kitchen, living room, is it a pretty open space?
It is.
Okay. And in States Exhibit 58, you described a gun a few minutes ago. Is that the same gun that you described?
Yes.
And you said that gun was kind of in your living room?
Mm-hmm.
I say yes for the record.
Yes.
Okay. And
Amber?
You said you heard a number of shots. Got that gun, right?
Yes.
And when you ran to your front door, you said you called Tyrone's name.
I did.
And what did you do after you called his name?
I yelled for his name. And when he didn't say anything, I knew something. I felt something. At that time, like I said, I started hearing running on our 3rd floor. At that time, I was very scared. I actually started running towards the footsteps that were on the 3rd floor. I actually ran towards the end of the front gate that you showed in the beginning. And before I got to the stairs, I was actually holding the gun up, and I panicked, got scared, and my adrenaline was just going. I actually stopped right before we got to the stairs. At that time, I got to the stairs, and there was someone running that's when I saw someone coming down the third level of our stairs. And that is when I saw just a black pair of pants and a black sleeve. And at that time, I was holding the gun in my hand, and I jumped. As I saw that black clothing, I jumped back. And
when you saw that black clothing, did you only see one person or more than one person?
I saw one person.
And we're looking at Citizen 59. I think this is what you were referencing. You look on the screen in front of you or behind you, whichever one you prefer. When you say you ran on the second floor, did you run all the way to what you say is the middle balcony of the second floor, balcony at the end?
Correct.
In the middle of Citizen 59.
Yes.
Okay. Did you get all the way to the stairs or close?
Close to it.
And let me ask you this question. You heard all of these shots and you heard running in that direction. Can you tell the jurors what moved you to run with them instead of away from them?
Adrenaline, thinking maybe, honestly, all type of things was going through my mind that night. I was really scared. I don't know. It was like I yelled for Tyrone and he didn't say anything. So I didn't know what to think, what to do, and I just started running towards what I heard. And at that time, before I got to the stairs, I stopped. I kind of got scared. And that's when I saw the one person, it's like he jumped back towards on the third floor. And after that, I started running back towards my house.
Now, when you called Tyrone's name and he didn't answer, at that point, did you suspect that he had been shot?
No, not at all.
Okay. And did you run towards the area of the front of the building on the second floor? Because you said you heard running. Did you believe they were responsible for the shooting, possibly?
After getting down there, seeing that Ty was laying there, then of course I knew that person on that third floor was responsible.
And you said as you got to the stairs and that person, I guess, was coming down from the third floor dressed in black. Can you tell the jurors what at that moment made you not stop and confront, but instead kind of run back?
Because I knew then it wasn't Tyrone, and I was scared that he was going to probably shoot me. I didn't know what was going on at the time. This was before I got to him. So at that time, I was just...
She knew the shooting wasn't Tyrone?
Scared.
She knew that Tyrone wasn't the one doing the shooting.
What part of the person's body did you see? Did you see their face? Did you see anything?
Just their legs and the half of their arm to know that they had black on, all black on.
Okay. Could you tell if it was a black male or white male?
No, not at the time. It was just all black. He was covered up. He had like black pants, like black sleeve, and his hands and stuff was covered. So I didn't see anything but probably here on down.
Okay. I remember telling the detective that you were able to catch a glimpse that he was a black male?
No.
Okay. Now, once you ran, encountered the person upstairs, did you know who they were at all?
Not at all.
Decided to run back towards your apartment. Did you go into your apartment or where did you go?
I went down the stairs to see what Tyrone was.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors when you went down the stairs, what did you find?
When I got down the stairs, that's when I saw Tyrone laying in the back of our truck.
State's Exhibit 4. Is that how you found Tyrone? Amen.
Yes.
Sorry, Ms. Cook, I know this is difficult. A minute, Ms. Cook. You want to step out for a minute?
Should we take a break?
You okay? Now, Ms. Cook, when you saw Tyrone, did you, what did you do?
When I got down there, I started panicking and screaming, and I went to go find my phone in the house.
Go back up the stairs to your apartment?
Yes.
You got your phone. What was the first thing that you did?
I called 911.
And when you first encountered, you saw Tyrone, when you got your phone and called 911, did you ever go into the car? Did you touch Tyrone?
No.
Why not?
When I got my phone, I called 911. And as I was telling them what was going on, and right before I actually was getting ready to, I was actually getting ready to pull him, and there was a neighbor that came across the way right before, as I'm on the phone with the police. There's a neighbor that came out, and when she walked up to me, I remember I'm on the phone, and I was ready to grab him, and when I opened the door to the vehicle, the glass that was shattered, it started falling. And when I was getting ready to grab him, the neighbor grabbed me. One of the neighbors grabbed me and told me, "Don't touch him," because I could make the situation worse. And at that time, before I knew it, the police was pulling up.
And we saw, and I won't go back to it, but we saw in Stacey before the way that Tyrone was kind of falling and slumped into the vehicle. The door in that photograph was open. So when you found him, was he inside the door? Was it open, and you just further were going to pull
The door was open already.
You said you called 911?
Yes.
I want to show you what's been marked as Stacey Exhibit 140. You recognize this in Stacey Exhibit 140?
Yes.
How do you recognize that disc?
This is the call of the 911 call.
Prior to today, you had an opportunity to listen to the contents of this, the 911 call on 140.
Yes.
And after listening to it, you see your signature on the disc.
Yes.
And is what's contained on the disc in Stacey 140 does fairly and accurately depict the phone call to 911 that you made on December 22nd of 2022 around 9:06 p.m.
Yes.
At this time, the state attender was remarked to Stacey at 140 in evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
So here comes the 911 call. I feel bad for this lady. This experience has got to be incredibly traumatic.
Granted.
Seems like there was probably more to the situation. I don't think this was just random. Having an AR pistol just on the ottoman seems like a strange place to keep it as well. It's terrible. I don't think they said rap yet. They've just said music. I don't know what style. I mean, I don't. We can assume a couple things based on what he was wearing, and
Atlanta, this is operator 7996. What's the location?
I got an emergency. 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. My dad was shot. Please hurry up.
You said 2423?
Yes, ma'am. In the head, Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. He just walked outside. I heard gunshots. The niggas ran out the front. 2423.
Okay. What's the apartment number? 1218. Hold on 1 second.
No.
It's operator 952. Is the
I need somebody right now.
2423. Hold on 1 second, ma'am.
Please hurry.
It's 2423 MLK, apartment 1218.
I didn't hear you in Atlanta at all.
2423 MLK, apartment 1218.
2425.
2423.
2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Oh my God.
It's a house, apartment, or business?
Apartment.
What's the apartment number?
1218. 1218.
Is there a gate code to the apartment?
2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. He just walked out the door. Did anybody see anything?
Yes, ma'am. It's like Atlanta. What's the phone number she's calling from?
404-399-4265.
2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. Please hurry up. Please hurry up.
Yeah, ma'am. That's exactly what happened.
My doctor said she was going to walk to the car and get something. And in the midst of 2 seconds, I heard gunshots. And all I know is when I ran out the door, some niggas took off running. And when I ran off, they took off the front gate. I don't know, and I didn't see anything. All I know is I called my guy. I called my guy, and he didn't answer me. And I come to the car, he's leaning in the car. Please hurry up.
Yes, ma'am. These questions I'm answering are not delaying any response of the paramedics.
Please hurry up.
Yes, ma'am. And are you with him now?
Yes.
And how old is he?
Oh my God. Please hurry.
Is he awake?
No.
Is he breathing?
Hurry up.
I
just walked out the... Ma'am, please
is he
hurry
breathing?
up. No, please hurry up. I just keep his eyes open. He's bleeding.
Is the cellar still nearby?
Like I said, we were just came in the house to use the restroom. We were just out driving, having fun. And all I know is I went to, my guy said he's going to grab something out the car. So somebody had to be out here watching him. He walked out the door and all people heard was gunshots. And that's when I walked out the door and he didn't say anything. The niggas took off running out the front gate.
Okay, ma'am, is there any serious bleeding?
Yes.
Okay, Atlanta, I'm 952 requesting fire and PD for 27 Delta Golf.
I already got it started.
I can't hear you, Atlanta.
I started them already when I first got the call.
Yes, ma'am. And what's the operator?
7996.
I should have ran over this.
Thank you.
I ran to the front and the niggas was running out the front gate. Did you see him? I turned around because I was so concerned about him when I heard the gunshot. And something told me to go to the front, keep going. I just turned around. Please hurry up.
Yes, ma'am.
Please
I do
hurry up.
I have help arranged for you, okay?
Thank you.
Ma'am, I'm sending the Yes, ma'am. I'm sending the paramedics to help you now. Stay on the line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
Oh, my God. Okay. So nobody saw this.
Ma'am, are you right by him now?
Take no picture of my tag and stuff. Put stuff on those social media. Oh, okay.
Ma'am?
Okay.
Hello, ma'am?
Ma'am, I'm here.
Okay, listen carefully. Lay him flat on his back, on the ground, and remove anything under his head.
Can somebody else do it? They want me to lay him on the ground. I can't touch him. He just walked out the door to grab something. No, They took off running out the front gate. Because I took off when I came out the house. We just pulled up. We just had to use the restroom. And
Ma'am,
I didn't see them, but when I heard the gunshots, I walked. I don't know because I haven't touched him. I gotta. Oh my God. That means somebody had to be out here watching. We just pulled up.
Okay, ma'am, I'm going to tell you how to stop the bleeding. Listen carefully to make sure we do it right,
The
okay?
police is here. Can they do it?
Ma'am?
Yes. Yes. I cannot believe it.
Ms. Cook, while you were on the phone with 911, did the police arrive? Is that why you hung up?
Yes.
Okay. And in jurors, we heard you talking on that 911 call, and you used some words that indicated that there was more than one person. Did you ever see more than one person coming down those stairs?
No.
Okay. Only person you saw was a person dressed in black.
Yes.
Now, when you first saw Tyrone, did you immediately go get your phone?
Yes.
And after getting your phone, can you tell the jurors, did you immediately call 911 and go back towards where Tyrone was?
Yes, I did.
And at any point while you were on the phone with 911 or at or near the vehicle that belonged to Mr. Tyrone, did you take anything from inside of the vehicle?
No, I did not.
The gun from inside that vehicle?
No, I did not.
Was the only gun present the one that you grabbed from, you said, your ottoman and took off running with?
Yes.
And after can you tell the jurors, what did you do with that gun once you went upstairs to get your phone? Did you leave it there?
I left it in the house.
Okay. And when police arrived, did you speak to the first responding officers?
Yes.
And while did you remain on scene? Like in the air, did you remain at your apartment complex?
I did.
And
they made me go inside my apartment.
And at some point, did members of the Atlanta homicide detectives, did they show up?
Yes.
And did you recall speaking with Detective McClure, the white gentleman with longer hair?
I did.
And speaking with the Sergeant Smith?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know Sergeant Smith?
I do.
How did you know?
We graduated from high school and ran track on the same track team.
He was a familiar face?
Yes.
Had you stayed in contact with him since high school?
No.
Okay. Was this the first time you've seen him since high school?
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you describe to Detective McClure same things you described that you remember hearing and seeing on December 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Couple things. There's no question this is incredibly tragic and traumatic for her.
Thank you. If I have further questions.
Her testimony to the
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Ms. Cook?
She has to be careful here.
Okay.
No questions.
Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Cook? If so, just pass your cards to Deputy Gordon, please.
Jurors do not have to be careful here. They can ask whatever question they want because they're not worried about how it looks. But she said to the 911 operator that he just had to go to the bathroom. They just ran inside and then came back out, and he got shot. She said when she told the story in court, she says they were taking presents and they were just going to drop the presents off and then run back out. That's why they parked on the curb illegally. Then also, she said, but they went inside and they were wrapping presents, maybe there for
All
10,
right, ladies and
15
gentlemen,
minutes.
you should sit tight. It's not a break as in you go back to the jury room, but I need to chat with the lawyers real briefly outside. So be at ease. Counsel, let's chat and get back in here.
Out they go. They're going to step out in the hall and talk over the questions to see what is going to be allowed and what isn't. The defense attorney was smart not to question, because you can look really bad. Who's actually sitting down right there? Somebody doing like yoga in the background? You've been here like an hour, man. You've been here an hour. You've already had one break, and you're getting ready for CrossFit. He's doing the one-legged sit. Okay, there's that. I mean, my peach was going to be over here. I didn't know we were going to. He's a juror. He's a juror. He's just limbering up. Apparently, we're interrupting gym time for the juror. Ooh, good pop, good pop. Yep, other way. There you go. All right. I've heard the judge often say that they can stand up and stretch. I've never seen them take them up on it before. It's very good health. I'm just surprised. I've never seen it happen.
Mr. Abate, can you put back up whichever photo Ms. Cook circled the gate in red? I don't remember what that is. I think it's 2, but don't quote me on this. Whatever photo had the leasing office over to the left.
Exit 58 and then 151.
Okay. Ms. Cook, a few more questions. Did it rain or was it raining that day or evening when you were out at Dollar General and Walmart?
No,
Okay.
not at all.
You described for the jury that you heard some footsteps. It sounded like running maybe back and forth on the 3rd floor above you when you went out after the shooting. Did you hear any other movement?
As I was hearing the running, I heard doors closing, which made me think it was the front gate, which made me say multiple people at the time, because the time I ran out the door and I was as I heard the running, you can hear a door. It was like a door closed. I heard it close a couple of times, like a door it was a door.
Okay.
Footsteps and doors.
The gate that you circled before, we can see this states 59, that black gate, and it looks like the sign on it is lit up. But you know the gate I'm talking about right there?
Yes.
Where you said that's the way to get, if you go up one flight of stairs, you're near your apartment?
Yes.
That gate there, is it locked?
No.
So if I were there, I could get in either direction. I wouldn't need a key or a swipe card?
Correct. You wouldn't need, it's open.
Okay. The person you saw dressed in black when you got closer, did you see that person holding a gun?
I did not.
The person who was dressed in black, who was running down the stairs near you, was that person running down towards the blue car where Mr. Hardesty was, or in some other direction?
No, he was running out this gate, like he were trying to run out this gate here from the 3rd floor, which he would have had to come downstairs to get down there. So he came down to as he was coming down, and I got to the end of the stairs, he jumped back. So this would be the gate that he would be trying to come out of.
So you're pointing at a big screen, but just so we're clear for the record, that's okay. It's the gate we've been talking about with the white sign that looks all lit up.
Yes.
So if he had completed the route you thought he was taking, down from 3 to 2 to 1, that would get him right to that gate.
Correct.
And that gate is not locked.
It's not locked. It's just the gate to the rent office and the main Martin Luther King Street.
Okay. The flyers that Mr. Hardesty had for his music, do you know which side? First of all, do you know if they were in the front seat or the back seat?
I do. They were in the back seat behind the driver's seat.
Not the passenger side, but the driver's side.
The driver's side.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to say on the back seat.
Okay.
Of the driver's
on the back seat behind the driver's. Okay. The gun from your apartment that was on the ottoman and you ended up carrying around, it was in States 58. Was that firearm registered, if you know about guns being registered?
I'm not sure, to my knowledge. I didn't purchase it, but we kept it in our home.
Who brought it into the relationship?
Tyrone.
Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any questions based on the exchange I just had with Ms. Cook?
Yeah, I just had one really quick question.
You guys, we are going to get ME testimony in this case, and it is graphic.
States Exhibit 89.
It's images of the body and the bullets, entry paths without being cleaned up. It's very graphic. Hey, Brandy, welcome.
Let me ask you this question. In States Exhibit 89, do you see the area where the flyers you just talked about would have been inside the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And does States Exhibit 89 fairly and accurately depict where the flyers were back on December 22nd of 2022 inside of the blue Ford Explorer of Tyrone's?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender what's been marked as States Exhibit 89 into evidence.
No objection.
89 is admitted.
The butt picture we've talked about is very tame compared to what we're going to see in the
and can you describe for the jurors as it pops up on the screen in front of you or behind you? In States Exhibit 89, do you see the box kind of in the middle of the back seat with the orange top that's up? Is that where the flyers would have been?
Yes.
Is that a box from your actual company?
Yes.
And go ahead. I'm sorry.
So before you take, well, you can take the picture down. That's okay. There's what looked like blood. There also were all these black little pebbly looking things. Was that the glass, the window glass you were talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
And you talked about the questions the judge asked you about hearing footsteps and doors shutting on the third floor. On that third floor, are there several apartments that line each side, the left and the right side of building one, just like on the second floor where you live?
The left, yes.
Okay. And so there's a number of apartments that go all the way down the left side and all the way down the right side.
Yes.
And you don't know, because you didn't go on the third floor, whether people who also heard the gunshots had opened and shut their door to see what was going on.
No, I didn't.
And it's fair to say the only person you saw was the one person in black that you encountered coming down the stairs.
Yes.
And at any point when you ran back and went to the other side of the building, the back side of the building where the car was parked, where Tyrone was, did you ever see the person in black come that way?
No.
Okay. And after you encountered him in the stairwell, did you ever see that person again that night or ever again?
No.
And have you previously attended court appearances? That's all my questions.
Ms. Feely, do you have any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Cook, thank you for your time. You're free to step down.
Thank you.
Mr. Abate, Mr. Rao, who's the next witness? If you have one that wouldn't, you should call them in whatever order you need, but if you have one that wouldn't take all that long, we could fit one more witness in before the lunch break.
When Brandy's working on stuff.
I'm going to call Miss Teshia Winder.
Okay.
When Brandy's working on stuff, that means we get good stuff here in the future. Watch this space.
You guys can make it through one more witness before lunch?
Podcast stuff?
No, I was looking at the jurors. Okay, great.
I'm a lawyer. I think it's all about me all the time.
Yeah, in the Karen Reed trial, I believe there's a hearing that's tangent. I can't even say that word. It's loosely associated with the case, but not connected. Possibly involving some of the individuals in the media. Brandy's prepping for Higgins. That word. Tangentially. Is that? Big word. Tangentially. That was my first guess. Nike, not a sponsor. Thanks for the tweet, Brandy. Just saw that.
Teshia Winder.
Can you spell your first and your last name, please?
ARTESHIAWYNDER.
Ms. Winder, I'm Judge McBurney. It's nice to meet you. I've been informed that you recently had a procedure with your eyes, and so it's necessary for you to wear the dark glasses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you don't wear them, it hurts your vision?
Yes, sir.
Okay, because normally I'd say, please take those off so the jurors could see all of you. But because how recently was the procedure?
It's been about a month. But the lighting still hurt my eyes because I got to get ready to have another one.
Okay, so you basically wear those all the time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
It's like LASIK. LASIK.
Thank you, Ms. Winder, and good morning. Thank you for being here. Can you tell the jurors, what do you do for a living?
Deli clerk.
Can you get a little closer to the microphone?
Deli clerk.
Okay. And you'll just speak real loudly like we're outside. I know you got a yelling voice. Okay. Now, can you tell the jurors, where did you live back in December of 2022?
The peaks of MLK.
Okay. And how long had you lived there?
Prior to this, for a couple of years.
Okay. And what building, if you can recall, did you live in?
The first building, which is on the third floor.
Okay. And you said on the third floor. Do you remember which apartment you were living in on the third floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm going to show you, and I will take the time to share it on the screen. Is this the building that you were living in back on December 2022 in States Exhibit 2?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said it's the third floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember which apartment you were living in at that time on the third floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which one was it?
1316.
Okay. And if we're looking at States Exhibit 2, and you go up the stairs to the third floor, can you tell the jurors once you get to the third floor, Is it on the right-hand side or the left-hand side?
The left.
Okay. And how many doors down, once you get up the stairs, do you have to go to get to your apartment on the left-hand side?
3.
3. And when you were living there, did you have like a Ring doorbell?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Ring
And
doorbell footage.
can you tell the jurors, were you home on December 22nd, 2022, around 9 p.m. and hear gunshots?
I didn't hear anything. I was at home, but I was in the bed because I have to get up at 1:45 in the morning. Yes.
For work?
Yes.
Okay. And as the days after December 22nd, 2022, did detectives with the Atlanta Police Department knock on your door and talk to you?
It was a detective left a card. Yes.
And did you call the detective?
Yes.
And did the detective, can you tell the jurors why the detective was calling you?
Well, he had called, said that he was investigating a murder.
Okay. And did he ask about your Ring doorbell and whether it recorded anything around the times of between 9 p.m. and on
Yes, sir, he did.
22nd of 2022. And did you provide the detective with anything that you were able to find that your system, your Ring system recorded?
Well, I didn't know how to do it, but this guy who I was talking to, he talked to the detective and he told him how to send it to him and stuff.
Okay, so he logged into your account with you next to him, was able to pull something off and send it to you.
Send it to him.
And I want to show you what's been marked. State's Exhibit 152. And you recognize your initials or your signature on the disc for State's Exhibit 152.
Yes, sir.
Do you have an opportunity to view what's on the disc on State's Exhibit 152?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us what is contained inside of or on that disc?
A young man running by.
Get the description. Is that the Ring footage that you were able to provide from your account?
Yes.
Okay. And when you reviewed it, did it fairly accurately depict what you and your friend were able to pull from your Ring account and send to the detective of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, the state with tender was marked as State's Exhibit 152 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Thank you, Judge.
Brandy.
Just wondering, beyond that,
That's a good one.
was that kind of the only information since you were sleeping that you were able to provide to the detective upon calling him back after he left his card?
Yes.
Nothing further, Mr.
Ms. Feely, any questions for Ms. Winder?
No question. Thank you.
Any questions from the jurors? All right. Thank you, ma'am, for being here. Good luck with your second eye surgery.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Careful stepping down. So that was an impressively accurate attorney estimate of time consumption. Do you have another witness like that? Or should we not test our luck and just do lunch?
Probably do lunch. I don't want to be wrong.
All right. Well, we'll keep your streak alive of one. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to pivot to lunch now.
That's a good
that clock is a little off, but it's the easiest one to see. So when I say, hey, be back at 1 o'clock, it'll be on that clock. And so if your time is 5 minutes faster, then you can be back at 1:05 on your time. But I think if we do about 57 minutes, that should be enough time. Is there anyone here who feels like they need more time for lunch? All right, you're welcome to stay in there and have lunch. You don't have to eat at all. You can eat as one large group. You can eat as small groups. It's not a problem to hang out as jurors. Just don't talk about the case. Talk about anything else you want, not the case. Let's try to reconvene as close to 1 as we can make it. I know the lawyers will be here and we'll get ready to go. And we'll be waiting on the 14 of you. Any logistical questions before we break for lunch? Yes, sir.
Can I get out of the building to go vote across the next building? Because by the time I get back to Milton, that's what traffic.
Okay, so two things. Yes, you're free to leave the building. You don't have to stay in the building. You can go where you want to go. Two, polls should be open till 8 p.m. and we're not keeping you here till 6:30. So hopefully you could make it to your own poll, but there's nothing wrong with you trying to do what you described. Leaving the building is fine. But we'll be ending today around 5 o'clock, just like we didn't have a hard stop for lunch. If we're in the middle of a witness and we've been getting consistently good time estimates, and the lawyers say, hey, 10 more minutes and we'll finish with this witness, we might go to 5:10 because that way this witness doesn't have to come back tomorrow, even though you'll stay a little bit past 5. There was another hand.
Hey, Vicky,
that got answered.
She should have a stream.
Same question. All right, same answer. We'll see you guys at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Pretty much everyone that uses it has a StreamYard link. Brandy Churchwell, if you're on. Vicky, noon upcoming streamer, would like to use your StreamYard referral link because she doesn't like me very much. No, I'm just kidding. She wants to use your StreamYard link. If you have a StreamYard link you can send to me, I can forward it on to her.
Again.
All right, Mr. Rao, don't mean to be keeping you awake. Anything before we break for lunch?
I only use it for
Ms. Feely. Anything before lunch?
And for
all right, let's be back a little before 1 o'clock. Thank you. I'll mute the microphone in here so you can speak freely.
Okay, speak freely. Have at it, people. But we'll mute the microphones for just a minute. Let's skip lunch. What do you guys say? Skip lunch and just jump back afterwards. Hang on. There we go. Boom. Okay, just finishing lunch right here. Let's cut back to our lunch break, which the judge shows us the food options, which don't change. You just have the 4 options. I can give you my StreamYard link. I don't have Brandy's. If Brandy will send me hers, I can send you hers. And it's basically a referral code that if you purchase it, then it credits the person who referred you. It doesn't cost you any more, but it credits them with like a discount on a month or something like that. Okay, it looks like we're back from lunch.
All right, let's get back on the record in State versus Williams. Deputy Gordon shared with me as we were starting our lunch break that unfortunately juror 16 told him she is not following what's going on. This is our juror whose native tongue is not English. So I, 1, need to share that with everyone involved, and 2, feel like we should bring juror 16 out so she can express her concern and we can ask her a little bit about how she's feeling. Anything you want to discuss before we do that, Mr. Abate?
Yeah, I got it.
Ms. Feely? All right, if we could have juror 16 come out. She can sit right there in that first seat.
Bring out the juror.
Good afternoon, juror 16. How are you? I'm all right. Deputy Gordon shared with me the concern you expressed to him that maybe you're not following everything. And I'm curious if you could elaborate on that, because there hasn't been anything that's been super complicated. So it hasn't been complicated language, but you said sometimes if people are talking fast or this or that. Tell me your concern.
So that surprised me too, because when I listened to the exhibit 140, her calling 911, and she was all repeating herself like many times, and then Mr. Bata said that she mentioned two or more, one or more person, which I did not hear at all.
So guess what? I didn't hear it either.
So that surprised me. That's
Okay.
why I shared that.
Yeah. But is that what really got you concerned?
Yes.
Okay.
I've heard her many times. I mean, I paid, 100% attention, and I heard her saying many times repeatedly the same thing. And that surprised me that I didn't hear that.
Okay. If that's what has gotten you concerned, you are a very, very conscientious juror, and I'd ask you to continue to let Deputy Gordon know if things come up. But I will tell you, I didn't hear that. Not that it wasn't said, but because it was very repetitive, I'm like, okay, she's repeating herself again. But there was clearly some moment because she remembered it. She's going to remember it more clearly than you or I. But I bet a number of your colleagues didn't pick up on that either. So I'm not worried about that. But let me see if either lawyers for either side have questions for you about that. Is that the one thing that?
So far, yeah. I mean, yes.
Okay.
She speaks great English.
Mr. Bate, do you have any questions for juror 16?
I did not.
Okay. Ms. Feely? All right. Thank you for sharing that. I'm going to have you go back with the group.
I think she said that the defense counsel made a statement saying you've heard this, or she made some sort of statement and she didn't. She's like, no, that was wrong. And so she said, I didn't hear that in the testimony, but defense counsel had said something. And so I must not be understanding correctly. The judge is like, I didn't hear it either.
Mr. Abate, your thoughts about keeping juror 16?
I think, like Your Honor said, she's been very conscientious at this point. I don't believe that there's an issue.
Okay. Ms. Feely?
Same. She did what she told us she would do, which is tell us if they had an issue. So I'm fine with her staying.
Me too. I was waiting to hear, the first witness and the second witness. But the one thing she said, like, hey, I'm guilty too. I guess I should get a different judge in here to handle it, because I didn't pick up on that either. Okay. For now, we'll keep juror 16 in the mix. We'll monitor that. She will monitor it. I'm sure let us know if she's got other concerns. Anything else, Mr. Body, before we bring the jurors out?
For the courts, I guess to bring to the court's attention, today I believe we'll get definitely to Detective McClure. One, he has childcare issues where he has to leave right at 5 today, which I know was not an issue with the court. But I also want to bring it to the court's attention to the point where, which will be the end of his direct examination, there'll be a point where I'd like to admit the defendant's statement that he made while in custody or with Detective McClure.
You have a confession?
I was wondering if the court, if it's closer to 5, if that would be a good stopping point for Your Honor. I have to make some redactions as it relates to the bad character of the victim that is mentioned throughout the recording, and I have not been able to do those redactions. I tried to do it during the lunch break, but the computer system is always finicky, not in here in the DA's office, unfortunately. So I just wanted to flag that to the court.
So it's a request that maybe we stop a little early today, mid McClure, if we get to him. I mean, if things go rapidly and we get to him, we pull up for the day before you get to the point where you would seek to tender Mr. Williams' statements. These are statements he made to McClure? Okay. And then we just pick up tomorrow at 1 with the rest of his testimony. And then is Leopard the last witness after that, or there are several more?
It'll be Leopard, the ME, which both will be very quick. And then Mike Sprinkle, who's introducing just one jail call.
Okay.
So we will definitely finish tomorrow for sure.
Okay. Ms. Feely, do you have any concerns with stopping maybe a little early today if we reach that break point before 5?
No.
2 things. One, I need to correct with the jurors. I thought polls were open till 8. They're open till 7, but this fits nicely with your request to maybe end a little early. They close at 7. And so the earlier we end, the more time people have to get to Milton or Palmetto if they are choosing to vote. Number 2, well, the moment you mentioned Mr. Williams' statement, I know that we had discussed those, and I think maybe it was the state that filed the it's not a reverse Jackson-Deno. It's more of a prophylactic Jackson-Deno. Let's get a ruling that the statement was freely and voluntarily given. I think that's sort of how we left it. I don't know that I've ever put something in writing to that effect, and I want to make sure I do before the statements are played. Am I remembering kind of how we left it?
Yes. Now that you bring that up, and it slipped my mind because I know we sent the recording to you, and now that I think about it, there isn't a ruling in writing, but it seemed as if we were almost in an agreement that it was voluntary, but the court was just going to look it over so you could do an order.
Right. And that was what we had discussed, that it didn't require a hearing. I needed to review it and then enter a ruling. Is that your recollection, Ms. Feely? All right. Let me see. So I've got the link to Dropbox, but it was sent in February. Do those links expire or are they forever?
They're forever.
Okay. I'll do that. That's another reason why we wouldn't want to play the statements today.
Okay.
All right. I will work on that. Let's bring the jurors in, please. So while they're bringing the jurors in, the state is trying to redact from the statement the defendant made in police custody. Okay, the police interview. He's trying to redact from that statement all the references, the negative references to the victim about his character and things like that. So he says apparently there's a lot I have to redact, meaning basically that the defendant didn't think very highly of the victim, which is interesting to have him. I wonder, I don't think it's a confession, but if it was a confession, we would have heard in the opening that we would hear in the defendant's own words him admitting to committing the crime. Instead, we hear the defense saying that this was not a murder, which the ME might take issue with, because the cause of death appears to be the 5 bullet holes, one to the head, in the back. So we'll see where this one goes. I'm finding out that this case basically gives you a front row seat to the medical examination, uncleaned up, just blood, gore, just right there. That might be a little much. We thought it was just going to be one little butt scene, but apparently it gets worse. What are they claiming if it's not murder? I'm waiting to hear. Apparently they say this was not murder. This was something else. They haven't said self-defense, but they said there was a 6th shot. And I thought she said there was a 6th shot in the front. But why wouldn't the state say there were 6 shots if there were?
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. Everyone can be seated. Welcome back from lunch. How was it? Anyone go to Tide Tate, the Thai restaurant down Mitchell Street? Anyone go to American Deli? All right, a couple of hearty individuals.
Who had the ice cream?
So I was talking with the lawyers before you came out here just to get a sense of the schedule. I was quickly informed by my staff that I was mistaken about how late the polls are open. They close at 7, not 8. So I will make sure we stop at 5 at the latest. We may break a little before then just because of the way the state's case is flowing. Mr. Abate tells me that he is pretty darn confident that the state will rest not very far into tomorrow. We hadn't talked a whole lot about schedule, but tomorrow we start at 1 o'clock because of my obligations with our accountability courts, drug court. I'll be in here all morning, so we're going to start at 1. You should have lunch before you get here. We will not take a lunch break when we start at 1. It'd be great if we could go to 6 tomorrow. It's not an election day, but we'll be starting at 1. But you all may have blocked out 9 to 5, and you may have obligations that require us to stop around 5. So I'm going to get your input before we end today, so you know what tomorrow is going to look like. But we will start at 1. Based on the forecast from Mr. Abate, I'm comfortable saying that you'll get the case, as in for deliberations, at some point on Thursday. So we're looking to be very much on schedule. There's still lots to hear from lots of witnesses, but I wanted to give you that preview. And before
I have to pause
we
for
break
just a
for the
second.
day, I want to get your thoughts about how late we can go tomorrow. But we'll be closing probably a little before 5 today. And with that, Mr. Barney, if you call the next witness, please.
Stay with call, Ms. Smith.
Okay, pause just for a second. You guys are talking about food and about funny restaurants. Petrified Tag, this is hilarious, calling a Thai restaurant tongue-tied. My sister started a little restaurant, and it was a bistro, like a little coffee shop type thing. And the address, the street address, was 666. That's the address where the number of the building. It was 666, and so she called it Mark of the Bistro, which I thought was hilarious. So I think she sold that. She's not in that business anymore, but she's creative. She's the creative one. All right, let's see. Let's go back to court. We've called. I forget who we've called, but now I'm thinking about food. We've got a restaurant over here called No One Chinese. I think it means number one Chinese, but it's No One Chinese, and I want that today.
Face me and raise your right hand. You affirm that the testimony you will be able to truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth of God. You will not see. Can you state your spelling name for the record?
Beyonce Smith.
Beyonce Smith or Beyonce Smith?
Beyoncia.
Beyonce.
Ms. Smith, you're kind of light spoken, so you'll just speak with your outside voice, so the judge, the court reporter, defense counsel, and everybody can hear.
Just a guy we can barely hear.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Can you introduce yourself to the jurors? What do you do for a living?
I'm a manager at Family Dollar.
And here locally in the Atlanta area?
Yes, West End area.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors back in December of
Karina, I'm sorry.
2022, where were you living?
I accidentally deleted your message.
Okay. And on that day or in December of 2022, how long had you been living at that apartment complex?
I'm saying like 3 weeks.
Okay.
Just moved there.
And can you tell the jurors what building, if you can recall, were you living in?
I know the door number is 1317.
Okay.
I guess the 1000 building.
All right. You recall when you drive into the complex, was the first building that the leasing office was located in, that your apartment was also located in?
Right. Yes.
Okay. And you said it was 1317. Okay. And can you tell the jurors what floor of building 1 was that in?
It's the 3rd floor.
Okay. And if you were to go up the stairs from the back entrance, can you tell the jurors where would your apartment be on the 3rd floor once you get up there?
It will be, I'm actually behind the rent office in the pool area. So I'll be.
Her apartment
like
was in the pool area?
The rent office, pool area, my balcony.
Okay. I want to show you states exhibits 60, 61, 63, and 65. Tell me if you recognize those.
Yes.
And how do you recognize those?
I walk up those stairs every day, 3 flights of stairs.
Okay.
Every day.
And states exhibit 60, 61, 63, and 65.
Especially with
do all
groceries.
of those pictures fairly and accurately depict your apartment building, the area of the 3rd floor, and the surrounding building?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender with remark to states exhibit 60, 61, 63, and 65.
Any objection to those 4 exhibits? 60, 61, 63, and 65. Pardon? Yes, they're admitted.
So in State's Exhibit 65, it should be on the screen in front of you or behind you, so it's a little bigger for you to look at. Can you describe for the juror, so right here in Exhibit 65, towards the right-hand side of the photo at the bottom, you see the staircase?
Yes.
Is that the staircase you were saying you walk up 3 flights of stairs every day?
Yes.
And if you come up the stairs and go to your right in the photograph, you see the big arches?
Yes.
What does that lead to?
The parking lot.
Okay. Does it overlook the area of the parking lot from building 1?
Yes.
You see in the right-hand side, kind of the middle photograph, where it says 1319, do you see that?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And is that an apartment that's next to you?
Yes.
So on that left-hand side, if you were to go, if you come off the stairs and go straight and keep walking, is your apartment the very next one after 1319?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your apartment, the door to your apartment is pretty close to the staircase and the balcony archway that overlooks the parking area of building 1?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to show you State 61. Is that just a up close, I guess, look of the balcony area?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes to the record.
Yes.
Now, in State's Exhibit 60, can you tell the jurors, I guess, what is that view from? What are we looking at?
The same area. It's just at a different angle, like looking down.
Okay. And so is it a photograph that's taken, if you're looking at State's Exhibit 61, kind of taken where the camera is pointed down through the archway where the opening is?
Yes.
Now, on December 22nd, 2022, around 9 o'clock in the evening, were you home?
Yes, I was.
And can you tell the jurors at that time what, if anything, you heard that kind of caught your attention?
Well, first I heard the gunshots.
Okay. And how many gunshots, if you can recall, did you hear?
5 to 6.
Okay. And when you heard them, can you describe to the jurors, were they pretty loud?
Yes, actually, the first thing I thought was like, I know nobody's not shooting in front of my door, but then I thought how it echoes in the hallway because people don't got to arguing neighbors and they be downstairs, the lower up under me, and it sounds like they're on the same floor. So, and after the gunshots, I mean, I dropped to the floor. I hear running past my door.
And the gunshots, it sounds like from what you just described, did they seem pretty close to your door?
Yes, it did.
And you said you hit the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Did you hear running?
Yes.
Other than the gunshots and the running, did you hear anything else?
Yes, I did.
What did you hear?
Like a car scurrying off.
Okay. And,
sounds like a hit.
Did you see anything? Were you inside your apartment when you heard everything?
Yes, I was.
Were you able to see anything that happened outside your door that evening?
Nope, no.
Okay. After you hit the floor, did you ever, come out of your apartment?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And when you opened your door, describe to the jurors, was anybody around?
No, it wasn't nobody around. First thing I did was look over the banister, the balcony.
When you did that, can you describe to the jurors what you saw?
I heard a lot of screaming, and I seen the guy slumped over in maybe a Tahoe or Suburban. Looked like glasses everywhere.
And when you looked over the balcony and saw that, were the police, were they present at that time?
Yes.
Okay. I'll move on. So as the days went by, did you speak with any members of or detectives with the Atlanta Police Department?
I'm gonna say about a week and a half went by.
Okay. And can you describe to the jurors how you encountered or came in contact with a detective? Do you remember what he looked like?
Yes, it was a white guy and a black guy.
Okay. And how did you come in contact with those detectives?
They knocked at my door.
They physically came to your house, knocked on the door, and you answered?
Yes.
And can you describe to the jurors, if you recall, why were they there?
I kind of figured that it was about the shooting that happened recently, and that I wasn't the only one that was knocking at the door. You know, everybody else's door too.
Were they asking you if you had any information or knew anything about the shooting that happened on December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, they did ask me that.
Okay. And did you describe to them kind of what you described to the jury here today about what you heard outside of your apartment?
Yes.
Now, when they were there, did you take them outside and point out any items around the balcony area that we saw in State's Exhibits 60 and 63, I believe?
63. Yes. 61.
I'm gonna pull them up for you right now. Excuse me, it states that it's 61. Can you kind of describe to the jurors a little bit where and what you pointed out? There we go. Okay, in State's Exhibit 61, let's see, let's go to, it's a better shot, State's Exhibit 65. As you, I guess, kind of walk them on the third floor in the area where the stairs are in that exhibit in 65, and when you go towards the archway of the balcony, can you kind of describe to the jurors in what area you show them, if anything?
So normally when my mom comes and visits over, I stand on the balcony and I watch them. I don't go down. I just watch them in the parking lot going down. And my daughter and her was saying goodbye, and she was like, "It's something by your feet." And we was like, I was standing right here, but she's standing right here, like 2-3 steps off the top step. So it's like eye level. And so when I looked down, it was bullet shells. You know, right here, it's about 3 or 4. I'm sorry. I should look down.
Will you repeat what you just said where they were? So the court can take them to the, just keep your voice up.
The one of the bullet shells is right here near my neighbor's door. And it was like 3 to 4 more shells about my feet where I was standing at.
And did you put those there?
No, I did not.
And prior to pointing them out to the detective, did you ever touch them or move them?
Nope. No.
And prior to the night of December 22nd, 2022, had you heard gunshots near your door before?
No.
And after December 22nd, 2022, after you heard, you said the 4 to 5 gunshots, did you hear them again in the days that led up to when the detectives knocked on your door?
No.
The only day that you heard gunshots was that evening of December 22nd of 2022.
Correct.
Well, thank you, Ms. Smith. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Ms. Feely, do you have any questions for Ms. Smith?
Ms. Smith, you mentioned you were working at this time, right?
Yes.
And so you would be out of the apartment for hours at a time at your job. Is
yes.
that fair? So you wouldn't be privy to what gunshot potentially was happening at the Peaks when you weren't there. Is that fair?
Right.
And this was a week later when the detective came, or
Yes.
investigator? Thank you. And you mentioned that, I want to make sure I get the timeline right. You hear the shots, you hear the running, and then you hear the car skirting off.
Mm-hmm.
And were you able to tell which direction?
It sounded like it was coming from going back towards the rent office.
You weren't able to see what kind of car it was?
No.
And that was the extent of your involvement in terms of what you saw that night?
You said what?
That was all your involvement in terms of what you saw?
I didn't see anything.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Any redirect?
No.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Smith from the jurors?
Sorry, I was on the phone with the courthouse trying to get access to something else.
Closed.
What did I miss? I missed her whole testimony. Can somebody give me like a Cliff Notes version of what she witnessed? Well, she was the manager at Dollar General, right?
Ms. Smith, how long after the shooting did you find these shell casings that you described?
I want to say a couple of days before the detective came, because my mom visited me after that.
Okay, but that was before they visited. If the shooting was on day one, did you find those shell casings that same day, or the next day, or a week later?
I'd say 5 days later.
Okay.
6 the max.
So the detectives didn't come see you until about a week after the shooting happened.
Right.
On the day of the shooting, were you aware of the police wandering around on your floor, your hallway of the apartment complex?
Yes.
Do you know if any shell casings were found down where that SUV you described was?
No.
Meaning you know there were none found, or you don't know what they found down there? Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any follow-up questions for Ms. Smith based on that?
I do not, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely?
No.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for being here.
Okay, so that intrigues me. The bullet casings were found like a week later?
Yeah, pictures you can leave right there. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
They found bullet casings on the 3rd floor.
Next witness.
Have we seen we didn't see the ring doorbell stuff, right? I look funny when I take my headphones off because the headphones push the hair on my head close to my head, right around the ears. So I have like these reverse Princess Leia look going on, which is not attractive. You guys got to see that. Thank you for that. Thanks for clipping it. I'm sure you did. I'm Googling my neighborhood Chinese restaurant to see what their menu is.
Raise your hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You will have seen. Please say this again on the record.
Hi, my name is Brandy Parker, Brandi, Parker, Parker.
Hey, good afternoon, Crime Assistant Parker.
Good afternoon.
Can you tell the jurors how you are currently employed?
I am the supervisor for the crime scene department for the City of Atlanta Police Department.
Okay. And how long have you worked with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Almost 8 years.
Well, I can take your bag and put it right here on the first row. That way you don't have to hold it.
Oh, you want to put it right here?
You can put it right there too.
I'm sorry, how many years?
Almost 8 years.
Okay. And in those 8 years, have you always worked in the crime scene area of the department, in the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, always.
And can you tell the jurors a little bit about some of the training that you have done and your responsibilities as a crime scene tech with the City of Atlanta Police Department?
Yes, so we have standard training of 7 classes at GPSIC, which is Georgia Public Safety Training Center. And that's where we go to take classes at such as photography, crime scene, 101, evidence presentation. And we also do about a year of on-the-job training. So we basically partner a new crime scene tech with the senior crime scene tech, and they go from crime scene to crime scene. We respond to all types of crime scenes. So we're responsible for collecting evidence, processing the crime scene from beginning to end, and anything that would help a case as far as evidence, fecal swabs, DNA, shell casings, anything of that matter.
And as a supervisor, can you tell the jurors, are your job responsibilities and duties very similar to what you just described?
Yes, very similar.
And you said you respond to all types of scenes. Can you tell the jurors, do you respond to all types of scenes around the entire city of Atlanta?
Yes, all types of scenes throughout the city of Atlanta, including the airport.
And you respond to things for processing in cases that involve theft all the way up to murder?
Yes, it can be the smallest shoplifting case to murder, car theft, anything, any chargeable offense we respond to.
You're busy.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors, is there a specific time of day shift that you work?
Yes, so I'm assigned the evening shift, which is 3 p.m. to 11 p.m.
Okay. And back in December of 2022, were you working that same shift from 3 to 11?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, how do you get called to or dispatched to a scene to process and photograph it?
So we have radios. We are connected to 911 dispatch, and basically the dispatcher or the responding officer who responds to the scene first will assess the scene and then raise us on the radio via dispatch and give me a location and the crime type. And then from there, I will timestamp everything and then be en route to that location.
And is it typical that when you arrive on scene, that first responders are already there and have roped off or secured the scene?
Yes, so it is mandatory for an officer to respond first. They are required to secure the scene, whether it be by yellow police caution tape, whether it be by vehicle or officers securing the perimeter. And then I will arrive and meet with the responding officers or the other investigators.
Okay. Can you describe to the jurors, when you arrive to the scene, what are kind of the first steps that you take? Do you talk to the responding officers or any detectives that are on scene to get a kind of a lay of the land?
Yes, so I basically meet with the responding officers and the investigators on scene. They give me a walkthrough or a rundown of what they may have found, what they may have heard happened, and I go from there. I do a walkthrough myself, so I basically search the crime scene, inside the tape, most likely because they are required to tape off a large parameter of the scene. And I basically do a walkthrough, see what I need to collect based off the information that was given.
And when you are beginning your initial investigation and doing that walkthrough that you just described, for example, with a homicide case, is it typical that the homicide detective, the lead detective assigned to the case, kind of walks around with you and directs you to and assist you in processing and identifying items of evidence?
Yes, they do technically walk with us. It's a team effort, and we are in communication throughout the entire process.
This sounds like a silly question, but could you explain to the jury why is that important that you guys kind of work together or in tandem as you are processing and working through a scene?
So basically, they need to know what we would consider important evidence. They may see something that we don't see. I may see something that they don't see. And at that time, we work together to determine if it's necessary. Basically, just documentation purposes. If I collect shell casings, I would like to notate to the investigator what I found, and so they can document it themselves.
Okay. And can you tell the jury, did you respond to the Peaks at MLK apartment complex located at 2423 Martin Luther King Drive, southwest of Atlanta, Georgia?
Yes, I did.
And is that here within the city of Atlanta?
Yes, it is.
In Fulton County?
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, can you tell the jurors, if you can recall, the first steps that you took as you began to process and do your walkthrough of the scenes?
Basically, like you said, I did a walkthrough. I got the information that I needed. Any vehicles that were related to the scene, I basically viewed the vehicles. I located my evidence, which will be shell casings and a fragment. And basically after that, I started photographing, doing my series of photos.
Okay. I want to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibits 3 and 5 through 56. You'll take a second to flip through those and look up when you're done.
Okay.
Okay. Do you recognize the photographs in State's Exhibits 3, 5 through 56?
Yes.
And how do you recognize 3, 5, and through 56?
I remember the case. So I remember how I take my photos, that these are my photos.
Okay. And are those photographs that you took on December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, it is.
Did they fairly and accurately depict the scene at the Peaks at MLK, the 2423 Martin Luther King address?
Yes.
This time around, the state lieutenant was remarked to state 3 and then 5 through 56.
All right. Any objection to the admission of those exhibits, Ms. Feely?
No, yeah.
They are admitted.
Now, Parker, I want to show you how it's previously been admitted at State's Exhibit 2. Okay, in State's Exhibit 2, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
It is that photograph that you took of Building 1 at the Peaks at MLK apartment?
Yes, it is.
Now, can you describe to the jury, you kind of talked about, you recognize the photographs in 3 and then 5 through 56 because of the way the photographs were taken. Can you explain to the jury how you're trained and then how you use that training in photographing physical crime scenes when you respond?
So basically I have a pattern or a technique that I use for basically all my crime scenes. First things first, I always take a picture of a location, which is building. It could be a street sign or anything of that matter. and I do a close-up of the building number, which would be number 1. I try not to change too much about my photos so I can know that they are mine, how I take my photos. I do overall mid-range and close-up of certain items. So, as far as training, I incorporate my training because we take a photography class. So I incorporate my training into my processing of a crime scene.
So in State's Exhibit 3, you described, you make sure that you take identifying information that relates to buildings and addresses that you respond to. Is this an example of what you described?
Yeah.
And when you take your photographs, can you explain to the jury how do you take like an overall and then take photographs of close up things that you believe to be important?
Yes, so overall generally just gives a general location of where an item is. And then as I get closer to the item, my pictures will basically zoom in on that item so you can see what that item is. So that would be a mid-range, and a close-up. A close-up, you should be able to identify what you are photographing.
Okay. And do you remember as you walked through the scene at Building 1 of the Peaks apartment complex, through your walkthrough, what you identified as, I guess, important items of evidence that you eventually photographed and processed?
Yes, it would be shell casings and a fragment.
Okay. I know we talked about when you photographed the building, were there any vehicles involved in your processing and photographing that was, I guess, important or related to the case?
Yes, it was a Ford Explorer vehicle in the victim.
Okay. And can you describe to the jury when you arrived, I guess, where and how was the position of the victim in relation to the Ford Explorer that you described?
The victim was located partially inside the vehicle in the rear passenger's door frame. His upper body was in the vehicle. His lower half was outside of the vehicle with the door open.
Okay, I'm
Ms.
getting ready
Parker,
to use
the screen in front of you, if you press stay muted, then that box will go away. And it may be that Mr. Abate is going to want you can mark on that screen. So I just wanted to clear that one up for you.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
I'm going to try to clear this
now,
off.
in State's Exhibit 4 on the screen before you, is this what you just described and how you found the victim and eventually photographed and processed the scene as it relates to the building and the blue Ford Explorer?
Yes, it is.
And you described a few seconds ago taking kind of overall and then close-up photos of items.
I'm worried.
So
I'm worried it's going to show.
On the screen before you, is that would you describe kind of a overall photograph that you took?
The peach is mine, guys. The peach is mine.
On the sidewalk.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And then in State's
You'll know why we
Exhibit
have it in a minute.
6, is this a close-up of State's Exhibit 5 of the shell casing that we just saw?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, do you do that for all of the shell casings that you located here in State's Exhibit 7?
Need a content warning?
Yes.
And they just, again, a close-up of the shell casing that you located?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 9, can you describe to the jurors, if you recall in that photo, kind of the general area you described that a fragment was found not far from the victim? Where would that be in that photograph?
It's on the ground, close.
You can circle it if that helps you.
It's not that I can't show it. I just don't want to see it.
I think I might need to.
In State's Exhibit 10, do you see the fragment you collected?
Yes.
Okay, so circle it for the jurors. Can you tell me or tell the jurors, what is a fragment? And how is that different from a shell casing?
So basically the fragment are just pieces of the bullet. It's the bullet broken up into pieces, depending on what it may have struck. It's just like little pieces of shrapnel, and it just breaks in sometimes.
And that happened as it relates to if a bullet is fired from a gun, hits a vehicle, and that's what causes a bullet to splinter or shred.
Yes, if anything, it can happen.
Now, when a gun is fired, it's a handgun. We talked about bullets. How is a bullet different than a shell casing?
The shell casing is usually what holds the bullet. I'm gonna say hold the bullet. With all the fire, like the powder and everything inside the shell casing, it extracts the bullet. So the casing is just kind of what comes after.
When a gun is fired, is it fair to say a shell casing is ejected from the gun, whether it be to the right or to the left?
Yes.
Depending on the firearm.
Yes.
It's my understanding that the victim wore his pants low, and as they normally wear them that way, they have to keep hiking them up so they don't fall down. And so when he was shot, they just fell down. Hands up, pants down. That's the way it goes.
Do you take pictures of the vehicle, kind of the inside as you find it, with the victim and the items in the vehicle there?
Yes, everything is photographed as is. So I would photograph the exterior of the vehicle and interior if possible.
Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 16.
This is a fine peach. This is a really fine peach.
So you can clear the screen. Trash can. In Exhibit 16, do you see kind of the glare from the light? Do you see where there's a yellow marker? It says 1 on it in the middle of 16, kind of like towards the bottom of the exhibit?
Yes.
You'll circle that for the jurors. And do you see an additional yellow marker that has got the number 2 on it?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jurors what are those markers or placards and what are they for?
Those are markers 1 and 2 to signify the shell casings and where they were located.
And we talked about.
I thought he was on the 3rd floor.
You had already photographed, whether it be from overall and then close up of the shell casings. Why do you take additional photographs of those same shell casings, but with the placards or the markers 1 and 2 there?
So I initially photographed it the way it is. After I placed my marker numbers, as far as sequence of events, I photograph it again. 1, to notate where the markers are, what the markers are signifying, and to show that I altered the scene by adding something else that was not there originally.
And are those markers used, I guess, to correspond with the items when you collect them and as for reporting purposes in your report?
Yes, so each piece of evidence that has a marker number, that marker number and that piece of evidence is the same throughout report writing, processing, packaging. So number 1, I know that it will always be the shell casing. Same as number 2.
And the way you described earlier how you take your photos, the overalls and the close-ups, is that what we're seeing here in State's Exhibit 17 is a close-up of marker number 1 of the shell casing the sidewalk?
This would be my mid-range. I should have a...
So would 18 be your close-up?
Yes, it would be,
okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you do the same thing as it relates to marker number 2, do a mid-range, far away mid-range, and then close-up?
Yes.
It's 25 and 26.
Yes.
Excuse me, 19 and 20.
Yes.
Now, when you go to State's Exhibit 21, can you tell the jurors what is marker number 3, which just happens to, the circle is perfect, but what is marker number 3 identifying at State's Exhibit 21?
That's identifying the fragment that I photographed earlier in relation to the vehicle.
Okay, and then State's Exhibits 22 and 23, are these the mid-range and the close range of that fragment that we talked about earlier now?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in State's Exhibit 24, can you tell the jurors what is State's Exhibit 4, the marker number 4 in State's Exhibit 24, what is it marking or signifying? For the jurors in the back.
You said circle it?
Yeah, some of the jurors, make sure they can see.
So number 4 is signifying the victim. Also is signifying in relation to number 3, proximity, where the fragment is in relation to where the victim is located.
And why is that important for you to notate the proximity for your purposes of your report and your processing?
For me, it's just relation purposes, so I know where items are located. I cannot say specifically that the fragment was there via someone else's doing, but it's just to show relation and location for me.
That's because you weren't there at the time of the shooting?
Yes.
Now, while on scene, do you take a series of photographs of the vehicle and the victim with him inside?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors why do you photograph the entire car inside and out?
So I photograph a vehicle to notate, to documentation, to notate if there's any damage to the vehicle, any bullet holes. It could be someone described the car as having a missing headlight. If that's the case, I photograph the car from the exterior to the interior. The interior, I photograph because there may be evidence in there, something that needs to be collected. So I do that before the vehicle is removed.
Can you describe for the jurors, I know we've seen some photos, I won't be repetitive and go back, but kind of describe for the jurors some of the photographs and what you determined as relates to the damage to the Ford Explorer, the blue Ford Explorer?
There was broken glass. So, okay, yes. The rear passenger door window was damaged. So that is me basically notating damage to the vehicle, whether it's the window or just documenting the glass on the ground.
That's picture 24. When we see 34, that's the one we need the peach on.
I want to show you. So obviously we see in State Exhibit 24. At this point, have you manipulated or touched the victim as it relates to his clothes or anything else on his person or in that vehicle?
No, I have not.
Okay. I want to show you State's Exhibit 32.
Where's it at? Where's it at? That's 30. It's just the car. We're on 30, we need 32, 31, 32. There we go.
State's Exhibit 32. Can you, obviously, the victim's pants are much lower than they were in State's Exhibit 24. Can you describe to the jurors, I guess, how that happened and why you did that and took photographs of it?
So I was not the one to alter the clothing. We have a medical examiner. Okay. So it's my crime scene, but the medical examiner is in charge of the victim. So they basically altered the clothing for me to photograph the injuries to the victim.
And we won't go through all of the photographs, but did you take photographs of the injuries as you saw them working in tandem with the investigator from the medical examiner's office as well as the lead detective, Detective McClure?
Yes.
Okay. And did you photograph not only the gunshot wounds to the victim's back and butt area, but also to the back of his head?
Yes.
And to his arms?
Yes.
I did a lot of work to make sure this lined up properly. I don't think, first of all, he was shot twice in the buttocks, one on each left, once on the right.
The shell
I don't think
casings
it's
that we
respectful
have
to sit there and look at the victim like that. Plus, I don't want to see it.
been talking about in the photographs and the placards 1 and 2. Once you're done processing, say marking and photographing, what do you do with those shell casings?
I then take them with me to our home location, our office, and I process them for fingerprints. So I would do super glue and I would use black powder to search for fingerprints. And then after that, I package them and then I send the shell casings and the fragment to the APD crime lab for ballistics testing.
Okay, so before you do all that, you collect them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
And then, you're okay. You said that you process them for latent prints?
Yes.
What are latent prints?
It's basically a fingerprint that can't be seen by the naked eye. So we use super glue to basically adhere the super glue to the fingerprint, if there is one. And that way we can use multiple processing techniques. I use black powder. It's a thin powder. And I use a brush and I basically develop a fingerprint if there's one there.
And in this instance, did you do that to shell casings in the fragment that you collected from the sidewalk and the kind of grassy dirt area and then the fragment in front of the vehicle?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to, I guess, find any latent prints of value or any prints recovered?
No prints of value.
Can you tell me, is that uncommon not to find prints of value on shell casings and fragments, things that are fireproof firearms?
No, it's not uncommon.
So there's why?
Scientifically, basically when a gun is fired, it's a form of an explosion. Basically, the heat from the firearm dissolves the prints. Fingerprints are majority water.
So let me ask this question. If that's the case, since it's very hot, sounds like, why do you even attempt to get latent prints from shell casings and ballistics evidence?
Well, you have to try. You have to form an attempt. Sometimes you may get a situation where someone may have touched it after the fact. So you always want to double check. And like I said, you just want to put forth an effort. Even science-wise, it says it really can't be done. You never know.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been marked as State Exhibit 181. And if you will take a look at it.
You said 181?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
If you will take a look, you can open the bag and look inside. Tell me if you recognize what's inside State Exhibit 181.
The peach covered everything because it was called a downstream keyer, which is the last thing applied to the video. If I'd used an upstream keyer, then I could have layered chat over the peach, but I used downstream.
You want me to open the bullet bags too, or just?
If you need to identify what's inside.
I don't. I can.
So in opening State Exhibit 181, do you recognize the contents, 3 packages inside of State Exhibit 181?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell the jurors what are State Exhibits? State Exhibit 181 and the contents of it?
So these are the 2 shell casings and the fragment that I recovered, markers 1 through 3, and I placed them in their individual bullet bags, and I sealed them up with my initials, and that's what's in the bags.
I don't see the solo cups yet, so I'm not sure they've finished the blood collection.
Okay, so those packages, what is State Exhibit 181A? Is that a fragment or is that a shell casing?
This is a 9mm shell casing.
Okay, and what about 181B?
This is a 9mm shell casing.
And then the last one, process of elimination, what's 181C?
The fragment.
Okay. And are those the two shell casings in the fragment that you collected from the outdoor area right outside of Building 1 on December 22nd, 2022?
Yes, it is.
This time around in the statement of tender, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 181, and then the contents within 181A, B, and C.
Got it. Any objection, Ms. Feely?
No.
181 and its 3 constituent parts are admitted.
Now, Congressman Dick Parker, when you were processing the scene and looking inside of the vehicle and the process of, I guess, the medical examiner kind of manipulated some of the victim's clothing. At any point inside of that vehicle, did you locate a firearm?
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. And at some point, were you asked to go to apartment in Building 1 and then to 1218, so apartment 1218?
Yes.
And were you asked to photograph a firearm that was on the kitchen counter?
Yes, I was.
That's what we see in State's Exhibit 58, which was previously admitted.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and that was when you photographed it. Can you describe to the jury? It was inside the apartment.
It was inside the apartment at the time of my arrival. I was just advised to photograph it and leave it where it was.
And while on scene, I guess that are those the only two kind of areas that you were directed to and worked with Detective McClure at this location to process and photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the vehicle, can you describe to the jury when a vehicle is involved in a shooting like this one where the window was shot out and the victim was found inside, where does that vehicle go? Does it go somewhere?
We don't have any control of where they go. But they typically come to our building on Donald Lee Hollowell, which we consider the annex. We have vehicle cages, and that's where they generally drop the vehicles off for processing.
Okay. And in this instance, was the 2006 Ford Explorer, the blue Ford Explorer, was it towed to the APD annex for cage?
Yes.
And did you also respond to the cage the next day to photograph further and process the vehicle?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I want to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 76 through 88 and then 90 through 96. So just look through those. Tell me if you recognize them.
Can you say the range again, please?
Yes, Your Honor. 76 through 88 and then 90 through 96. State's Exhibit 89 was previously admitted.
Okay, thank you.
Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize State's Exhibit 76 through 88 and 90 through 96?
I remember the day, and I also remember the series of photos and how I photographed it.
And those photographs fairly and accurately depict the photographs that you took as part of your processing of the Ford Explorer on the next day, so December 23rd of 2022 at the APD Annex.
Yes.
This time around, the state with tender was marked as States Exhibit 76 through 88, and then 90 through 96.
Ms. Feely, any objection to those two ranges of photos?
No, Your Honor.
They're all admitted.
I'll show you the last one. I apologize.
Coburger's at 5:30 this evening.
Yes.
Elizabeth,
And also
5:30.
part of a series of photographs of the processing of the vehicle at the APDNX.
Yes.
Fairly accurately depicts the last part of the process.
Yes.
And I apologize, Your Honor, the state with tender was remarked as States Exhibit 97 into evidence as well.
Any objection to States 97?
No.
Also admitted.
Now, when you describe to the jury, do you take the same kind of steps that you've described in processing the vehicle the next day?
Yes, I always re-photograph the vehicle, even if it's the same vehicle, over again the next day, because I don't know as far as what would happen when it's transported from one location to the other.
In States Exhibit 76, this is how you found the vehicle at in the cage that you've described at the annex.
Yes, it is.
Can you describe to the jury kind of your first steps or what you believe to be important in the initial steps that you took in processing this vehicle, the Explorer?
So once the vehicle is located at the annex, me and an investigator will basically search the vehicle to see if there was anything that was not collected on the scene. And then from there, I'll re-photograph the exterior of the vehicle, and then I photograph the interior of the vehicle because the victim was moved.
Okay, and based on your training and experience and your number of years with the Atlanta Police Department, specifically in the crime scene unit, can you explain to the jurors when the vehicle is towed from here, the Peaks Apartment complex to the APD Annex cage area, is it done so where an officer will accompany the vehicle as it's towed from point A to point B?
Yes, it is required for an officer to follow the vehicle from the crime scene to the annex because it is considered a piece of evidence. So they have to notate that the vehicle is there.
And can you tell the jurors, as you began to process the vehicle, as you described how you do processing of scenes, what, I guess, if anything, of evidentiary value did you locate inside the vehicle?
I found another fragment inside the vehicle.
Where did you find the fragment, if you can recall?
I believe it was the rear passenger, under the rear passenger seat.
Takes it at 97. But there we go. It states it at 97. Is that the fragment that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Now,
The hearing's going to be at 5:30 Eastern time.
States it at 87.
Might be closed.
Is this, I guess, why do you take this photograph? I know we talked about earlier, you had photographed the scene as to the fact that the back, the rear passenger window was broken. But why do you continue or take another series of photos as it relates to the damage to the car here?
So when I arrived to the initial crime scene, the door was open. So this time I arrived at the second location, the door is closed. So I'm just basically getting a different angle with the door closed, how it should be, and just signifying that there is damage to the rear passenger side window.
And in State Exhibit 91, the glass that you can see on the seat and the floorboard and on the door, was that glass that was that you swept up and from the scene and put into the vehicle, or is that glass that fell into the vehicle as after it shattered?
No, that was glass that was in the vehicle originally after it shattered. I would never take something and put it in another place. I would never do that.
And while you were photographing and processing the vehicle, was Detective McClure there with you, working kind of in tandem or in conjunction as it relates to the processing of this car?
Yes, he was.
Let me ask you this question. As you process this vehicle and kind of searched it for items of evidence like you found with the projectile, at any point during the processing at the annex, did you find a firearm in that car?
No, we didn't.
Thank you, Crime Detective Parker. I don't believe I have any further questions.
Ms. Feely.
Your Honor, if I make it to defense exhibit stickers, I was not expecting to need them this afternoon.
Well, here we are. Let's pause the record.
We're pausing the record like a DJ.
My apologies. I'm ready to proceed.
You ready? Okay, we're back on the record now that you've got your stickers. When you're ready, Ms. Feely.
Do you have a title, or can I call you Ms. Parker?
Yes, you can.
Okay. So Ms. Parker, you talked about you have 8 years of experience, right? And that includes, I guess, courses in photography, crime scene photography.
Yes.
And evidence collection.
Yes.
And evidence presentation.
Yes.
And you have experience documenting, like you were saying, from shoplifting all the way to murder scenes. Is that right?
Yes.
And you talked about the importance of blocking off the scene, right? Because you want to get that scene secure for you to have the best, I guess, opportunity to gather the most evidence, right?
Yes.
And in this case, that was done, right?
Yes.
Because you want to get it right the first time.
Yes.
Because you can't recreate a crime scene after the day of.
No.
And you did you review your materials in terms of your reports before today?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And you actually wrote 2 reports in this case.
Yes.
It's a murder case. It's a pretty big deal, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the first report was actually that December 22nd, that evening, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you know, through your 8 years of experience, that it's very important. And I think you've used the term documentation multiple times. It's very important to document everything you do, right?
Yes.
It's important that you are accurate with that.
Yes.
And that you're thorough.
Make sure you answer yes or no, or maybe, or whatever. The court reporter can't take down the mm-hms.
You are okay. Yes.
And on direct, you told the jury that you, on the night of December 22nd, did not remove a firearm from that vehicle. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would it refresh your recollection if I show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1?
Was there a gun there?
Yes.
And so you did, in fact, take a firearm from the Ford Explorer. Is that right?
No, the firearm that was documented from apartment 1218 is what is being referenced.
Is that your electronic signature there, Father?
Yes.
And is this a fair and accurate representation of the report that you made on the night of December 22nd?
Yes.
But at this time, we move to admit defense one.
Okay. Any objection to admitting defense one, making it part of the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, it's part of the record.
So it's your testimony that the only firearm that you were talking about in this particular sentence in the report that you wrote that night was the firearm at the apartment. Is that right?
Yes.
The sentence that we're talking about is the 60 photographs that you just were admitting during direct, right?
Yes.
And in your report, you write 60 photos were taken of a Ford Explorer vehicle with reddish stains, a firearm, 2 9mm shell casings, and 1 fragment. Is that right?
Yes.
And so we talked about the 2 9mm casings, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we've talked about the fragment.
Yes, sorry. Yes, sorry.
And so in between the reddish stains in the series of things you are listing, between reddish stains and 2 9mm shell casings is where you listed the firearm, right?
Yes.
And
is that just bad?
In your report,
writing?
you write all items will be submitted to APD Crime Lab for ballistics. Is that right?
I said the 2 shell casings and the fragment from the ground will be submitted.
And then further down in your report, you wrote the firearm was not collected. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the firearm there was no photograph made of a firearm in this vehicle. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you also, you mentioned you wrote a second police report in this case.
Yes, I did.
And that was based on the second search of the vehicle in which you found the second fragment. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And in that report, you do not mention a firearm in the Ford Explorer, right?
Correct.
Because that firearm was not collected.
There was no firearm in the vehicle.
Okay. I just need you to help me understand. This is one series of things that we're talking about that starts with 60 photographs were taken of a Ford Explorer vehicle, right?
Correct.
With reddish stains, right?
Yes.
A firearm, right? 2 9mm shell casings, right?
Yes.
And 1 fragment.
Yes.
But it's your testimony here today before this jury that you were listing all of those things out that you found in the Ford Explorer, but you meant the apartment in that other series of photos.
I was just listing the things that I photographed in general. I mean, I know I listed the shell casings and the fragment as well, but that didn't indicate that it was from the vehicle. The reddish stains was just saying that the Ford Explorer had reddish stains.
So you weren't talking about reddish stains in the apartment though, right?
No, not in the apartment.
And you weren't talking about 9mm casings in the apartment, right?
No.
And you weren't talking about a bullet fragment in the apartment, right?
No.
So only in the series of things that you were talking about, only the firearm you meant was in the apartment.
Yes. It is also listed with my photo descriptions or the rest of my report in my photos. You will see that I photographed the apartment, the number, and then comes the firearm. Not the firearm in the vehicle.
So you're talking about a separate firearm?
No, the firearm that's mentioned is the firearm from the apartment.
You weren't wearing a body-worn camera, were you?
No, ma'am.
Defense is trying to twist this.
And were you ever made aware of at some point in time that there were, in fact, shell casings on the 3rd floor balcony?
No, I was not aware.
So it's your testimony that you went to the 2nd floor, right, to photograph the firearm?
1218, yes.
This is why report writing is so important. Words matter. And it sounds like she
But
messed
you did
up
not go to the 3rd floor, is that right?
That is correct. I did not.
Gave the impression there was a firearm in the vehicle, which apparently there wasn't.
That's all I have at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Any redirect, Mr. Abate?
I do have a little bit.
So I want to show you the second page of your report of Defense Exhibit 1. You see, let me zoom in a little bit. You see where it says vehicle, property, and item summary?
Yes.
Okay. And do you see where it says 2 9mm shell casings, 1 fragment, markers 1 through 3?
Yes.
And does that describe the photographs that we've previously seen when you were on direct and talking about your process, the markers that you use to mark the 2 shell casings in the fragment?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Ms. Feely asked you about the part in your report on page 1 where it's in your narrative, it says, responded to the scene 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive. 60 photos were taken. Is that the total number of photos that you took as it relates to that area or that crime scene?
Yes, that is correct.
And then it lists that the things that you took photographs of. Is that correct?
Yes, it does.
So you took photographs of the Ford Explorer that we talked about?
Yes.
And the stains within it?
Yes.
And there's a comma, right?
Yes.
And this is a firearm, right?
Yes.
And do you remember looking at State Exhibit 58, which was the photograph of a firearm, the one that was inside apartment 1218?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you located a firearm inside the Ford Explorer, the blue Ford Explorer, would you have taken photographs of it as you've described with the jury previously, an overall, a medium range, and a close range before marking it?
Yes, I would have.
And then if you found a firearm was inside of the vehicle, you would have then marked it with a placard, right?
Yes, correct.
But you have done the exact same process where you take the same series of photos, overall, mid-range, and close-up of firearm.
Yes, that's correct.
Because the only firearm that we photographed and located on the scene, the one that we've already seen previously in State Exhibit 58 that was located inside of the apartment 1218.
Yes.
Nothing further to say.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
So whatever firearm we were talking about, we can all agree was not taken into evidence. Is that right?
That is correct.
And so nothing ballistics wise, like you were talking about with the casings in the fragment, could be done on that firearm, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
She's alleging that
Any questions from the jurors for Ms. Parker? Ms. Feely, you didn't try to tender defense 2, correct? I just want to make sure I'm keeping track. Great. Thank you. You should feel free to use larger than 1-point font when you're writing your questions.
There's a juror who's writing microscript.
All right, be at ease. I need to chat with the lawyers real briefly. And Ms. Parker, we're going to have a few more questions for you, okay? Don't go anywhere.
Look at this witness. She's all. Here comes the yoga. Yes, yes, we have more yoga. Drag a chair out. Little stretch. Now the witness is bored. I think she's quite a competent police officer. I think the defense made her report sound as if it was inaccurate, but upon reading it directly, I think she did a good job. I don't think there were any flaws in it. I think she did a great job. She wants to be done. Now the jurors should just wander around the courtroom looking at stuff. Feel free to make yourself homely at home, I mean. Let's see what the juror questions are. Can't imagine anything really huge coming up as a result of this, but yeah, you should teach yoga. Yoga's over.
No one wants to know if it was raining anymore. All right. Do you know how long after the shooting occurred that you were out there taking pictures?
I do not recall the time frame.
Let's narrow it down a little, and that's okay, but would you have been there the same evening of the shooting?
Yes, the same evening. When crime scenes happen, we tend to get called probably 30 minutes to an hour or sooner after the situation occurs. It just depends on how quickly they get the crime scene secured. I don't have a firearm, so I have to wait on the officers to make it safe for me to process.
So if the shooting had happened around 9 on December 22nd, you wouldn't have been there at 9:05, but you also wouldn't have been there on the 23rd.
That is correct.
Okay, sometime later that evening.
Sometimes later, yeah.
All right. Are you able to, first, is it part of your role to determine at what range the victim was shot?
No, it's not my job to determine that. But from experience, the more and more you see, you can sometimes you can tell a difference.
Was there anything about this scene, based on your experience, that told you at what range the shooter was from the victim when the shooting happened?
No, I could not determine that.
Okay. Do you know what the caliber of the gun in 1218 was that you photographed?
No, I do not.
You photographed 2 shell casings. Were you involved in collecting any other shell casings that may have been linked to this shooting?
Oh, I don't know. No. Everything that I collected on scene was what I collected.
Okay. If it turns out there were other shell casings collected later from the scene, that wouldn't have been you.
No, it would not have been me.
Okay. From your experience as a crime scene technician, is it typical that all shell casings are recovered? And by that, I mean, you learn from the other officers there, hey, we were told 10 shots were fired. Why aren't you finding more? There's only one shell casing. Or there was one shot fired and you find 6 shell casings. How does that, tell the jurors how that works?
I don't turn away evidence. The officers tend to hear the 911 information before I do. So if I kind of go based off of what they tell me. If there were 10 shots fired, that's what the caller said. Then if I find 10 shell casings, that would be great. Sometimes we find more, but they will still be collected. We try not to turn away evidence or anything that could be evidence, even if it's not related. We don't know.
And in the other scenario where instead of finding 6, where someone says there was only one shot, you find 1, but there are 10 bullet holes in the side of the car, help the jurors understand why you'd find fewer shell casings than it appears to be the number. Like the victim had a number of holes in him.
Yes.
That doesn't seem to correspond to 2 shell casings.
How did I put it? We canvass, we search, we call K9 out to assist us. We do to the best of our ability, but that's why we do follow-ups. So it's not necessarily if I find 2 shell casings and someone heard 10 shots were fired, I can only go based off of what I'm told in the area that I'm given. I do search more. But like I said, that's why we're giving follow-ups because more information comes about. I'm not sure what the initial caller reported. Sometimes it's incorrect information. But at that point, I kind of rely on the other investigators and officers. If they find more, if they get search warrants for certain things, then at that point, I'll go back out. But I mean, we just really do the best that we can.
Was the rear passenger window of the Ford Explorer the only window that was damaged?
To my knowledge, yes. Yes, the window and the quarter window, the smaller window, those were the windows that I saw that were damaged.
Okay, on the rear passenger door?
Yes.
Were you involved in any way in searching any of the breezeways of the apartment complex near where the shooting occurred? 2nd floor, 3rd floor?
No, I was not a part of that search.
Would there be any reason why the search perimeter wouldn't have extended to include, can you put the picture, there's a picture of the Ford Explorer from the driver's side. That's not helpful because you've got 99 pictures, but it's a low number. It was
I
one.
think it was number 1, the first one.
Okay. Yeah, so it'd be 2 in our set.
Okay.
Don't think we need the peach again. Just making sure.
You're doing great. Okay, so it sounds like your search very understandably was focused on the area around the Ford Explorer, and you found 2 shell casings and 1 fragment around there on the ground around the Ford Explorer. If you see in the background there are 3 breezeways, ground floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor. It doesn't sound like you were asked by anyone to look for any evidence in any of those breezeways. Any particular reason why, in your experience, the search wouldn't extend in that direction or any other direction?
So once again, I go based off of the information that I'm given. It's not necessarily that I wouldn't search the 2nd and 3rd floors, but if we were given information that someone ran on the 1st floor through the breezeway to the other side, that's where we're going to check. until, like I said, more information comes about. We did search the rest of like the first floor area. But me personally, if I wasn't given insight on the second and third floor, as far as it being a possibility someone went up there for any reason, then we're just going to work with the first floor until we get more information, and then we'll go to the second and third floor.
Got it. And you weren't given any information that suggested the second floor breezeway or the third floor breezeway was an area of interest?
No, I was not.
All right, Mr. Abate, do you have follow-up for Ms. Parker based on these?
I do, very briefly. In Crime Detective Parker, is it unusual for after this instance, when you finish your part of processing the scene, that the investigation continues?
Yes.
That's unusual or usual?
Oh, it's usual that it does continue, always.
And as the detectives, they receive additional information, are there additional requests made for yourself or other members of your team to process different areas of different scenes at a later time?
Yes, we do get requested to come out, even if it's a week later, we are requested.
And do you do you have a coworker who is crime scene tech Shane Chavez?
I do.
Okay. And you were working with him back in December or on December 22nd, 2022 and ongoing?
Yes.
Okay. And in States Exhibit 2, as the judge kind of talked to you about the different areas that you processed, and then the different areas on the photograph, whether it be the first floor, second floor, third floor. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
So when you talk about guns being fired and projectiles being ejected from the gun, the barrel, and a shell casing being ejected, when a shell casing is ejected from a firearm, and it hits the ground, does it roll and bounce to different areas as it lands?
It could, yes.
Okay. And if somebody is firing on the third floor balcony, literally firing over the balcony and shoots, is that how it's possible that's how a shell casing lands where you found the shell casing on the sidewalk area in front of building 1?
Now, I'm not a firearms expert, so I cannot say for sure.
Okay.
But will say I'm assuming it is possible that it could happen.
Okay. And but is it fair to say when the shell casing is ejected from the gun that its landing spot is not necessarily where it first hits the ground? It can roll on an incline, it can hit a wall or other things that helps to get to its final resting place.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to show you help refresh your recollection in looking at Detective McClure's report as it relates to his describing processing the scene in tandem, specifically as it relates to the firearm that was photographed in State Exhibit 58 as to its caliber.
Oh, yes. Okay.
And I want to just direct you to page 8 of his report, kind of in the middle of the report, and that helps refresh your recollection as it relates to the caliber of the firearm in State Exhibit 58.
Yes.
And did looking at a copy of the report help refresh your recollection?
Yes, it does.
And what caliber firearm was the firearm that was photographed in State Exhibit 58?
A .22 caliber.
You said the shell casings.
That AR style gun was a 22.
Found on the scene, and they were what caliber?
9mm.
Not 22 caliber shell casings.
That is correct.
Lastly, I want to show you page 1.
Yeah, 22 is a very small caliber.
Defense Exhibit 1, your report, real fast. The judge had asked you about some timing of your arrival. Do you recall?
Yes, I recall.
So in looking on page 1 of Defense Exhibit 1 of your report from 12/22/22, can you tell the jurors in looking where it says a narrative, what time you were requested to respond to the scene?
It says I was requested at 21:29 hours, which means 9:29 p.m.
And then underneath it, do you see where it says arrival date and time?
Yes.
And what time did you arrive?
2200 hours, which is 10 o'clock p.m.
Okay, so if the 911 call comes in around 9:06, 9:07, and officers respond within minutes, is it fair to say you respond within the hour in which the 911 call was placed in regards to the shooting?
Yes, that is correct.
That fairly quick in your experience for a response as it relates to crime scene techs responding to any scene, this scene specifically?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor.
Ms. Feely, do you have follow-up for Ms. Parker?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, ma'am, for your time. Appreciate it.
That was important.
You can take
Redirect.
all your stuff there and you leave the exhibits. Appreciate it.
That means the gun that was in the house, the 22.
Mr. Abate, Mr. Rao, your next witness, shorter or longer? We're getting close to afternoon break time.
Medium.
Medium. Of course, that's your answer. Tell me who it is, and then I'll make the decision.
Crime scene tech, Shane Chavez.
Okay. We're going to take a break. You've just went through a crime scene tech. I want to let you refresh. We'll come back and hear from the other crime scene tech, and you may have a bunch of your unanswered questions answered through this witness. Please don't talk about the case during the break. Feel free to fan out down the hallway. No outside research. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. Thank you.
Jurors are heading out. Going to do some yoga in the hallway. Shorts. Shorts and sandals.
Thank you.
Sure.
He handed something to the judge. He handed something to the judge, and I want to know what it is. All right. Here's our last little break before we begin about the last hour and a half of trial. Just a second here. Okay. Apparently, jurors don't have dress codes. At least they're dressed. I mean, this is the no buts trial, so no ifs, ands, or buts. I think that's what we need to call it: ifs, ands, or buts. Still looking at the menu for the No One Chinese restaurant. I think it should share it with you guys. You guys help me make a choice. We'll keep the audio going, waiting for the court to come back here because it might happen any minute. But in the meantime, let's take a gander at the Chinese restaurant offerings, starting at the top. 10% off my first order. It's definitely not that. Let's see, fried chicken wings, fried shrimps, multiple shrimp, spare rib. No, I'm going to pass on those. Appetizers, no, we'll pass on those as well. Fried rice. I'm thinking the shrimp fried rice. If it's shrimps fried rice, I think I'd go with that one. Also, I'm looking at the lo mein, and that's looking good. I'm liking the vegetable lo mein, but I might also do the chicken. Not sure what mi fun is. Is that the little noodles? Anyway, it clearly says up here that there's No One Chinese restaurant. No One Chinese. It's right there. I mean, that's the name. So I qualify. There we go. You telling me a shrimp fried that? Maroon, yes, as far as the trial goes, we're not talking about Chinese food. As far as the trial goes, the defendant is charged with murder. The decedent was shot 5 times in the back while he was, appeared to be getting something out of the back of his car. We've learned that the victim was not armed, and that the shooter possibly fired from the 3rd floor balcony apartment above where the decedent had parked illegally on the curb for 10 or 15 minutes. The victim was in the music business, and I think I'd say up and coming, maybe more up to come. There was his fiance was in the apartment in the house, heard the shots, grabbed a AR-style pistol, chambered in .22, and ran out of the house with that, but then thought better of it or ran back in after hearing someone running above her. Ran back in, left the gun, grabbed
let's get back on the record in State versus Williams. Mr. Abate, you're ready with your next witness, who's going to be the other crime scene technician.
Yes, Your Honor.
This may be the first, assuming it's male crime scene technician I've had. Anything before we bring the jurors in?
Women are detail-oriented.
Ms. Feely, anything before the jurors come in? All right, before we go, Mr. Williams, you've been doing okay, been very quiet, which is great, but you've been getting breaks when you need breaks?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, let's bring the jurors in.
Mr. Williams is the defendant. He's over there between his 2 attorneys. The attorneys, in their opening statement, said this was not murder. This was not murder. This was something else. Not sure what else they think it was, but getting shot 5 times in the back, including twice in the butt, and once in the back of the head, which proved to be a fatal shot on its own. It looks a lot like murder to the ME, just saying. The peach did make an appearance. Peach you're talking about is this one. Boing. There's one shot where the victim is photographed with his pants down because he was shot in the butt. The ME wanted to see the injuries, and so we put the peach up to preserve his dignity. Unfortunately, there's a lot more medical examiner photos to come. I'm going to need a lot more peaches. Possibly a whole screen full of peaches. And they're graphic. The body's not cleaned up. There's blood, there's gore, it's wounds shown. Peter Piper needs to pick a whole peck of peaches.
Thank you, Deputy Gordon. You all can be seated except for Mr. Rao. If you would come get the 2 exhibits. There's a pair of scissors up there. If you just sort of clear, I don't know they may be DA scissors. Get those, that'd be great. Thank you. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to press forward with the state's case. Their next witness is?
Crime scene tech, Chavez.
This will affirm the testimony you will give, truth, the whole truth, and nothing but you state the study manager, what?
Shane Chavez, ShaneChavez.
We'd love to.
Good afternoon, CST Chavez. Can you tell the jury where you're currently employed?
There he is.
I work for the Atlanta Police Department for the crime scene unit.
And how long have you been with APD?
About 2 years.
And throughout that time, has that all been as a crime scene tech?
Yes.
Okay. And how many scenes would you say you've processed in your career so far with APD?
Oh, yeah, that's hard to put a number on. We average a couple a day, or myself, I average a couple a day usually.
He wasn't expecting that question.
A couple a day for a couple of years. So several hundred, I guess, at this point.
And those several hundred scenes that you've responded to, do they vary in terms of the types of offenses or incidents that you're responding to process?
Yes, yeah, we respond to any kind of crimes, really.
Okay. So I'd like to turn your attention to January 1st, 2023. Did you respond to 2423 MLK Junior Drive, Atlanta, Georgia, at the request of Detective McClure?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the reason that you responded to that scene?
I was there to collect some additional evidence that was found.
And I'm going to approach you with what has been pre-marked for identification purposes. It states 62, 64, and 66 through 75. Have you had a chance to look at those photographs in preparation for your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do those fairly and accurately depict the incident location that you responded to at the request of Detective McClure?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Your Honor, at this time, the state would seek to admit states 62, 64, and 66 through 75 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to the admission of those photos?
No.
They are all admitted.
And so when you arrived on scene, did you meet up with Detective McClure?
Yes.
Okay. And did Detective McClure take you to a particular area within the incident location that you responded to for the purposes of collecting additional evidence?
Yeah.
So, hold on, please. So on State's Exhibit 2 that's being depicted on your screen, would this be the area that you responded to?
Yes, that's there. I have a quick question. I have something on my screen.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know why it's with each witness. Hit stay mute. Okay. And then that's the screen, and it may well be that you'll be asked to mark on it. It's got a little touch screen capability, but thank you for asking.
Sorry.
No, you're fine. So with respect to the specific area that you went to with Detective McClure, do you see that area on State's Exhibit 2?
Yes.
Would you mind circling the general area that Detective McClure took you to?
We went up.
So you have to see that little circle with a pencil in it in the lower left-hand corner.
Oh.
Tap that, tap that. Cool. Now your finger is a pen and
Okay.
circle whatever you want to circle.
So we went up to this area of there's a hallway or a breezeway overlooking this parking lot.
And so in transitioning to State's 65, did you climb up the steps to get up to the area where you needed to go to?
Yes, yeah, we went up those stairs that were in that photo.
And was Detective McClure present with you at the time, or did you go up there by yourself?
No, we had all walked up there together, yeah.
And so on State's 65, where did Detective McClure take you with respect to what you can see on State 65 for the purposes of collecting evidence?
We came over to this. Oh, do I gotta do it again? Oh, here. Okay, sorry. We came over to this portion of the hallway floor where he showed me where the casings were that they had found.
Just for accuracy, would that be the other end of the hall?
That would be
by the railing.
So yeah, sorry. So this would be the other.
When you say railing, are you referring to the white railing or the black railing?
Yeah.
The white railing.
So yeah, we're essentially, he showed me to the portion of, I guess, between the white railing and the metal railing, that little landing there.
Okay. And the apartment number that's depicted on the middle left portion of the picture on State 65. Do you know what apartment number that is?
1309 from this photo.
I know it's a little bit slanted,
it's a little
but did you take a close-up photo as depicted on State 64?
Yeah, I took a photo showing which unit that was. Oh, 1319.
And so that would be apartment 1319. Would that be correct?
Yeah. That's
okay. And so that would be the general apartment that is in the vicinity of the area where you went to look at the evidence you collected.
Yes, that was the closest unit to where we were at.
And so transitioning to State 61, is this a close-up shot or a mid-level shot of the general area where you collected the shell casings?
Yeah, it's just getting us closer to where we're going.
If you hit on the left-hand side, there's a circle with an arrowhead on it. That's undo, and that should make your artwork go away. There you go.
Okay.
And so in looking over the white railing that's depicted on that State's exhibit, did you take photographs of that area?
Yes, I have a photograph that looks outward.
What was the reason you took photographs of that particular area?
I was directed by the investigator that he said it was, he wanted to be able to see what was down there. He wanted it documented what was visible from up here.
And
up there.
I think State 60 is a little bit darker. Could you transition to State 63? So would that be the general area that you would see once looking over that white railing?
Yes.
Okay. And in looking at remembering State 62, is that meant to depict, or sorry, States 2, is that area meant States 2, I apologize. I initially said State 62, I meant to say States 2. And so once we have States 2 pulled up, what we're looking at when looking over that white railing, would that be what we're looking at?
Yeah, that's what we're looking at. Would that be what we're looking at?
So,
yep, that would be it. This is what we're looking at.
Transitioning back to States.
Great question.
73. Did you collect shell casings when responding to this particular area?
Yes.
How many shell casings did you recover?
2.
And with respect to State 73, what is that a depiction of?
This is one of the 2 casings that we found.
And for the jury's edification, would you mind circling the specific area where you collected that shell casing, or where you see that specific shell casing?
Oh, it's right here in the center of that circle.
The jury now feels edified.
And in looking at State 66, when observing that shell casing, did you put an evidence placard on it?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of putting that placard on?
Well, I guess it serves multiple purposes, but one, to individualize the evidence as well as to make it more visible from a distance as well.
Make it more visible.
From a distance.
Individualize the evidence.
And then transitioning to states 72.
I like that the crime scene photographer takes all the pictures
this
with
where
everything
you
centered so much
observe the
that a
second
single
shell
circle
casing?
works for all the
Yes.
pictures.
And then in going back to
Daybell's ending for the day. Thank you.
66, do you see placard number 2 in relation to placard number 1?
Yes.
Okay. And would you mind circling both placards just in the event that jurors may not be able to see it on states?
Do you want 2 circles or do you want one large?
On each placard.
Okay.
And would those be the 2 shell casings that you recovered off at the scene?
Yeah, that's the 2.
And did you end up collecting those shell casings from that particular area?
Yes, I collected them.
I'm going to approach you with what's been pre-marked for identification purposes, states 1, 8, and 2. Do you recognize the handwriting on states 182?
Yes.
And whose handwriting is that?
This is mine.
And what is states 182?
This is the bag of what should be the 2 casings.
Okay. And did you collect those 2 shell casings and put them in that bag?
Yes.
And when you did that, did you put your signature anywhere indicating that those were the shell casings recovered from that particular scene at that particular time?
Yes, this is my signature here on that one right there.
And do you have the date of when you collected the shell casings as well as the address associated with those shell casings?
Yes, the date has on here has the January 4th, or that could have been when I made it.
Or that could have been what?
Does it have the address?
Yes, it has 2423 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive.
They're going to lose this case just based on everyone being a newbie and not knowing what's going on.
Would you mind opening them up?
Sure. Does it matter where I open it from?
Yeah, I have. Thought I had left. No.
Oh, how should I open this?
How do you
Just
open
cut
evidence?
my
I've never
laptop.
done the opening the evidence part. I've only closed it. Do you guys care if I just like cut right through the tape? Sometimes we get stuck watching images and don't get to see the witness up close.
Do I remove the contents or?
Yes, please.
Okay.
He's been 2 years on the job. This might be the first trial he's gotten to. 2 years is not a long time for a murder trial. So he might be right on the front end, brand new when it comes to testifying in court. Oh, gloves. Yes.
I'm going to ask you to cut them open and present the shell casings.
ASMR is great.
And just cut these open as well.
Yes, please.
So if Karen Reed trial starts tomorrow, if they're going on tomorrow, we're going to go tomorrow. We're going to follow their schedule as far as if
This
they're
is
live, we're
number
live.
1.
And would that be associated with placard number 1?
Yes. Do you need me to describe or?
Actually, Judge, if with the court's permission, may CST Chavez stand up and present that shell casing to the jurors?
Sure. Present as in hold it up, or he's going to pass it around?
Hold
Pass
it
it
up.
around.
Hold it up.
Oh.
Sure.
Pass it around.
And actually, if you wouldn't mind, just
Yeah, you got jurors way down at the end. So this is sort of like show and tell. Just don't hand it to them.
Skybell, I didn't see what you said. It might upset me now that I find it, but I'm not upset right now. Why would you be upset? Why would I be upset? I didn't see anything to be upset about. I just wasn't looking.
And the shell casing that you just presented to the jurors, and as what's being depicted on that screen on State's Exhibit 70, would that be the same shell casing based on your visual observations?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that a 9mm or a 40?
And then I'm going to ask you to do the same thing with the shell casing under placard number 2.
Got the nickel casings instead of the brass.
And so the shell casing that you're presenting right now to the jurors, would that be what's depicted in State's Exhibit 62 on that screen?
Yes.
Karen, do hope you get feeling better. Those headaches are never fun.
And so those two shell casings that you recovered, what caliber were they?
They're 9mm.
And so once collecting those shell casings, did you process them for latent prints?
Yes.
And would that have been done at the crime scene, or would you have taken it back to
our office?
To your office? Yeah.
Yeah, we typically would process at our office. That's where I would have processed it for the latent prints at our office.
And did you find any with respect to the two shell casings you recovered from that scene?
No.
And as a crime scene tech, would it be your duty to test the two shell casings that you recovered at the crime scene, as well as the shell casings recovered by CST Parker, to determine whether or not they were fired from the same firearm?
No, that's not something our crime scene unit does.
Okay. And so because it's not your job function to perform that level of analysis, do members of the APD Crime Lab or the Georgia Bureau of Investigations or any other entity that specializes in firearms forensics, would that be their duty to do that?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Sheely, do you have questions for crime scene tech Chavez?
Yes. What beard cream do you prefer?
Officer Chavez, I wanted to make sure I heard you correctly. So the date listed on the package you just opened for us is January 4th of 2023?
Yeah, it is for the 4th.
And you included the address there on MLK, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And it's very important in your line of work to document everything,
yes.
Right? Which you did here, right?
Yes.
And you also wrote a report in this case.
Yes, ma'am.
And in that report, you further specify that you collected those two 9mm shell casings from the hallway near the stairs. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you had found them in a car, you would have said, I found them in a Ford Explorer, right?
Right, or I would probably have said where in the car to specify. Yeah.
And if you found it in an apartment, you would probably say in apartment X.
Yes, ma'am.
And where in the apartment you found it?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Right. Any follow-up, Mr. Rao?
No, Judge.
Any questions from the jurors? Seeing no, yes, okay, take your time.
It's next week, and no, I have no plans to go. Maybe next year, though.
Mr. Chavez, could you tell the jurors again what date you were called out to the scene that you photographed?
Is it possible for me to look at my report?
Would that help you remember the date that you were called out?
Yes, sir.
Sure. Mr. Rao, if you could get a copy to you've got a copy, Ms. Feely? Okay. So don't read directly from it, but read that to refresh your recollection. And if it does help you remember, then let the jurors know the date you were called out to that scene.
So,
is it not in there?
Does looking at the report refresh your recollection?
Just say no.
If it doesn't, it may be one of the lawyers is going to ask you more. If your answer is you don't remember, that's okay. This was a couple years ago.
Yeah, I don't specifically remember. I went from really was from the report, but no, it kind of doesn't.
The report kind of doesn't say when we were called.
Why don't you wait till you'll be up and you can focus him. Right now, Mr. Chavez, you're saying you're not quite sure what day. I don't mean Monday versus Thursday, but right. January 1 or December 28. You don't have a recollection, or your recollection is not being refreshed by anything in front of you.
Yeah, I really don't have a specific memory, and I really couldn't. It's on the report, but that doesn't really clarify for me.
Okay. Well, would you record on your report the day that you went out there to take the photographs?
Yeah, on the report, it does say that.
I'm not asking you to tell me what's in the report. I don't write your reports. You do. Would your report say on May 15th, I went with Detective McClure to 2324 MLK?
Yeah. Yes, it does say that on the report.
Okay, but whatever that language is not refreshing your recollection.
No.
Okay. Let me ask you a different question. In your experience, is it, if there is a normal, for shell casings to stay put where they would be for up to a week, as opposed to the wind blowing them away or something else moving them around?
They do typically stay put unless physically moved.
Okay. Mr. Rao, do you have any follow-up for Mr. Chavez?
Briefly, Judge. So with respect to the date that is listed on the packet containing the shell casings, is it consistent with your practice to identify the date on that packet as the date that you actually collected the shell casings?
When you say the packet,
I mean
the little yellow envelopes.
Yeah, this.
yellow
Yes,
envelope.
this is the yellow envelope and the brown bag is typically where the date that I collected it would be on.
Just, I guess,
Yes.
you explain the process in which once you collect the shell casings, you put them in those little envelopes and then seal it.
Yeah, so on scene, I would have dropped the casing into this envelope and then sealed it. And then eventually they would go into this to be sealed as well.
So you would seal it. So in this particular case, you sealed both shell casings into those mini envelopes.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the big envelope, did you do that at the office or did you do that at the scene?
Because they would need to be processed for latent prints. This would have gotten sealed at the office once they had been processed for latent prints.
Understood. So you would have only signed off on that big envelope once you have done
all the necessary
prints?
Yes.
Thank you. No further question.
Ms. Feely, any questions for Mr. Chavez?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, sir, for your time. Yes. You should leave all that stuff there. You can keep the gloves. Our gift to you.
All right.
All right.
I will. I'm going to wear them all day long. Because why not?
Next witness for the state.
This is a murder trial.
Nick Lester.
Defense says it's not murder, though. We haven't heard what they say it is, but there was a gentleman who passed away, and he was shot 5 times in the back. Well, once in the back of the head, a couple in the back, a couple in the buttocks. And he's deceased. The medical examiner will say that it was definitely murder, homicide. Defense says not so fast, not so fast. We're still waiting to see what they think is actually happening here. BK hearing is going to be tonight at 5:30 p.m. We're going to sort of watch for that. And it may not be open. We'll be watching Brian Enton's Twitter very closely because he's going to let us know if it's open. They'll be watching the Judge Boyce feed. Or Judge, sorry. Wrong Idaho judge. To see if it goes live. And we'll bring it to you if it does.
The chair doesn't have wheels, so you don't roll off. That's the good thing. So you just need to scooch it forward some.
Oh, okay, gotcha, okay. Inger, I-N-G-E-R, McLester, M-C-L-E-S-T-E-R.
The things that microphone has seen, as we know
Good
from previous
afternoon,
trials.
Ms. McLester, can you tell the jurors how you are employed?
I work for Columbia Commons as the assistant manager.
And how long have you been working with Columbia Commons as an assistant manager?
This month, the end of this month will be 6 years.
And can you tell the jurors where is Columbia Commons located?
2524 Martin Luther King Jr. Drive, and that's going to be Atlanta, Georgia.
Okay. And since you've worked there for the last 6 years, are you pretty familiar with that area? Okay.
I am.
And is the Columbia Commons apartment complex that you work at, is that close in proximity or distance to the apartment complex called the Peaks at MLK, which is 2423 MLK Jr. Drive in Atlanta?
It is.
And do both your complex, where you work at, and the complex of the Peaks, do they kind of both kind of sit between the intersection of MLK Junior Drive and H.E. Holmes Drive?
It does.
Okay. Now, you said you worked there for the last 6 years?
Correct.
And can you tell the jury a little bit about kind of what your job responsibilities and duties entails as an assistant manager with the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
So I kind of assist the property manager. I do leasing, I post rent, work orders, handle complaints.
Do you pretty often work with the residents of the complex?
I do.
And I guess can we describe to the jury, how big is the apartment complex?
It's 158 units.
Okay.
Good size
and I bet you that keeps you busy.
It does.
Lots of complaints about stuck toilets.
And as you, I guess, interact with the residents, you become fairly familiar with a number of residents who live within the community.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to show you what's marked on my computer, and I'm sorry, I'll print it out for you. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 185?
Yes.
And what is State's Exhibit 185? Glasses for the closer look. So do you recognize the picture? Which is
I do. I recognize it.
And what is?
That's Watchtower.
Okay. And is that, does it accurately reflect the number of buildings or units that you just described that are within the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
Correct.
And Your Honor, at this time, the state would tender its remark to State's Exhibit 185 in evidence.
Any objection to 185?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Now, let's see if I can manage to get it on the screen. Okay. Now, in in States Exhibit 185, Ms. McLester, can you, and that screen in front of you is a touch screen, kind of point to the jurors where the entrance would be for the Columbia Commons apartment complex that would lead to all the units. Where's the leasing office?
It's gonna be over. Normally, like when I view the camera, it's gonna be in this area right here. Like the 1 and 2 would be the leasing office area.
Okay, so if we're looking at States Exhibit 185, it's to the far right of the exhibit, kind of near the overhead of kind of the roof that's got the white top to it.
Correct.
Okay, and you see the green, I guess one triangle. Do you see the road that leads out to? You see that?
Mm-hmm.
You gotta say yes for.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay. Now, what road is that?
That would be Martin Luther King.
Okay. And that would that lead you to the greater intersection that talks about the
correct? Yes.
Martin Luther King?
Yes.
Now, as a part of your job duties and responsibilities, do you also kind of manage and maintain the leasing information and the occupants on the leasing documents as it relates to each unit within the complex?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to show you States Exhibit 183. And do you recognize States Exhibit 183?
Yes.
And as the manager, assistant manager of the complex, are you one of the individuals who maintains those records as a normal or ordinary course of business?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, is States Exhibit 183 a fair and accurate depiction of a leasing document related to your complex, the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
Yes.
Specifically as it relates to Unit 4104?
Yes.
This time around, the statement tender was been marked as States Exhibit 183 into evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to States 183?
Yeah.
Admitted.
Thank you. And before
I like this picture right here with the security camera views.
I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 184.
Shows they have pretty good coverage.
And can you describe to the jury, when we talk about the contents of 184, do you have accesses? Well, first, does your complex have video surveillance cameras that are on the property?
Yes.
And do you know about how many cameras kind of are placed throughout the complex that we see in States Exhibit 185?
It's 22 cameras.
Okay. And are those cameras kind of placed all over so you can get a full view of the complex?
Yes.
And were you requested or contacted by members of the Atlanta Police Department, specifically Detective McClure, in providing video footage from specific cameras from December 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
And in States Exhibit 184, the jump drive, did you have an opportunity to review that jump drive today with me as to the contents of it?
Yes.
And did the contents fairly and accurately depict surveillance footage from December 22nd of 2022 from your complex, the Columbia Commons complex?
Yes.
This time around, the statement tender was from March States Exhibit 184 into evidence.
Any objection to 184?
No, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
So finally we get to see some footage, some video footage, I think.
Now, in
haven't seen the ring footage
Detective
yet.
McClure's request,
guess we skip it.
were you able to actually provide him footage
It's
as
a
it
murder
relates
trial.
to December 22nd?
Yes.
And
Victim
did
was shot in
he
the back 5
review
times.
any of the footage with you from after he received it?
Yes.
And in that footage, did he show you someone who was dressed in all black and walking into apartment 4104?
Yes.
Okay. And in the leasing information, after he saw that footage, is that when he requested the leasing information as it relates to 4104?
Yes.
They've admitted all this evidence and they've shown us zero of it. I like this court because we get to see the evidence, but we just haven't seen it yet. They're just bringing it into evidence. Of course, they've said that technology is a struggle for them as well.
Okay, and in front of you, State's Exhibit 183.
I'm going to cut to a wide shot
tell the
here.
jury what are we looking at on the screen?
That's our affordable housing application.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors the application or the names that are listed on the application, are those the actual residents of apartment 4104?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors, can you read to the jurors
Some
from
personal information on here.
of the residents that you see that reside in 4104 from the application?
I see Paula Lewis. I see Darius Williams, Marquez Williams, Isaiah Williams, and Jeremiah. I guess that's Nelms.
Okay, and as you, what is the date on that application? Is it contained on there? Do you see it?
No, I don't.
Okay, and based on your familiarity with the residents of the complex, did Paula Lewis, Cedarius Williams, Marquez Williams, Isaiah Williams, and Jeremiah Nelms reside at or in apartment 4104 in the complex that you manage, which is Columbia Commons?
Yes.
Okay, and had they lived there for significant or decent amount of time?
Yes.
Have you interacted with several members of the family?
Yes.
And have you interacted or seen throughout the time that you continue to manage that complex, Marquez Williams?
Yes.
And do you see the person you know as Marquez Williams in the courtroom here today? And you can stand up and look around. If you do, identify points in the area identify by an article of clothing in the area in which you see him or who he's sitting next to.
I see him sitting next to two ladies to my right.
And can you identify him by an article of clothing? What does he have on?
He has on a black, let me stand up. He has on a black jacket with a light lime color top with a tie.
Your Honor, let the record reflect the witness, Ms. McLester, has identified the defendant, Marquez Williams.
She has. Thank you.
Okay, as soon as they're done with this image, okay, now we can go back to full screen. There we go. Sorry about that. I had some personal information for people who are not in the trial, some children.
And Ms. McLester, after providing the surveillance footage we've spoken about in State's Exhibit 184, and then the leasing information for 4104 and 183, that kind of complete your interaction with Detective McClure and members of the Atlanta Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Did you want to be here today?
No.
We're glad you came.
I don't have any additional questions. Can you redirect?
Ms. Feely, questions for Ms. McLester?
Thank you.
Jurors, questions for Ms. McLester? Yes?
Last time the judge read the question without consulting with the lawyers. Did you catch that? See if he does that again.
Thank you. Can you share with the jury the date of birth on, is it 183, the piece of paper in front of you? What number is in the lower right-hand corner?
183.
Okay, on states 183, what is the date of birth listed for Marquez William?
Line 3.
It's going to be 2/19/02.
This jury's paying attention. It was sort of sloppy on that line.
Are you in a position from your job at Columbia Commons to say of those 5 names listed there who actively resided in the unit? In other words, you'd see them around fairly regularly.
Yes.
All 5?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Bate, do you have any follow-up for Ms. McClester?
In reviewing the video surveillance with Detective McClure, so you've stated you were familiar with Marquez Williams, right?
Yes.
Did the stature of the person who was walking in all black, was it consistent with how you knew Marquez Williams to look?
No.
Okay. Tell me why.
To me, it looks like the clothing from the video was much bigger, like it was maybe a disguise.
Okay. Because his face was covered and he had a hood on?
Correct.
Were you able to see his face when you were looking at the video?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And like you said, that was because of the disguise?
Correct.
Okay. I don't have anything further.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
No.
So she says
All
the
right.
video did
Ms.
not look like
McClester,
the
thank you for your
defendant.
time. I appreciate it. You can leave those things right there.
Okay.
We haven't seen the footage yet. It's been brought into evidence. I imagine it's going to be shown
Next
for
witness.
another witness.
Mr. Sengupta?
For those that need an excuse for your boss to let you continue watching, I can go ahead and do that on one condition. First of all, you don't hold me liable if your employment status changes as a result of anything I do. And 2, that I get to do it via phone call live on the air. Is that fair? Virginia, do you agree to those terms? Brush up on your resume first, though, just in case.
That's it. Time to me to raise your right hand. You swear affirm that the testimony you will give truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. You will now speak. Can you state and spell your name for the record?
Anurag Sengupta, Anuraag Sengupta.
That's how I would
Good
have spelled
afternoon,
it too.
sir. Can you tell the jurors how you are employed?
Sorry, can you repeat?
Where do you work?
I work at MLK Food Mart
And how long have you been employed there?
Since 2017.
Okay. And can you describe or tell the jurors, well, what's the address of the MLK Food Mart?
2460 MLK Junior Drive, Southwest Atlanta.
Okay. And is that close? How long have you worked there?
Since 2017, like you said.
2017, so math doesn't break sense. So we're at, what, 7 years, about approximately?
Yes.
He's doing the math.
And I guess in the food mart, I guess what do you do or where within the convenience store do you work?
Sorry?
What do you do inside the convenience store for the convenience store?
I'm part manager. I work behind the cash register.
Okay. And what are the hours of business for the food mart?
It's 7 a.m. in the morning till 1 or 12:30 at night.
Okay. And back in the year 2022, but specifically December of 2022, was it operating the same hours that you just described for jurors?
Yes.
Okay. And when you, so I know you said you are part manager of the business. When you are working there, typically where are you working within the convenience store?
Behind the register.
Okay. And when you work, is it just you, or do you work in tandem with other members of your staff?
While I work, mostly I work by myself.
Mostly you work by yourself, so
Yes.
And tell the jurors a little bit about the times you've worked there for the last approximately 7 years. Do you get to know the patrons or the people who come to your convenience store and purchase items?
Yes, people who come often, every day for a long time.
Okay.
Get to know them.
What? I'm sorry.
To get to know them.
You get to know them?
Yeah, in time.
You have quite a number of customers who come in fairly regularly to purchase items from your store?
Yes, correct.
Tell me a little bit about what kind of things does the MLK Food Mart sell?
We sell groceries, every kind of grocery, and regular like tobaccos and cigarettes.
Okay. Now, back in December of 2022, were you contacted by members of the Atlanta Police Department kind of late in the month of December in regards to obtaining video surveillance footage from your establishment?
Yes, correct. They came to the store.
Okay. Can you tell the jurors where are your cameras located? Are they located outside and inside the store?
Yes, outside and inside. We have a total of 22 cameras.
22 seems to be the magic number. So when they requested that footage, were you able to provide them footage from the various video surveillance cameras mounted inside and outside of Food Mart?
Yes, correct. They got it from the DVR.
That seems like a phenomenally large number of how big is the store?
Pretty like this courtroom. So.
You have 22 cameras.
Yes.
Are they mostly inside or a bunch are outside?
Oh, 5 outside.
5 outside, 17 on the inside. Okay.
And
he's got more cameras in the apartment complex.
The 5 outside, do they cover the front door and as well as the surrounding kind of alleyways and streets in front of and behind?
Yes, not behind, but the side of the store, the front, the right and left side.
Okay. And I want to show you what's been remarked as States Exhibit 186. You look at the segment and look at that. And do you recognize the disc, States Exhibit 186? You're looking at it?
Yes.
And how do you recognize it?
It's written.
You see your signature? Do you recognize your signature?
Yes, correct.
And have you and I had an opportunity to meet previously in regards to how your video surveillance footage cameras work and the areas that they capture?
Yes, correct.
And on that day, did we review the contents of States Exhibit 186?
Yes, correct.
After reviewing it, is that when you signed the disc?
Yes.
Okay. And what we reviewed, which is contained on the disc 186, does it fairly and accurately depict the video surveillance footage that you provided to Detective McClure with the Atlanta Police Department on December 22nd, 2022?
Yes, correct, from that day.
Okay. This time around, the state attender would remark the State's Exhibit 186 in evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to States 186?
Yeah.
Admitted.
Thank you, Judge. And then I want to show you State's Exhibits 142 through 150. All right, so I need you to take a quick second and review the photographs that are contained in 142 through 150.
Yes.
Okay, and do you recognize, let's first start with the photographs depicted in State's Exhibit 142 through 149 as still shots or images of your store from December 22nd,
yes.
2022.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and then the last photograph, do you recognize State's Exhibit 150 as a photograph that was shown to you by Detective McClure on December 31st of 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and all of the photographs fairly and accurately depict, specifically 142 through 149, the inside of your store, the MLK Food Mart, and then State's 150. Does it fairly and accurately depict the photo that Detective McClure showed you on December 31st, 2022?
Yes.
This time around, the state would tender with remarks State's Exhibits 142 through 150.
Any objection to those photos, Ms. Feely?
No.
They're admitted.
Thank you, Judge. Now, let me get the back of your class. Now, in State's Exhibit 142, which should appear in a second on the screen in front of you and behind you. Now, can you describe for the jurors where, I guess, in relation to the food mart are we looking at? Is this the front side of the outside?
Yeah, front side door.
Okay, and when Detective McClure contacted you about video surveillance footage, and after you provided it to him, did he review the footage and actually show you screenshots like the one that we see in State's Exhibit 142 at 8:38, and I think it's 50 seconds p.m. On the 22nd of December? Did he review those with you?
Yes.
Okay, and do you see the individual who is right at the door, opening the door, dressed in all black?
Yes.
Okay, now I just want you to remember that photograph and the person opening the door, and I want to go to State's 143. And State's Exhibit 143, is this, Cheetos. Where in the store is this in relation to the front door?
It's to the right end. Front door to the right end.
Okay, so you see the person dressed in all black, kind of on the left-hand side of State's 143, kind of getting close to where the cash register is?
Yes.
So behind him, is that where the front door
yes.
would be where he entered?
Yes.
Okay. And Detective McClure review other still footages here, kind of a zoomed in version of States Exhibit 143 here, depicted in States 144.
Yes, we reviewed the video.
Okay, and these screenshots, they fairly and accurately depict parts of the video that you reviewed, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and did he review multiple angles, kind of the different video surveillance cameras angles that you've described for the jurors? It sounds like there's 17 from within the side.
Yes, correct.
Okay, and in States Exhibit 145, is this photograph depict the same individual who came into the store we were looking at in
Yes.
States Exhibit 142, opening the door?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and I've cut to the chase, but during the interview or when Detective McClure was speaking with you, did he ask you if you remembered or knew who this person was, or if you were familiar with him?
Yes, he did.
Okay, and were you?
Sorry?
Were you familiar with the person who was depicted in the all black at States Exhibit 146?
He used to come to the store regularly.
Okay, how regularly would he come?
Okay, once every couple of days.
Okay. And in speaking with Detective McClure, did you remember him coming in on December 22nd of 2022 that evening and purchasing water that night?
Yes, after the detective showed me the person, the video.
Okay, the video you provided?
Yes.
Okay. And can you tell the jurors, when he asked you if you recognize the person, sounds like you said, yes, you could, right?
Yes.
But can you tell the jurors, you said you would see this person every couple of days, so fairly frequent. How did you know? Did you know by name or just by face?
By face.
Okay. And then I guess, did you know him by face just on the frequent interactions that you would have, like the one depicted in 146, coming into the store and buying items?
Yes, correct.
And prior to Detective McClure contacting you, this transaction, was it at all memorable, or did it stick out in your mind until the detective asked you about the footage?
Not really.
Now, after providing the footage to Detective McClure and then him kind of going over the footage with you and asking if you recognize the individual in black in States Exhibit 146, did he show you States Exhibit 150 on the screen for you?
Yes.
Okay, and can you tell the jurors when he showed you that photograph,
Kinetical heat.
who did you recognize that person to
Very
be?
generous.
This person to be the same person that was in the store before in the other page.
Same person depicted in the close-up version of States Exhibit 146 here in 148?
Yes, correct.
Same person that we've been speaking about in all of the last number of exhibits in 142 through 149, the individual dressed in all black?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Now, after Detective McClure came to you and spoke to you and showed you States Exhibit 150 on New Year's Eve of 2022, did you have any further contact with Detective McClure?
Not after that.
Okay, and I want to show you a fresh recollection. States Exhibit 180. talking with Detective McClure, did he provide you his card and information that had his telephone number on it so you could have any future or additional contact with him?
Yes, correct.
Okay, do you remember sending him a text message that contained a picture of the same person you identified in State 150 who had been in the store in the all black the evening of December 22nd of 2022?
Yes, correct. I don't remember the time frame, but it was very close to after December 31st, I believe.
Okay. So it was pretty close in time from when you spoke to him on New Year's Eve.
Yes, I believe so. I don't remember the time frame.
Okay. And does the photograph in Stacy 180 fairly and accurately depict the screenshot of the photo that you sent a text to Detective McClure?
Yes, correct.
This time around, the state contender was remarked as Stacy 180 as evidence.
Ms. Feely, any objection to State's 180?
Yeah.
Okay, who changed their name to Peach, Pickle Peach, Laugh Smile, Blush Smile? Who's this? Congratulations, Little Miss. Congratulations on 16 months as well. Guys, I just got noticed a video that's so heartwarming. I'll show it to you afterwards. It's a live court, but I'm recording it for you.
A photo to Detective McClure.
Because I believe the detective asked me to send him further any information if I know anything about this person.
Okay, and the person that's depicted in State 180, who is that, or why did you send him that photo?
This is the person that was in the previous footage.
Is that the same person that you recognized in all black on December 22nd of 2022 in the evening?
Yes, after he showed me the actual picture, 150.
Okay, so the same, is this the same person, the person you recognized and identified in State's Exhibit 150?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And this picture, is this footage of that person that you recognized in your store after December 31st of 2022 when you met with the detective?
Yes, after I met with detective 31st December.
Okay. And the detective you met with, can you describe what he looked like? Is he a black male, white male?
Detective McClure?
Yes.
He white male with a pony in his back. That I remember.
Got a ponytail, or he's got a pony?
Yeah, ponytail.
Okay. Now, can you?
Are those peaches in the
The
basket
person
there at
that
the bottom?
you know and recognize from the photograph in front of you and the photos we've been talking about for the last 15 minutes, do you see that person here in the courtroom today? Do you stand up and look around the entire courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. And if you would point in the area where you see him and identify him by an article of clothing that he is wearing.
Where?
Okay. Is he sitting next to a man or a woman?
Woman.
Okay. Can you describe one article of clothing that he's wearing?
Black suit.
Okay. This time around, this witness, Mr. Sangupta, has identified the defendant, Marquez Williams.
He has.
Mr. Sangupta, when you were contacted by the district attorney's office, can you tell the jurors, did you want to come here today?
Yes, after we had a meeting.
Okay. And were you nervous about coming here today and testifying?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me why?
Objection relevance.
I'll withdraw the motion. I'm sorry, just couple more questions. In the time that you had interacted with the defendant and the person you see in 180, had you also interacted with other members of his family, his mom and his brothers?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling the detective, based on your frequent interactions, actually knowing the apartment complex or the name of the complex where they lived?
I think I remember telling them which apartment they lived, but I didn't know what was the name of the apartment. They lived down MLK, which was to the left of the store.
Okay. Do you remember telling the detective that you knew that they lived in the Columbia Commons apartment complex?
No, I wasn't aware of the name of Columbia apartment because there was a couple of apartments there. The Detective McClure told me about the name of the apartment.
Okay, and did you describe for him where the apartment was located in relations to your store, the MLK Food Mart?
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. I don't have any further questions at this time.
Ms. Feely, do you have questions for Mr. Sengupta?
Thank you.
You are up.
So the detective met with you on December 31st, is that right?
Yes, correct.
And you testified on direct that you didn't have an independent memory of the interaction with the person in all black until the detective showed you the video, right?
Yes, correct.
And there are various apartments surrounding this section of MLK, right?
Yes.
And there's a lot of foot traffic as well, right? And at the time, during the same conversation that the detective showed you these stills or this video, he also showed you what's been marked for this trial States Exhibit 150, right?
Yes,
that's the full page image that we know to be Marquez Williams, right? Okay, so once you knew the person's face that you were looking for, it was at that point that you sent the subsequent image to the detective, right?
Yes, correct.
Similarly, you viewed States 150 right before you were asked to look and see if you could identify Marquez Williams here today, right?
Yes, correct.
Now I want to talk about the timestamps. Some of these have timestamps and some of them do not. You don't have any role in creating this video, right?
No.
So you wouldn't be the one to put timestamps on this video. Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Any follow-up, Mr. Abate?
Very briefly. Detective McClure, in speaking with you, he never told you who to identify. Is that correct?
No.
And did you make the identification based on your own interactions, your frequent interactions with the defendant, Marquez Williams?
Yes.
Did I tell you who to identify?
No.
Did I even tell you I was going to ask you to identify the defendant in the courtroom here today prior to your testimony?
No.
Today, the first time that you were asked in front of the members of this jury?
Yes, correct.
Nothing further.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Juror questions for Mr. Sengupta? Thank you.
Is he just going to ask the questions without talking it over?
Mr. Sengupta, the night of the surveillance footage that we have, was the person in all black wearing anything that covered some or all of his face? Yes, if you speak a little louder, what part of his face was covered?
His face was covered till his nose here.
So up to here, but you could see his eyes and that area.
Yes, correct.
And were you able to recognize him as someone you had seen frequently in the store from the apartment complex you mentioned, simply by the amount of the face you were able to see that night?
Yes, correct.
Tell the jurors the sequence of events when you were talking with Detective McClure and he ultimately showed you what we're calling States 150, that picture of Mr. Williams. Had you already told him, I know who this person is, I don't have a name, but I recognize him, the person who was in all black, that's someone with whom you were familiar? Or did he start out with a photo and say, let's talk about this guy?
Yes, correct. I did not know his name. But after the detective showed me 150, that's when I knew that. I told him that it's him.
Okay. Had you already told Detective McClure that you were familiar with the person who was in all black from the video?
Yes, correct.
Okay. Mr. Abate, do you have any follow-up?
Okay, very brief follow-up on what the judge just talked to you about. So your initial conversations with Detective McClure, is that when he and you reviewed the video surveillance footage of the person coming in and out of your store in all black? Is that the first part of your conversation?
Yes, correct. He said he wanted to see the surveillance and then he rewinded back to the date and time he was looking for. And that's when he pulled out that part of the footage.
Okay. And when he showed you that part of the footage, and y'all reviewed the number of video surveillance camera angles, footage from each, is that when you told him that you knew or recognized the person in all black?
Yes, correct.
And is that when you then described for him how you knew him, that he lived in the neighboring apartment complex, that you had interacted with him, his brothers, and his mother?
Yes, correct.
And is it after all of that conversation that you describing how you were familiar and how you knew who that person was, that he showed you States Exhibit 150,
yes. Yeah, that was later date.
Later date?
Yes, that was December 31st. That was later date.
Prior to December 31st is when you reviewed the footage with him?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And do you remember talking, when we talked previously, you talked about the fact, do you remember talking to me about the transaction itself and a credit card was used?
Yes, correct.
And do you remember telling me that the Marquez Williams' name was on the credit card that was used?
The transaction receipt, I gave it to Detective McClure. He requested it.
Okay. And that was the name on the transaction from the credit card, correct?
I don't remember that well.
Okay. It's fair enough. I don't have anything, brother.
Ms. Feely, anything else?
No.
All right, Mr. Sengupta, thank you for your time. Free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
Next witness would be Detective McClure. This may be a great stopping point as it relates today, so we can pick up with Detective McClure tomorrow. We're still very much on schedule to finishing by tomorrow, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm just looking at the witness list and what you mentioned. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to end a little early, but it is election day, so that's appropriate for those of you who haven't voted yet, who wish to. You should have ample time, even if you live way up in Milton or way down in Fairburn. This is your first night after having been official jurors. Please do your best tonight to not discuss this, what you've been listening to and your experience so far with friends and family members. It might be natural that they want to know how it went, and give them one-word answers like great, okay, super, and tell them you can tell them more later. But it's the inadvertent sharing of information that can be even more problematic. I suspect you guys aren't going to go Google anything tonight because we are 24 cards into you asking questions when you've got questions, which is great. But please don't do any outside research, and do your best to avoid other people doing that outside research for you and sharing it with you. Tomorrow, we start at 1 o'clock. And it sounds like we'll get through the rest of the state's case. It may be that we reach a natural break point for you to go on home. We may stay beyond 5 to work through the legal steps that occur when the state rests, but I don't have a good feel for when exactly the state will rest. So as I mentioned to you all before, I'm going to invite you to be able to stay till 6 tomorrow. Did you all talk about that? And is there anyone for whom that doesn't work, even though we start at 1? Doesn't work for you because?
Son is graduating tomorrow at Eaton High School.
Oh, when is that?
It's about 6:30, but the traffic to get there and the traffic to get into the parking.
Nope, I remember you mentioning graduation, but you didn't say that was going to interfere. So it's in the evening, and we're going to not go past 5 tomorrow. And I'm all right with that, even though that means we're basically having a 4-hour day. So we'll have one break in those 4 hours. We are very much on schedule, if not a little bit ahead. Everyone's been very efficient. You all have been timely and attentive. So we're going to start at 1. We cannot start if any one of you is not here. If you're stuck somewhere, do you have our number, the main number? Call that because someone will answer the phone and you'll say, it's juror 19, code red, and we'll figure out how to help you out. But we'll also know not to panic because you'll tell us, I'm 10 minutes out, whatever your situation is. But do endeavor to be here by 1.
Away the codes.
And we will pick up, it sounds like with Detective McClure, the state's not bound by that representation, but they will have witnesses ready for us to hear from starting at 1 o'clock. Any logistical questions? No? You've got one. Right. The shuttle in the middle of the day doesn't run as regularly as it does early in the morning. So if you come in hot to the orange parking lot, whatever the color is, thinking, I'll make it, it probably is at 1, but if you catch the 1 o'clock shuttle, you're going to be late. And there's not a 12:45 shuttle. There'd be a 12:30 shuttle. I'm guessing. Is it like top and bottom of the hour? Yeah. So you'd want to catch that 12:30 shuttle. If you're parking in those free lots, if you're taking MARTA or someone's dropping you off or you're walking or however you get here, just be here by 1. But if you're relying on that shuttle midday, I think it's every half hour.
This is a live trial. It's not, but
Thank
we're
you
not
so much.
current.
We'll see you tomorrow, 1
We're
o'clock.
about 2 or 3 days behind. Okay, so while the jurors all leave, there they go. 1, 2, 3. Watch your step. 4, 5, 6, 7, shorts, 8, hoodie, 9, 10, 11, 12, Mr. Yoga, there he is. 13, chatting up with the bailiff. 14, tries to bribe him, doesn't work. I'm just kidding. All right, yes, I got chicken salad sandwiches. My wife went to the store. I have 2 strawberries, like a Loft House cookie with frosting, and 2 chicken
Mr. Bate,
sandwiches.
Mr. Rao, anything from the state before we break?
No, Your Honor, and I am getting Ms. Feely the report to the GBI at this moment in time.
Okay, don't leave before you send it to her. I will work on the Jackson Deno order. I will email you the order. It may not have been e-filed, but it will get e-filed, but I'll get that to everyone. Ms. Feely, anything on behalf of Mr. Williams before we break?
The only thing I think we can do between the parties, but the redacted version of the statement.
Right. So I'll listen to how long is it?
So, Your Honor, we can skip forward to 2 hours, and I think it's 46 minutes into the interview. That's about approximately when Detective McClure enters the room.
The
and
first
he has a
2 hours,
conversation with,
46 minutes are just him sitting there?
the defendant, Mr. Williams.
What's going on for the first 2 hours and 4? He's just waiting on the detective?
He is. Detective McClure was coming from his home.
Okay.
He was arrested January 11th. He makes some spontaneous utterances while he's sitting in the room by himself, but there's no interactions with.
I can guess what he said.
Okay. The actual interaction is, we'll call it 2.5 hours in.
This is BS.
Okay.
That's what he said.
Specific. It is 2 hours and 36 minutes and 10 seconds. Up to
that is good.
3 hours and 29 minutes and 18 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I will look at that. And there's some parts of it that you all agree ought not to be shared with the jury.
We will. I'll speak with Ms. Feely specifically about the parts that I believe should be redacted based on involving bad character of the victim and it being not relevant.
Of Mr. Hardesty?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
All right. There we go.
Good.
Thank you, Judge.
You bet.
And we're off. Okay, before we go anywhere, don't go anywhere. We've got a couple more things to happen yet tonight. It's only 3:00. Well, while we were live watching this, and I'm sorry for those that are just watching this, this is the murder trial we're just picking up. That was day 1. It's out of Georgia. We've got a victim passed away, was shot 5 times from behind. It looks like a clear-cut murder. Defense says not so fast, and I'm not sure where they're going to lead us on this, but they say it's not what you think it is. There's more info. I haven't seen the more info yet. It still looks like murder to me. But while we're live watching this, I get noticed that one of my favorite courts that I like to watch, we haven't watched it live on the stream a ton, but a drug court is live. And I love watching drug court. It's almost like watching, I don't know, the parole board hearings. So Top Mark is currently streaming it, but I hid it so nobody can see it. And we're going to watch it live through, let's go up here. Let's see, how can I do this? Let me see if I can just pull it up directly. I'm recording it to Top Mark in case it gets dropped. But I want to show this because it is so, it will just make you smile, it will warm your soul. And it'll get us ready for the fact that Brian Koberger should be in court here in a couple hours. Okay, trying to find it here. Come on. So circuit. Might be circuit. Oh, no. I hit the wrong button. That's not it. Okay. There we go. We're going to back up to beginning. And we'll do a tiny bit of court hopping here. Shall we? You guys ready for some court hopping? All right, here we go. We are in Burnett County.
Riley,
Yeah.
you've been through a lot,
Riley goes on a rant.
and I want to hear about it.
Okay.
And I'm going to give you flexibility to be able to voice your frustrations, your concerns, your issues, as long as you're respectful and not profane. You can say whatever you want to say. Again, with those two caveats, respect and.
Yeah, I mean,
because
it irritated me. It just irritates me a little bit. So I think I'm just gonna,
It does, but this is where you get the ability to say nothing's going to be used against you. You have feelings that you want to express. And quite honestly, I'm going to let you know that the drug team and we don't know the ins and the outs of any of the things that you went through the last, I think it was about 4 months, because you've been tabled and you've been here to figure out what was going on. And now apparently it was unsubstantiated.
because it didn't happen.
Okay, so tell me about that, because you have to be going through a gamut, a lot of feelings and emotions.
So, this dude had a warrant, and he asked me for a ride to go get him some cigarettes. I told him, yeah, sure, I'll come get you, because I knew he had a warrant. I knew they were going to send him to treatment. Told him, picked him up, brought him to the store. I tell him, dude, just go to treatment. I went to treatment. It helped me. I got sober. It's really not that bad. You just got to do what you got to do to take care of what you got to take care of, just move on from it. Okay. So then, whatever, he gets picked up like an hour after I leave his house. I hear it on the scanner. I'm sitting at my dad's. I hear it on the scanner. So I'm like, okay, well, best case scenario could have happened. He didn't, he didn't turn himself in, but he didn't get caught with anything, whatever, So now he's just going to go to treatment, get clean, whatever. Okay. So Monday, I go to my PO office, do my meeting, everything. She's like, oh, yeah, keep up the good work. Go home. They call me back. They're like, oh, you got to come back to the office. I said, all right, come back to the office. They bombard me. They arrest me. And they said, you're under investigation. They won't even tell me what I'm under investigation for. And then on top of it, they looked me right in the eyes and said, if you didn't do anything, you have nothing to worry about. Well, 4.5 months later, I'm probably should have been a little worried. And I laid it out for him exactly what happened, because I've been in this mindset. Okay, he's had 4 or 5 violations. They're in there, they're sweating him. He's going to treatment. He doesn't want to look like he doesn't want to. No, I'm not going to tell you who's doing what, blah blah blah, because that's going to look bad. He's trying to get out of jail, not stay in jail. He's going to treatment. He wants to look like he's getting sober. Who else better to throw under the bus than the kid who's sober doing drug court? Oh, he probably won't get in that much trouble. Heaven forbid I give my real meth dealer up, because that's going to cause all sorts of issues. And then when I do come back, and if I want to use, I'm not going to be able to get it. So I'm just going to throw Riley's name out there, and, he probably won't get in that much trouble, blah, blah, blah. Well, apparently this is a hearsay state. And then on top of that, I gave him my phone, gave him my messages, gave him my password, was completely cooperative, whatever. And then on top of that, they log hey, guess we ain't friends anymore. That was logged in as evidence. I don't know, code for narcotics deal, I guess.
Who's not friends anymore? You and the
Me and another person that sent me the text. Now, mind you, I didn't answer any of these texts, okay? My one buddy said, hey, can you get anything? I told him, I straight up told him, I said, yeah, he's probably asking me for weed. It's no secret that I used to sell drugs. Did I not, when I came back from treatment, I did not want to get a phone, right?
I ordered you to get a phone.
Yes, right. And I probably should have just been shutting them people out, but I have a hard time doing that with some people, because I've been through a lot with some people, okay? It's just easier to just tell them no and just move on from it. And then they say, well, he's got a bunch of messages that are deleted but can't be recovered. Well, where are these messages, and why can they not be recovered? Because they were never there. They never got deleted. So and sitting in there for 4 months, why I'm sitting there thinking, why should I want to follow the law? Because I was just following the law, doing everything they were supposed to, jumping through all their hoops, and I still end up in jail. So, but then I thought, I don't even want to go back to that life anymore. It's just not for me no more. So whatever, if I do get revoked, I'm just going to get out, do whatever. My mom is just distraught. My father's through the roof about it. My grandparents are heartbroken. It's just, and on top of that, I lost my job. So I've got to find another job now. So, that's all
I know it sounds a lot of negative, and I don't even know the experience that you went through. Okay. I don't know any of those things, because you were then again had to be put on the shelf over here until we could figure out what was happening.
And I understand that they did have to do their investigation and stuff, but I was sober, doing everything, was completely cooperative. told him everything, explained everything. The one message that looked bad, I told him you can call the guy, was for a roof job. Yeah, it's worded kind of funny. It said, hey, do you still got that? Do you still got that roof job? He didn't specify that, but it looks bad. I'm going to tell you that. It looks bad right now. I told him, call up. He's going to tell you it was to do a roof job because we had to replace some ridge cap and he was supposed to help me with it. They never called him. I know that. They never called and asked him.
So there are, I know it doesn't seem like it or feel like that right now, but there are positives, even though there you feel like there are a lot of negatives right now. There are positives, and there are things that you probably have now learned.
Yeah.
Tell me
keep
one
bad
thing.
company.
Don't keep bad company, right?
Right.
So
I mean, I was literally trying to help the dude out.
But can I backtrack a little with your help? You wanted to help the dude out.
Yeah.
You wanted to help the dude out that you knew.
Yeah, I knew he had warrants and stuff.
Had a warrant.
I know that,
right?
yeah. And I knew I was in the wrong for that, but I just would have,
I mean, what a
I've been there.
Big lesson to learn. Big lesson.
Yeah.
Right? And I know that nothing can bring this 4 months back for you, but I'm really hoping that we're going to be able to, that you're going to be able to pick right back up where you left off.
Yeah, nothing's changed for me. Just 4 months down the road. I mean, got a little wake-up call. I really don't like jail. I remember that.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. I don't like you in jail.
Yeah, I don't, just irritates me. I wasn't doing any, I've done a lot of stuff to end up in jail. I mean, you've dealt with me for however long, my juvenile history. That was pretty bad.
Pretty bad.
Yeah. And then, whatever, I've continuously gotten better and better and better. And then just, whatever.
I'm going to say that when it came up that you had allegations and that you were in the process of being revoked, it was a shock because from where you were in the juvenile, especially after the last drug court hearing prior to you being in custody again, I just praised you because, and your mother praised you, and it was right around your birthday, and how many great steps and changes that you have made in your life.
Right. And then it's just nothing's going to change about that. Just whatever.
What do you mean?
Just going to finish drug court and get off probation.
I think those are two very good and positive things.
Keeping the same plan.
And you're going to continue to change your life, right?
Yeah.
Because you are a much better Riley.
Well, I know that's what my mom said too. And she was going to testify in the hearing. She wrote up this big letter. She's like, I was pretty calm through the whole, just getting mad and doing whatever, the old me did whatever. If the old me had something like this happen, it's just,
the old you what I mean. Shut down. The old you would have started throwing things, cussing. The old you would have continued to go down that negative, angry path.
Yeah, I wouldn't have even checked in and they would have let me out of jail and I just would have went on the run until you caught me again. I mean, I was already looking at all my time. Might as well just do whatever. And you know what I mean? And I would have been like thinking of the whole, whatever, he did this to me, so now I got to do this, but I'm not like that no more because whatever, he's got his own issues. I've had my own issues. I'm just going to forgive him, leave it at that, You're
going to forgive him?
Yeah, I'm going to forgive him. That's my only choice, literally. Is it my only choice, okay?
Well, you can forgive him, but don't forget.
Oh, no, I'm not going to forgive, but I got to forgive him. I mean, that's my only option at this point.
That is, because otherwise it'll pull you down too.
Right.
If you continue to grow hate or negativity.
Right, yeah.
But has it made you reflect on perhaps changing the people you...
Right. I mean, I really wasn't hanging out with that many people. Yeah, I gave him a ride to the store and a couple of my friends that text me, but I mean, I've cut all of them off now because, I have a hard time shutting people out, but I mean,
this
clearly,
should be a lesson that sometimes some people need to be shut out.
Yeah. I'm bad at that too, but I had to do it.
Well, you're growing.
I'm going to change my number too.
Great, because I was going to talk about that too. Lessons, probably need to change your number. Not probably, you need to change your number.
Yeah.
You need to change who has that number.
That's the whole thing too, is that was my number from last November when I went on the run, so everyone had it.
So change your number
Yeah,
because you're changing Riley. So change your number and only give the people that will benefit your life, that will improve your life, access to Riley.
Yeah. Like I said, this is whatever. This is just a setback. This ain't gonna be my downfall. I'm just whatever.
It's not going to be your downfall. And I'm glad to hear you say that. And I really am glad to hear the words that you said, shut certain people out of your life. Those are good words of wisdom. Okay. So Riley, are we on the same page here? You're going to continue to improve your life, to be sober, to do those things.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to go backwards. I mean, whatever. There's a setback.
It was a setback. It wasn't a complete fall.
Nope. Was about to be there for a minute, it looked like.
But it's not.
Right.
All right. Is there anything else that you want to talk about or you want to say or let me know?
Nope.
All right. So I'm looking forward to having you back.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing all your continued progress and improvements.
Do I stay where I was at then?
Yes.
Okay.
Because like I told you, we put a pin in it.
Yeah.
We stopped, we put you on hold, we put you on a shelf. You start exactly where you left off.
All right, cool.
Can you handle it?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Are you looking forward to it?
Yeah.
Are we going to be back on track?
Yeah.
Because this right now, I want you to air all of the things that you want to right now. This is your time.
Yeah, I'm good. That was my whole big thing is like drug court was whatever. I was been out of control or whatever since I was like 12. Drug court was like the one thing, like long term, like thing that I was gonna do and commit to and actually finish without, it not being illegal or whatever.
Well, drug court will be one of the things you've completed and finished,
right.
But you've done other things too. You got your GED in record time.
Yeah.
You got your driver's license.
Yeah.
So you have had
you know what
a
I mean,
big
like long term thing that I stick with or whatever.
Okay. Well, I'm glad to hear that. How many days have you been sober?
I'm sober for 172.
Good job.
That's awesome. 172.
All right.
Awesome. I love this. Okay,
Let's
we've got a couple more we want to hear.
Amanda.
I love the personal side. This drug court, this is they're in it to help.
How are you doing, Amanda?
I'm
doing good.
It's not
really
just punishment.
good.
I heard you got the puppy.
Yeah, we got the puppy. What else? I started working last week.
How does it feel?
It feels good. This is what I've been praying for, and just so it's awesome. I'm just grateful.
Yeah, and you walk in here today with a big smile, and it's just like a totally different Amanda than a year ago.
Yeah, even just months ago, you know what I mean?
And it looks like you are just so excited for your life and where you are.
Yeah.
So tell me, what do you want to talk about? What do you want to let me know? Because really, you've just been doing great. You've been doing all that you need to do. You're keeping up with getting a job, having a puppy, taking care of the kids, looking for housing.
Yeah.
What else?
That's pretty much, just
Burnett County,
and I'm
Wisconsin.
just getting used to, being away from my son because I was with him, 24/7. So that's kind of like a, a big, not a struggle, but like, that I'm just getting used to or whatever. So, and he's getting used to it too, though. So,
So who's watching him?
My mom.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, my mom, my stepdad, everyone at the house. Yeah.
And I know right now you're in a solid and stable place with your sobriety and with your life and where you want to go. But have you thought about a sponsor yet?
I mean, I've been thinking about it, and there's like meetings in Shell Lake, like the NA ones or whatever, that I really like, and there's people there that I can probably ask. So yeah, that's I've been thinking about it though.
How about next drug court, you give me an update and let me know if you've found anybody who can be a sponsor.
Okay, I'll do that.
Because even though you're doing so amazing and so great right now, we want to make sure that, and you want to make sure that if you are having those times where you're feeling a little bit not in this place, if you have any triggers or you have anything that's pulling you one way, that you have somebody that you can share that with, that can understand and that can talk you through things.
Okay.
So it'd be good to locate a sponsor.
Okay.
Okay. What else do you want to talk about?
I mean, I'm pretty boring these days, but you know,
Boring is good.
I like boring now. You know what I mean? Because you know, my life growing up is just, it was rough, but now I'm just, you know, I'm content. It feels good to be content. You know, I'm getting there. You know, I'm just, you know, I can be content. You know what I mean? And that's a good feeling.
I'm glad. I am so glad to see you like this, Amanda. How many days have you been sober?
49 days.
Jeremy.
They're beautiful.
Thank you.
Okay, Jeremy shares a story about an animal that got hurt.
Oh,
and he's
Jeremy, I'm
helping it
hearing
heal.
positive
Just
things
a
with
warning,
you.
The animal got hurt. Not he
Did you say
hurt
cool?
it, but got hurt in nature.
All right. What kind of positive things do you want to tell me?
Well, I'm sober.
Big positive.
Just staying busy, trying to balance all this workload and drug court and kids. We got more kids coming. And,
When do your daughters come?
14 days.
In 14 days?
Yeah.
And they're there the whole summer? Do they go see their mom like sometime?
Yeah, they gotta go back for 10 days, which is new. We just settled mediation last week, so she gets them for 10 days, some whenever during the summer, and then she gets them the last week, obviously before school starts. So, but they'll be up here, and they're doing summer school up here, and yeah, we're excited.
Excellent. So you're trying to manage working and kids and home life and sobriety and all of those things, and trying to fit in all the requirements for drug court. How has that been for you?
It's good. It's a lot of work. It's you know, running a business and making sure the bills are paid. Scheduling has been difficult because, you know, my mentality is like, I can fit that in, you know, and then I think I was late I was late to see my PO this week. I had to drop off a tool I rented, and we went and set out to do it Sunday night, so we didn't have to do it Monday morning. But then when we got home, we found one of our cats had been mauled by an eagle. So we spent the rest of the night stitching him up, and
you stitched it up?
Yeah, they wanted $1,500 just to put an IV in him, and they wanted $250 up front, and we couldn't, you know.
That was Sunday?
That was Sunday. So then
How's he doing now?
he's doing good. We were just talking to him on the camera. He's trying to get out. We got him on bed rest in our bedroom, and right now he's on the windowsill, and he's bandaged up. Went back in there. We wrap him, you know, clean it out, wrap him every morning, give him antibiotics twice a day.
Yeah, I was gonna say, did you get antibiotics?
Yeah, like we got a good vet in town, but like I said, it was Sunday and no emergencies, so we got like antibiotics and stuff to take care of him. It's just the initial visit we couldn't swing it. So he's doing well, but that messed us up. That one glitch, which is it's a big one, but that put me
bring
back.
it back though. How did you get the cat to be calm enough to give him stitches?
Well, we actually super glued him. So he was pretty exhausted. He had been down in the basement for, I don't know, he had maggots on him, so down there for a while. Yeah, but they actually probably did him a favor because they cleaned him out. Yeah, they cleaned him out pretty good. So he was like this morning, he laid up, was real relaxed. Just he knew we had to get in there and do our thing, so he put his paw up and everything, let us do it, and then it came time to give him his meds, and he doesn't like that, so that was a little rough. But yeah, he's doing really well. But just that one thing put us back. We had to shoot to Minnesota and drop that break off, and then I was 2 hours late, and then I was even a few minutes late for the reschedule. So, and it's just, I'm getting calls left and right, and they're all over the surrounding counties. Without the license, it's been hard on the wife here. She's doing school, so she's my.
Are you eligible for the occupational at this
I wanted to talk to you all about that. Well, I was going to ask down at the courthouse, but I went to get my license back on Tuesday, and we're all set to go, but I have to get the ID and the insurance SR22 first. But the DMV lady said that there was something on there that said I'm not eligible until 2025. So I'm wondering, she said it was eligible for occupational, but that OW second, is that standard to suspend me for a year and make me have to get the occupational? Or is there a reason why I would be not eligible for the regular license?
It would be because of that, or if you got any OARs or anything after that as well, because then it tax it on to extend that. But do the occupational.
Because it still says the case is open on the DMV website, and she's like, you need to make sure this is closed or we can't reinstate you.
Our case is open?
It says OWI, and it's reading, the paperwork's in my truck. I wish I would have brought it in.
Look at it after court.
All right,
it should be
cool. But other than that,
I'll look at it.
Cool. I'm good to go. I did the assessment.
How do you spell your last name?
It's
the first four.
Yeah, SAAV.
That's where I was wrong. I put it after that. Okay. All right. So it sounds like you are doing really, really good.
Yeah, life is good.
Life is good. I mean, quite honestly, when you first came in here, it looked a little scary.
I was a little salty, yeah.
Yeah, at the one of the first hearings and for the first time, and knowing that incident, and you are calming down and you're relaxing, and I think you are adjusting to, as Amanda said, this boring life.
It's not boring, but yeah,
it's a busy life, but it's not a partying, going out and raising havoc kind of life.
Yeah, no, it's definitely balanced.
Do you know what county that OWI was in?
That would be this one.
This one?
And then your first was
my first was Walworth
municipal court, though, right?
Yeah, that was just they ended up running it as reckless.
Our show's it's closed.
I'll have to get something from you guys from the courts then, because I have the sheet you printed out for me, and it definitely says open. And it had the date on there from this one.
Before you leave.
Okay. It's closed. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, we can. I'll meet you after.
Cool.
Yeah. So, all right. Okay.
Yeah. So I should have that soon.
Good. And so you're going to be able to handle all of your responsibilities and requirements when your daughters come?
Yeah.
And because I forget, you said 8 and 10?
8 and 10. Yep. And then we got 3 at home. 11, 12, and 16. So.
Well, a 16-year-old should be able to help.
I know. I see. We should have brought him. Yeah, he's definitely pitching in. He was helping me at work the other day, and he's helping me yesterday. We're putting up a fence around our garden. So we were setting posts yesterday, and he helps when he can. So
good. That's good to hear.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else you want to add or talk about?
No, I'm good.
All right. Well, keep up the work. And you have a sponsor. Are you utilizing your sponsor when you are having any issues or feelings?
No. I meet him every Monday. So that works. Because I have a group in town anyways. He didn't make it this last Monday. I think he was a little busy, and I actually had an appointment in Long Lake for a new client. So we rescheduled, but sometimes when we're not there physically, we do the phone conference, and that seems to work.
Okay. Now, if you are going to be overwhelmed, or if you're starting to feel those feelings of being overwhelmed or having some anxiety, who are you going to reach out to?
Well, I mean, I have a lot of people at home. that pretty good at reading me. But yeah, I learned the hard way with my relapse when I smoked was he said, yeah, you're supposed to call me before you smoke and before you relapse, not tell me after. So I know that now. But awesome. He's pretty good with that. But me and Casey, we talk about a lot. So I don't think there'll be an issue there.
Okay. Well, that's good to hear. How many days have you been sober?
I've been sober since the 11th of April.
April 11th.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Riley, because somebody check on whether or not
I didn't. I didn't send that email. I apologize. I'll do that after this.
Okay. Riley, we may have a slight change that you don't have to, but Tess is going to confirm with that if it's an evidence-based rule or whatever, that you don't have to go 172 days. You can say April 11th. Whatever is easiest for you. All right. Ian?
I didn't pre-listen to Ian, so I can't tell you what's going to happen here. I can tell you this is heartwarming. First of all, to see the judge. The judge cares. The judge knows what's going on.
How are you today?
Good. How are you?
I'm really good. Really good.
So I heard that you had an excellent time.
Yep. It was a great weekend. Really great weekend. Thank you for letting me go.
Well, thank you for going.
Yeah.
Tell me about it.
We met a lot of people. We've seen a lot of speakers. I did a lot of talking with my sponsor. So that was a really good time. It's kind of goofy, but like probably my favorite time was like afterwards we went to a hot tub and sauna at the end of the night.
Yeah.
And I just sat and talked with my sponsor for probably like 2 hours. So that was like
nice.
That was probably like the highlight of my trip.
Hot tub
but
with your sponsor.
Go. What did she do?
She sat in the hot tub, but like me and him kept going in and out of the sauna, just sitting there talking to each other. So I don't know, it was a really good time. I mean, I learned a lot of cool things. There's this giant what do you call it? Sobriety count. There's like 200 and some people there, and then they do like a huge sobriety count. And I was the only person that stood up for 5 months. And it was kind of cool.
Congratulations.
Thank
That
you.
is something to be proud of.
Yeah, it was really cool. I'd definitely go again.
I'm really glad to. And I guess I should have asked Riley or anything. Are you guys all familiar with each other? Does everybody know everybody here?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to introduce two or just one?
He's not
person?
here, yeah.
He's not here. All right, just one other person here in a minute. But so you had a great time. You're doing well. What's some news on the job front?
Oh, well, I just got my ticket paid off for my driver's license. I got to schedule the written test, get the SR22, get the interlock, and then
Half price, you're going to do that application?
yeah, I already did the application. I got approved for it.
Okay.
So yeah, I got all of that. So I believe I have to send in a money order for $20 for the reinstatement fee through Minnesota. So it's kind of just a waiting game on that. So
all right.
But yeah, as soon as that happens, I mean, I got job opportunities. That's not even an issue.
Now, in the meantime, while you're waiting for all of that and doing all of those things, what are you doing to keep yourself busy? I know you have a 2-year-old.
Yeah, that. Not a whole lot. I mean,
are you helping with the dishes? Are you cleaning the bathrooms? Are you cleaning the kitchens? Are you helping out with, I know you watch your son, I think it's your son, but are you helping with all of the other stuff so that you can contribute?
Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of yard work in the last 2 weeks.
Are you making a meal?
Oh yeah, I cook all the time.
You do cook all, that's positive.
I love cooking. That's
and do you clean up, or is that somebody else's job?
It's usually someone else's job.
You cook, they clean. But what about are you doing some bathroom cleaning? Are you doing some mopping or vacuuming?
Well, I vacuum and stuff like that. I haven't for a while, but yeah.
You got to scrub the toilet once in a while, bro. I'm going to be honest. Every once in a while, you got to take a turn.
Every once in a while, just pitch in a little bit more.
I will.
Start helping out a little bit more until you have a job and You know, even then though,
Yeah.
even when you have a job, houses still need to be
Clean.
taken care of. Yes.
Absolutely.
So it's a joint effort with all of the family.
Yeah.
So that's good. It sounds like you are, I mean, just as I don't know how well you know Riley.
Pretty well.
You know Riley pretty well?
Yeah.
And so did you know him when he was a kid?
Yes. I've known him for many, many years.
And you know him now?
Yes, I'm very proud of him. I'm really proud of that he's gotten a second chance. He deserves it.
And I'm going to tell you that with Riley and with you, I've seen, you weren't a juvenile when I first saw you.
No, just fresh.
You were acting like it.
Yeah, yeah.
And you had grandma and grandpa, or I know that you adopted. I don't know what I
Call them
should.
grandma and grandpa.
Grandma and grandpa.
They're my parents.
Your parents, if I wasn't hollering at you, then they were. But look at where you've come.
Yeah.
And you've made so many changes, and I am so proud of you and who you are here today.
Thank you.
And the fact that you are continuing to make those positive changes and doing those things. And I think if you and Riley did know each other when you were young and you know each other now, you guys can be a very good, solid influence on each other and
Absolutely.
a good direction
Absolutely.
in the right way.
Absolutely.
So that is, I mean, sometimes it's negative to have those connections from the past. Sometimes in this, I think it's going to be a positive. You both are
Absolutely.
doing well. You're taking the steps. You know where to reach out and when to reach out, and you can use each other for support.
Absolutely.
So that's really good to hear. What else is going on?
I'm getting my teeth fixed.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's kind of a slow process. Oh, that's him.
You're in trouble.
Wait, it's not time?
Your face got a little red.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, that happened to me in the one of the speakers. My monitor went off. I had to grab it out and run outside, but it wasn't that big of a deal. What was I saying now?
You're getting your teeth fixed.
Oh yeah, I'm getting my teeth fixed. It's a slow process. I have to get like one tooth pulled each time, and I've already been down there 3 times. So.
Ouch! Why only one?
Because I got in on like a whim, like they weren't accepting new clients, so like he only has an hour to work with me each time that I go down there. But yeah, I'm gonna be getting partials in the front, and yeah.
That's exciting.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to it.
Because I know that this has been since it happened in that accident. I know you've been very self-conscious.
Yeah, it'll definitely be nice to not have the messed up front teeth. I didn't even mess these ones up from drugs. So it's a kind of a crappy story starter. But yeah, I don't know. I'm definitely looking forward to that.
It's going to be a good story.
Yeah.
I mean, and it can be because of the way you've turned everything around.
Yeah, anybody that knows who I am, and actually cares about me knows that all the things that I'm doing is the right thing. Family life, it gets better every day. My life gets better every day.
It does.
Yeah.
You are a different person, Ian.
Thank you.
How many days have you been sober?
I've had 156 days.
Good job.
Am I supposed to phase up today?
Oh no! No, that's not going to happen. Yes, you are. I was getting to that.
Yeah.
But thanks.
Yeah, no problem.
You are. You get a phase up. So tell me, why do you want to phase up?
I want to phase up because I feel like I'm really getting the hang of the program. Every day I try and commit myself to everything. Like when it comes to groups, making sure I'm to see my PO.
Riley, Jeremy, stop.
What?
Go ahead.
I get to phase, or I just try and put my time in every day. Trying to work to get myself better. I don't know. I feel that that's. I'm not trying to just go get through this easily. I'm actually putting the time in to get it done.
And you're gonna get the reward after. And you're going to be a completely different Ian.
Thank you.
And so I think that is wonderful. So congratulations. You get to phase up here today and you get a couple little gifts to do so.
Okay.
So congratulations, everybody. drawing or are we not drawing today? We're not drawing today. Okay. All right, Mr. Baker. Everybody, this is Earl. How are you doing today, Earl?
I'm okay.
You're okay. Well, I want everybody to meet Earl. This is Earl. Earl, right now, I know that you are in the process, you're working full time, you're paying your child support, you're paying your bills, you're doing all that you need to do to be responsible and to keep your sobriety. I want you to tell me a couple things, like, do you have a sponsor who you're working with? I know I asked you some of these things at your last probation review hearing, but what are you doing to keep yourself sober?
I got a mentor, like a spiritual mentor that I met through my church in Eau Claire that I talked to. I went down and seen him after I got out of jail. Working full time. As far as recovery stuff goes, I go to church every Sunday.
Is it a local church?
Yeah.
In Grantsburg?
Yep.
Okay.
So I have a pastor there that I touch base with every week.
Okay.
I actually contacted him while I was in jail, but my main thing is to replicate a support system up here now that my transition's up here.
Now, when are you fully transitioned up here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're building your support system.
Well, attempting to. I moved up here January 15th, March 15th, I got caught with dope. It's at 45 days.
But were you caught here?
No, it was down in Buffalo County.
Okay, that's what I thought. It wasn't here. I don't have any cases here.
No. So that case is all closed, but I mean, so I just got out on the 28th of April and I'm just now getting back into the routine of night shift.
Okay.
So it's going to be another scheduled shift and I'm going to be tired. Like right now, I'm just in a fog, had 2 hours of sleep. I mean, just imagine like getting up at 1 a.m. and going to meetings for 2 hours and then going home and then going back to work. So that's what I'm going to be transitioning into.
Okay. And I'm going to let you know, though, that work and other obligations and responsibilities does not come into drug court. It's like, that's just what you have to figure out and you have to do. But in our discussion, and that's one of the reasons it took us so long, because we want to be able to provide you with the support and the services, and we think that you would succeed and you would do very well in drug court. Right now, we think it's a little premature because you're doing well, you're building your job and those things, and you had your setback and you were readjusted with a court case somewhere else and you sat some time. So we're going to just be watching, okay?
So I'm not going to.
We're not admitting you right now.
All right, I appreciate
But your
that,
application is still open and it's not pending, but it's going to, as Riley was put on hold on a shelf, you're put on hold on a shelf right now because quite honestly, you other than the slip up from Buffalo County months and months and months, it was a long time ago because you've already resolved that case. Other than that, you don't have the high risk, at least at this time.
Right.
You keep doing what you're doing. You're keeping your job full time. You're paying your bills. You're paying your child support. You're not hanging out with people that'll bring you down. You're not doing anything to get into trouble. Then there wouldn't be, it would just be a waste of resources to have you.
Right. I actually just got pulled over on my way to work, like not last night, but the night before. And
did you let your probation officer know?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And my license was canceled, and I didn't know why, because when I got out of jail, I checked it and it was good. But it was just a filing mix-up with my because I had a DUI like 3 years ago or whatever. But for my driver safety plan, the counselor that did it retired or quit and moved on. So the filing never got to the DMV that it was complete. And I had to go through all my certificates that I've been earning since 2019, since before you sentenced me. Excuse me, I got dry mouth, but I got like 150 certificates of programs I've did. And I was able to use one of them certificates to fix my license, and it was the easiest fix that I've ever had. I was amazed.
And wasn't that good?
Yeah.
I love to see this. So often we see the other side
All
of
right.
this.
So we're not saying no, but we're not saying we're gonna have you participate right now.
Right.
Okay. So you may get called back later. So if Miss Anderson calls you, if Tessa calls you, then you know why. But as long as you're going on the straight and narrow, you're keeping your full-time job, you're doing all of those things. It wouldn't make sense for us to come in and, like a whole force.
So are you gonna keep that probation review hearing that you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I'm always gonna watch and want an update.
All right.
So, and then you'll be able to update me unless we get some update prior to. Oh, it's in 2 weeks? Oh, well then I don't need to do it in 2 weeks. So I'll take that one off and I'll just have a different date and time sent to you in the mail. Okay. And it's just going to be an update on where you are, what you're doing, if you're still testing and it's all negative and all of those things, just to get an update. You're paying your dues, your costs, your fees, you're doing what you need to do. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So then look in the mail, because I'll tell my assistant, she'll take it off and she'll put one probably a couple months down the road.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I think that was all, right?
I'll have to give him a call. Rain, a call.
Oh, yeah. Rain. Well, all right. Thank you. Then we are adjourned. Congratulations, everybody. A great week.
That is just awesome. So when we watch Judge Boyd and she talks about somebody applying to drug court and seeing if they'll take him, this is drug court. It's a different state. Obviously, Judge Boyd's down in Texas. This is up in Wisconsin. But it's very much like it's a group meeting. It's wholesome. It's extremely supportive. Yes, she's sitting up there at the front with a gavel and a robe, but she knows their situation with their pets, with their family, with their visitation from kids, childcare situation. She has notes on all this, I'm sure, but she cares. She honestly cares, and she's what can we do to help you? And the support she gives these people who honestly have probably just come off rock bottom, right? They've been at one of the lowest points in their life. It ended up with them being in custody, and they're making the changes now and just getting their feet out underneath them. Their big win is getting access to a vehicle again, getting a driver's license back with an ignition interlock and everything else. It is so expensive. The insurance they pay and everything, the deck is stacked against them in every way moving forward. With that on the record, getting a job, everything else. But she gives them the hope. She's like, yes, you can do this. Celebrating with them, and that is awesome. So as soon as I saw that, I said, we have to watch that. We have to watch that. So that's really cool. Let's see. We have my daughter. I guess they're trying to fatten me up. She just brought me some pizza. I've been eating non-stopping here, but let's see. Strobe. Ooh. My renter is here. Good job. Just saw that they unlocked the door. All right, let's see. We have day 3 smoke-free. Teresa, that is awesome. Congratulations. 3 days of fresh air. That's wonderful. You're doing great. Keep it up. One day at a time. I'm trying to check right now to see if Brian Enton has any updates. Let's see. See what we have. At this hearing, he says what we're looking for, defense is looking for evidence to support their alibi that Kohberger was stargazing far from the house where the murders happened. I hope we can do this. Defense wrote this regarding the alibi. Mr. Kohberger was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022, as he often did, to hike and run and or see the moon and stars. He drove throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, west of Moscow, including Wawawi Park. Wawawi Park? So... we'll look and see if the hearing happens. We might have to go live with it separately because it's going to be. Let's see, it's 3:52 now. It's over an hour and a half away, and we're pretty much at the end of the day. We've been live for 7 hours straight up right now. 7 hours. Brian Stargazer. Let's see. Teresa, you're doing great. Thank you so much for sharing. We're so excited for you. Can't wait to hear that report tomorrow. You're doing wonderfully. Moon's supposed to be pretty super bright tonight, guys. Time to go out and do a little moon gazing. Hang on one second. We've got Ivan on the phone.
Call from
Mr. Wisconsin.
Mr. Wisconsin, how are you doing?
I've arrived at the Airbnb, but my key doesn't seem to be working. I need maintenance. Stat.
Well, the reason your key doesn't work is because we don't give out keys to that lock.
Oh, is it a PIN code? My code isn't working. Something needs to be.
Yes. Have you tried 00000? Enter. That's not one either. But we make a unique code with limited access. I can schedule, and he could have checked in as early as noon, but he checked in just about 4, so that's good. But unique code for each user, and it stops after a certain period of time. So when they're done, it locks. They can't get back in. If they have something they forgot, we'll have to open it for them.
You got quite the security set up there, Scott.
And I get notified every time they lock and unlock the door. Like my phone.
Why do I feel as if you're telling me this and not just explaining this?
I'm telling you. The first people we had rent it had a little girl with them, and we didn't have any toys in the Airbnb. It's meant for adults, like traveling nurses, right? And so they show up and they've got
some toys, dude.
They got a little girl there, and the only thing to play with is the lock. And she's like flip, 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 flip. Ran down the 4 batteries in 2 days. Okay, and my phone is just like buzz, 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 locked, unlocked, locked, unlocked.
You got to get a little kiddie pool and plastic slide and
no water. That would be bad.
It seems as if you've had enough flooding in the water for a lifetime. Water's a liability. I understand.
Yeah. So we're
get the water. Yeah.
We did buy a few more amenities. We had a complaint. Well, we got a 5-star review from our first renter, and they're like, we couldn't figure out because we had a pour over coffee maker. We don't drink coffee, okay? So we're like, I don't know how it works. It looks fancy. I'm sure. And apparently they're hard to use, and so we upgraded them to just a standard coffee maker. But
just part of checking in, just put a $20 Starbucks card in the mailbox when they check in. Your problem solved. Okay. That'll get them 2 coffees.
Starbucks is 15 minutes away.
Isn't that close? You know how that's right around the corner.
It's close for me. Everything's an hour and a half, if you want to get somewhere from here. But anyway. Yeah. We liked watching from your neck of the woods, this little drug court. It was pretty cool.
Yep.
You got some good judges up there.
English. Yeah, well, the drug court judges are not every judge is a drug court judge, as you can probably imagine. I mean, the counties that have it, even within the counties that have it, I'm not sure I think they have to apply and have to get some of their own training as well, because some of the judges will talk about it to be versed in addiction and to be versed in how to sort of manage people who are
the
meeting people
process.
Where they are. Right?
Yeah, the whole process, how it works.
Yeah. So there's a definite. It's not everybody's cut out for it, and that's to be expected. But she seems to have it nailed. That judge can't even be 40 years old, right? I mean, she looks really young.
I thought she was 18, but maybe my eyes are bad. I couldn't tell. No, she does.
She's got that awesome. She's got that porcelain Wisconsin tan
the glow
that we all
youth
have
about her.
Yeah, But yeah, Burnett County is about an hour west of me, and they're it's right on the border of Minnesota. I know Emily and Chad had said she sounds like she detected Minnesota, but isn't it's right across the river. So, but yeah, the drug courts have it's all about sort of just reshaping people's chances in a way, because as you were saying, the average person who doesn't have a record could never likely be able to meet the demands that somebody who does have a record has. Like you were talking, the insurance, the interlock. I mean, some of these things, the prices that they cost to just get your feet back on the ground, it's not a mystery as to why the recidivism rate is as high as it is.
Yeah, it basically sets them up to fail. You have to have to hit a home run first time you're up at bat to win in these situations.
Right.
You're batting against a fast pitch.
Right. These drug courts sort of have implemented a system of harm reduction, and that's why if people relapse, it's not okay, now we throw them in prison. It's how do we implement a structure policy that will better sort of guide their success rate. So if somebody had a relapse, if we're going to categorize addiction as an illness, which we have for decades now, if we're going to categorize alcoholism as an addiction, which we have for decades now, then we need to stop looking at it as if it is this moral deficiency that people are just bad. And so if you had a relapse with any other illness in the world and you treated it the way you treat people with addiction with their relapses, you'd be in jail. Okay, imagine if your cancer resurfaced and they said, well, we're just not going to do anything for you. You're out of here.
Yeah, lock you up.
So, yeah, right. Yeah. You know what? Your cancer, no more chemo for you. Go home, no more meds. Yep. So I think that's sort of the plan of these programs. And they've been around for about 2 decades after meth sort of just terrorized this area, like I said in the chat, with many rural communities. And, now there's a new, not that it's new, but there's a new offender with fentanyl, but it isn't the substance. And so that's what I don't like to focus on too heavily, is because the substance is, the only thing that separates addicts from one another is opportunity and preference. That's sort of the only difference between addictions, even your own, even non-drug related addictions. It's just opportunity and preference that sort of present themselves into people's lives. And so when you stop focusing on the specific chemical per se, it becomes a lot more productive in how you actually treat the illness. So anyway, I'll stop rambling, but just wanted to check in. I know it's been a minute since I called you. I'll give you a buzz off there this weekend and fill you in on my new endeavors. So
yeah, I can't wait to hear, because I'm excited. I like watching lumber videos. I'm a lumberjack at heart, I think I've got one of those flannel shirts in my closet tucked there in the back, and maybe some overalls.
You come up here, we'll make you earn those stripes, okay?
That's awesome. Good to hear from you, Ayden. Thank you very much.
All right, love you guys.
See
you.
Bye. I haven't talked to him in a while. He tells me, I'm not sure if I'm letting the cat out of the bag, but he tells me he was starting a lumberjacking business, like a lumber business, not a lumberjacking. That sounds weird. Like a lumber yard, cutting wood into boards and strips and pieces. It's like a sawdust business, but other products are also made. I'm a lumberjack and I don't care. And I'm okay. I works all night. I sleeps all day. All right. Here's what we have. I think we're going to break before Koberger. I'll keep my ear to the ground. If it goes live, we'll bring it in. Does that work? Because it's going to be juicy, but I think it's going to be closed. I've got this gut feel. But anyway, it's been fun to be with you today. I know we've got a break from Karen Reed. We're going to go back to Karen Reed as soon as they start. Then we start again, because we're going to stay one day behind, probably until we reach the end. We'll probably get caught up, and then we'll probably all go watch it at Brandy Churchwell's channel or something for the verdict. Okay, just 1 second. I wanted to see one more thing. What was the video we wanted to look at? Oh, it was on the tip of my tongue and I forgot it. Oh, yes, I remember. Just checking something really quickly. Matthew Harris, I'm looking to see if you've got a new video out today. Is it guilty versus no contest? Was that today's? I can't tell. With shorts, I can't tell if they're new. I can see your video from last week of the cost of lawsuits, but I was going to recommend somebody go watch them. I'm not sure which one's the latest. BK is going to go live on Law and Crime. We'll have it live as well, and we'll probably be ahead of them because our acquisition chain is shorter. Would it be 6 p.m. Eastern for Coburger? 5:30 is what we're looking for. 5:30 Eastern time, Nikki. Yep, that's today. Sweet. Pleading nolo contendere. Did I say that right? Contendere? No contest. Did anyone see if Scott answered my question? The dog had to go out. I just asked the question. I didn't see the question. Dog lover, what was the question? Ask it. Hopefully there's not. We're not in like slow mode, are you? Let me see. Let me turn that off for just a second if it is on. Nope, slow mode's not on. You can ask away. Ask away. What do you have? Dog lover. Podcast tonight, 8 p.m. tonight on this channel. Weatherwatch and I will be here with you. That's where you'll be as well. You have full permission to play here if you want. Then we can all critique it together. I've never done that before, Matthew. Let's try that. Let's play the short really quickly. I'm going to overlay it on top of my Chinese restaurant food screen. Okay. For those that don't know, Matthew Harris, one of our great mods, I think the first legitimate lawyer who joined us on the network, on the channel. We wish it was a network. Joined us on the channel here. Has a YouTube channel, and yes, he has 33.3 thousand subscribers. It's growing like crazy. He just barely celebrated 20,000 a little bit ago, and it is booming. And anyway, so he's got some videos. The video from last week was this one here, the cost of lawsuits. This is the one from today. If I can play it here. Let's see what it is.
What's the difference between pleading guilty and pleading nolo contendere, also known as no contest? When you plead guilty, you are admitting that you committed the crime that you're accused of. When you plead no contest, you're not admitting that you're guilty, but it has the exact same effect as pleading guilty, meaning that the court is then free to punish you up to and including the maximum punishment. The only difference, if you plead no contest, then your conviction cannot be used against you in a civil suit arising out of the criminal conduct.
There you go.
What's the difference between pleading guilty
we should watch it again.
and pleading nolo contendere, also known as no contest? When you plead guilty...
I love this. We're going to pause this right here. All his videos are like this. They're just juicy nuggets of law truth tucked into a great, smooth performance. And is he here at the moment? Yeah, he's here. He gave us permission to play it. I wouldn't have done it without that. But Matthew's here. That's Matthew Harris. Anyway, a great friend of the channel, one of our mods, great lawyer, if you need him down there, and he has awesome cufflinks. Mrs. All right, Matthew, I need advice on cufflinks. I have one shirt that requires cufflinks, which I like wearing, but I'm using like the ones that come with the shirt, which are like made out of string. And I think there's a cooler place. I don't know, where do you go? What is a good cufflink, and how do you know if it's a good cufflink? I'm curious. You seem to wear them a lot, so maybe I could get some advice from you. Everything I know about law I learned from restreaming Matthew Harris shorts, says Greeners. Matthew does a good job. His delivery is just like spot on everything. Very polished, very cool. Love listening to him. Plus, he has. Let me go back. I have not done this yet. Just one second. There's supposed to be. No, go back. I want to go to Matthew Harris Law, please. Matthew Harris Law, this one right here. Let's go to the community page. We have a poll here on the community page. So let me shrink down just a little bit so you can see. It says, what is the term What is the term for the process by which the government takes your land, your private land? Don't tell me. Takes your private land for public use, providing you just compensation for you as the owner. That would be eminent domain. C. Boom, boom, boom. That's because I know my law. Eminent domain allows the government to take the private land for public use while providing just compensation to the owner. How much use it is to the public is a matter of debate. Good stuff. Good stuff. So if you don't know, he's got one of these questions every single day on the community tab. And so my streak remains. That's 2 in a row. No, just kidding. I've done a little better than that. But honestly, all jokes aside, Matthew Harris deserves a follow on YouTube. I think everyone here follows him already. But you want to join and do the quiz as well, because you'll learn something. You will. Eminent domain is theft. It's only theft if they're taking it from you. If you want the community to use it for something you want, then it doesn't seem like theft anymore. Anyway, with that note, don't sue without lots of money. With that note, we're going to wrap things up. Let the mods take a break. They've been absolutely fantastic today. We've worked them overtime with no breaks. Tonight, we're going to have, hopefully, Brian Koberger. Fingers crossed for that one. Hopefully, the Brian Koberger hearing. Hopefully, it's juicy as well. I know it's just going to get better and better in that trial. It's getting spicy already. I did not see dog lovers. Let's see. There you go. I asked again. Hopefully, the dog lovers are up. So let's see. Dog lover. I was wondering if you would be okay with explaining how you came out of your addiction. Was it just full on cold turkey, or how did you get out? We're talking about gaming, so it has a lot of similarities, but also some differences to drug addictions. The drug that I was addicted to was the one that my body creates when I play games. It's internal. It's like it's a reaction. So I had a support group. I pretty much hit rock bottom. I can tell you there was a day I was driving down the freeway with a laptop next to me. This was, back in the day when it was not cheap or easy to do this. And I had a cellular data card connected to the internet so I could play World of Warcraft at freeway speeds because I couldn't quit playing long enough to drive down the road. Anyway, it was bad. It was bad. Mrs. R.A. helped me. She was absolutely amazing. She helped. We're talking about my addiction, but we'll tell more another time. We'll tell more another time. We've got to wrap things up. Wait. I've got to scratch the music. Okay. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again. Hopefully tonight with Brian Koberger. We might tell that story tonight if Brian Koberger doesn't happen. If it doesn't really happen. Oh look, we have the beach where the logo should be. Okay, let me fix this, and then we'll fade out properly. Yeah, not the peach. We want this one right here. There we go. All right, guys. See you tonight with Brian Koberger. Bye-bye.
When are we going to break for lunch, Judge?